Resolusi belum guys, masih automatic. Segera ya, segera, tenang.
Mana gua mau masuk meeting dulu, keluar masuk dulu, Cok.
Makin
Iya,
nyaman
keluar
lagi.
masuk,
Iya,
Cok.
mampir dulu guys, sini guys, mampir bentar ya. Tuh. Mampir.
Tadi gua rame loh.
Tik A gitu kan. Cabut,
Lumayan.
enggak apa-apa. Ih, masih seger loh mukanya tapi.
Tadi yang pas pertama live sama gua, Tio, kasihan. Apaan anjir?
Tapi kok kemarin lu biasa aja ya?
Iya, emang gua biasa aja, Cok.
Enggak, kemarin tuh kayak enggak ada apa-apa, Cok, si Pablo mah.
Emang
Pakai
iya.
Jaden, Bang.
Lu tau gak ketika main puter-muter tuh, badan gua baru berasa gak enak, Cok.
Oh, dari IDN kemarin.
Iya.
Nggak bilang lu. Kayaknya triggernya di situ.
Halo guys. What's up, homie?
Triggernya di situ kayak Tio.
Kayaknya gara-gara gua itu dah.
Apa?
Muter-muter itu pala gua pusing, Cok. Terus langsung rasanya kayak different gitu.
Sumpah, tapi lu bener-bener gak bisa ngerasain makanan.
Tadi aneh banget.
Anjing.
Aneh, the real aneh. This is the first time gua kayak makan kayak. Ya semuanya kayak rasa nasi putih gitu. Tadi gua makan nasi putih doang, kagak pakai apa-apa. Orang sama aja.
Sumpah.
Iya.
Lah, saus dijilatin kagak ada rasa.
Kagak ada rasa, Cok.
Lah, pedes gak bisa pedes?
Gak bisa, justru kan gue pikir kan bisa pedes gitu ya. Gak bisa.
Pedes juga gak bisa.
Gak ada rasa.
Pertama kan gua suruh itu tadi garam jilatin, gua bilang.
Enggak, lu ini kesempatan lu untuk makan makanan sehat, Bro, sumpah.
Kesempatan gue untuk diet, bro.
Iya, makan makanan sehat, Cok. Kan tuh enak-enak aja.
Makan sehat apa tapi orang gak enak anjir makannya gak ada rasa anjing.
Mainlah ke rumah Pablo nang tidak, terima kasih.
Minum tolak angin bro biar agak enakan. Serius loh. Gue udah minum ini obat gue banyak banget, mau lihat gak? Bentar ya.
Madu teh sih enak.
Bentar gue ambilin nih obat.
Semua orang lagi kenal lagi sih, aduh pusing.
Tapi ini juga banyak yang gini, Tio. Cuman demam doang. Nah, jadi dari demamnya itu yang kadang kan kalau dulu kan sebelum ada Covid, demam aja kadang kita mati rasa kan.
Masa sih gue gak pernah?
Pernah gua. Tapi kalau udah bener-bener demam tinggi, udah pucet-pucet banget.
Ya.
Air hangat campur minyak kayu putih.
Ini satu nih.
Yang tadi yang bau kata lu tadi, Cok.
Bukan.
Nisil apa tadi?
Ini 2. Ini 3.
Yang tadi? Yang lu minum pertama tadi?
Sabar. 4.
Nah itu.
Lebih ke arah palanya ngeplay, Cok.
Deng gitu ya.
Kayak ngambang anjing.
Kayak ngambang ya.
Thank you, Eso.
Itu mau buat Covid. Iya. Dia tanggulangi dengan minum dulu, Cir.
Enggak, udah pasti lah, udah lah.
Nggak tahu.
Ya udah.
Jadi ditunggu update-nya akhirnya S1 gitu ya, Bro ya.
Tadi ada Pak Winston lagi, ya kan gue kayak langsung bilang, aduh Pak Winston maaf banget nih. Yang baru datang, like dulu. Iya lah, gue bilang aduh maaf banget nih, mana dia masih punya bayi kan.
Lu dari mana ya? Karena dari PMPL kali ya?
PMPL lah, orang gue keluar cuma PMPL.
PMPL tuh hari Minggu ya? Iya sih, Minggu pas sih, Kamis.
Triggernya ya?
Oh, ini gue Cryptoblet sih salah.
Rabu, Kamis.
Wendy sih kabarin guys, Ciwen sih.
Ciwen maaf ya, aku tanggung jawab dah. Optik 70% win, sabar.
Dan kita dong, kita nggak stream.
Kita beda. Tapi lu ngapa ngepis gaya gitu, ngapain?
Enggak, dia udah ke kita kameranya. Kasihan dicengin anjir.
Pablo, iya anjir ngefly dia.
Cok, Saweria cok.
Kenapa Saweria?
Tuh buat beli obat, vitamin cok.
Mendingan lu bikin milestone cok, biaya perobatan.
Iya.
IDN guys, IDN ada apa GeForce ya teman-teman.
Iya, tunggu udah positif dah.
Virtual gift ya? Apa namanya?
Virtual gift ya.
Bener nggak main PMR sih? Enggak.
Walaupun menurut gue ini udah pasti ente sih gua.
Gak apa sih tinggal penting juga.
Ya.
Apa gantiin GPX?
Aman lah.
Itu tadi gue bilang Tiu. Kalau lu isoman bro, apakah ini waktunya Subaton jilid 2 bro?
Yang ada malah nggak tidur anjing.
Mulai ya?
Serius? Udah kah?
Mulai kah?
Mulai.
Bisa kah?
Ya, ntar gue depan aja sini bro.
Ini aja. Ini gue udah nge-page bisa nonton Pablo juga.
Salahnya kan nggak boleh.
Pablo itu. Enggak live.
Enggak, bukan. Maksudnya nggak boleh gue ini.
Lu yang defend ya bro ya?
Iya gue yang defend. Udah aman aja.
Aman.
Oh iya.
Gila keren emang nih. Lihat nih.
Apa?
Lihat tuh. Emang niat ya cok. Bagus ya. Dari screen gua.
Oh thumbnail.
Itu lu dibuatin?
Iya.
Iyalah editor dia.
Oh editor lu?
Ya emang bagus dia.
Nggak mungkin Pablo kan ngerjain gitu Tif.
Enggak, gue kira dari Valorant ya.
Enggak, yang dari Valorantnya lu udah lihat belum Tio?
Ente Jang, apa Jang? Sini Jang.
Ada di antara Asterix, Wilson, Revorsi gitu-gitu Tio gua.
Udah lihat.
Anjo ya.
Jang mau announcement apa nih? Apa nggak ada WA kok bangsat?
Prx
Yang kemarin kan?
nonton. Gue dipen dulu ya. Ntar balik lagi.
Aman cok.
Oh,
Gue juga nonton bung.
Kalau nggak gue pindah aja cok ke bawah. Ntar lu ke
Nggak
bawah.
aman. Defend aja lu.
Ntar nggak kepanggil. Kalau lu mau panggil susah.
Gampang tinggal minta viewer ke situ.
Oh iya benar juga. Ya udah. Alright. Let's go guys, indopride guys. Boom. Dia nonton bareng Severin. Enggak kayaknya dia dah. Nih, lebih kayak sebenarnya ke arah misi mission impossible nih guys buat Boom. Tapi Boom nih kalau kerap juga lagi dapat feel-nya nih asli abang-abangan juga cok.
What has been the biggest difference from Copenhagen to Istanbul for Loud? I mean, the biggest difference, honestly, is everything. So yeah, kind of. I mean, we got a boot camp, right? So we came here earlier, so we practiced. So I think that we feel more prepared in every way. So yeah, I think that when you got to the stage, we were like so hyped and so confident. So yeah, it's way different than Copenhagen, you know. So I think that's our team is ready for this tournament. It showed, at least in that first series, it showed. Best of luck to you, in the rest of the tournament. We're all excited to see how deep this Loud tournament run can go. I have good news for you folks. If you did not get enough of that,
lah, kita lihat lah.
Via the Prime Gaming post-match highlights.
Sama-sama kita lihat lah. Doa yang terbaik buat Boom. Tuh. Intinya udah nyampe sini juga udah keren banget sih menurutku Boom sih. Ya kan? Masih bisa sih 70-30 lah, Boom ada chance 30%.
Sugar Zero gets the third. They've been so well concealed and they're dealing all sorts of damage.
GGNT. Kalian nih. Intinya kita tetap dukung Boom tuh 100% ya guys. Terlepas apapun ya bro. Coba nih nonton 70 yang like 14 astaga. By the way, ini udah berubah belum ininya nih? Ih, udah keren kali bro. Thumbnail gua coba keluar masuk dulu guys, lihat guys. Asli.
tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Oh, wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
Kena ular kuning ntar. Ini ya Ge. Hey guys. Kok nggak ada? Tar. Buat beli. Live sampai full match. Full match lah bro. Terus ini guys, kalau yang mau nyawer buat beli vitamin guys. Aduh, apa iya nih? Tapi jangan dulu cowok, orang belum tentu positif. Jangan, ntar dulu guys. Leviathan serem. Serem Leviathan. Tim ikut aja kalah. Ntar kena copyright cowok. Dulu ya, kita nih chill dulu, chill. Kita prepare. Soalnya kayaknya nggak mungkin enggak guys. Aduh. Mudah-mudahan. Kayaknya nggak mungkin enggak sih, udah pasti fix iya sih. Gak bisa gitu enggak. Coba yang baru datang tolong di like, di subscribe dulu, di share ya kan. Masa kita mendukung Bum nih? Kita lihat map dulu nanti baru kita voting ya guys ya. Kalau gua orangnya simple aja ya kan. Yang di Indonesia udah ini belum ya? Apa? Masih delay nggak suaranya?
Betul, panjang banget, lama banget, bahkan mereka nunggu sampai dengan 2 tahun ya.
Bela cok.
Iya, 2 tahun. Akhirnya,
ini udah enggak nih.
Udah gitu 2 tahunnya ujung tau gak sih? Kayak last chance qualifier. Karena kan kalau dia kalah di situ habis itu udah nggak ada kan.
Dengar guys, ini 2 tahun Bum mencoba masuk wakil Indonesia, mencoba mengirim wakilnya. Nggak ada bisa sama sekali. Ini baru bisa masuk tahun ini.
Yang seangkatan ya.
Jadi emang segmennya begitu sih,
Iya, segmennya gini. Ini enak
masih muda lah.
Lo cepet sembuh bro, makasih lo.
Iya, tapi gini.
Tunggu dulu nih.
Dari Kuci Bali di sini ya. Oke ya. Kamu kan udah pernah nih ke luar negeri juga.
Betul.
Mewakili Indonesia. Dan bahkan gimana nih kalau bicara soal pengalaman
Ini
pertama,
siapa guys?
Dari waktu mudanya dari Bali gimana? Kido dulu.
Ya yang pasti sih kalau dulu pertama kali ngewakili negara pasti kita tegang. Cuman tapi dari diri kita tuh kita nggak ada rasa takut sih.
Oke.
Saya yakin juga kayak sekarang di grup itu pokoknya kita sekarang nothing is impossible sih. Jadi dia orang harus percaya diri.
Ini siapa guys?
Punya coach yang sangat bagus ya si Miao.
Anak-anak PP Istanbul bisa nonton venue nggak? Aduh aku nggak tahu.
Apalagi ada famous.
Kayaknya harus.
Ada famous di sana.
Oh coach PSG. I see.
Pasti ngebantu banyak sama Bum. Dan
berarti pantas ledekin dari tadi PSG famous
bagus
kangen.
Sekali kemarin performance-nya dia juga udah karakternya juga saya lihat growingnya juga bagus. Dia udah apa semasa di NXT.
By the way suaranya pas nggak guys? Aku soalnya
kalem,
kurang bisa ngedenger nih guys.
Saya yakin dia bisa make something special sih ini nanti di game.
Aman, kita temenin bro.
Tapi tahan dulu buat Coach balik karena sebelum kita masuk ke dalam match yang kedua nih ya, kita mau kasih lihat kalian musik video apa Rising sebagai dukungan kepada tim Asia Pasifik yang bertanding hari ini yaitu Boom Esports dan juga Prx.
Enak lah.
Ini dia.
Apa nih? Oh ya, apa Rising bro?
Ready player gets set, time to raise the impact. All the way from APAC, now that BCT's back, we be going full stack, never gonna lose that spirit. Always fly high like a jet. Now here we are, crazy to think that we've come so far. Feels like a shark dove from so far. We be shining like a superstar. Here we are. Every time I fall, I thrive in the chaos. When I get in my zone, I'm the invincible. You know where I'm from, let me tell you once more.
Ini keren banget sih, yang bikin gila.
Let me tell you once more. Let me tell you once more. Let me tell you once more. It's not a minor region.
Gila.
I'm the APAC, I'm the APAC. Who you calling underdog? I'm the APAC. Watch me ace that, flick it on tap. Everybody going down, I be rising. I'm the APAC, I'm the APAC. Who you calling underdog? I'm the APAC. Watch me ace that, flick it on tap. Everybody going down, I be.
Ya ini keren banget sih, dia bikinin lagu ini berarti buat Epic Rising ya, Sersia, Boom, Prx.
Oke, dan itu dia untuk video kita ya, Asia Pacific Rising. Dan seperti yang kita ketahui juga memang underdog. Mungkin itu adalah julukan yang mungkin tepat juga ya untuk tim-tim yang berasal dari Asia Pasifik karena secara mengejutkan juga bisa menggigit sebenarnya untuk di turnamen internasional Bali.
Ya, bisa yang pasti. Dengan komposisi sekarang player juga udah beda, mindsetnya juga pasti udah beda. Dan ini kan yang pertama kali kan kita udah nunggu cukup lama ya. Jadi bener. Ini pasti dia akan fight abis-abisan.
Bukannya corporate
Dustin dan kawan-kawan ini.
Ya kali ya, yang kemarin aman sih guys, tapi guys
Optik juga pasti nggak akan nganggap remeh. Tapi biasanya normal ya kalau misalnya lawan tim-tim yang udah pernah jadi juara ya, dia orang awalnya pasti akan melakukan yang namanya tidak respect gitu. Mungkin dia akan ngeras gitu saat defend atau attacking.
Yang kemarin
dan
aman sih.
Cobaan untuk boom gitu loh. Wah gila mantap itu kan. Famous kan. Waduh.
Emang famous kalau di
itu temen gym saya itu.
Oh pantesan ya.
Tanya aja sama dia nih. Nggak sabar nih makanya untuk balikin cepet ya. Nanti kita gym bareng.
Ya tapi kalau kita bicara dari perform untuk Ye sendiri, kita tahu dia adalah pemain yang cukup fenomenal ya. Untuk Optic Gaming sendiri salah satu jangkarnya kalau bicara soal famous dari Bali sendiri. Bisa nggak head to head lawan Ye?
Bisa banget. Walaupun ya memang kalau Ye itu ya setiap kali dia mau lawan siapapun pasti highlightnya Ye ya. Apapun itu bentuknya Ye itu selalu highlight. Tapi kembali lagi kita lihat ACS di sini kan kita nggak lihat nggak ada bedanya gitu sama Famous. Famous juga performanya di saat kemarin itu qualifier itu outstanding banget, gila, itu banyak tembakan gaib kayak Ye gitu. Jadi kalau head to head
Oke lah kalau itu
oke nggak akan kalah gitu loh.
Ya, tadi dia untuk Optic Gaming, Ye, Marv, Crashes, Finesse dan juga Victor. 5 pemain Optic Gaming. Kalau dari Yanto Kocul ngelihatnya di sini, Optic Gaming mereka datang di sini biasanya kalau aku ngelihatnya dari Omawa ya, mereka shaky dulu nih di match yang pertama.
Kalau kita lihat tradisi sih kemarin-kemarin begitu sih.
Okay.
Kalau lihat tradisi sih, cuman ya apa ya, gue tuh masih merasa kayak Boom ini kan baru debut banget kan. Jadi ini bisa jadi ada teori-teori demam panggung mantap. Karena itu nggak dipungkiri itu jadi salah satu faktor juga kan sebenarnya. Cuma ya tergantung nanti dari Boomnya bagaimana mengatasi demam panggung tersebut. Apalagi lawan mereka langsung Optik, itu pressure-nya di situ sih.
Ya gue rasa Optic Gaming ini meskipun memang mereka kadang-kadang nggak sesuai ekspektasi khususnya fans-fans mereka, tapi menurut gue Optic adalah salah satu tim yang sangat konsisten. Mereka itu main dengan
omnya kita
bisa
semua.
dibilang pemainnya selalu sama dan cara main mereka juga icon.
Masalah ya ini, gimana guys ya?
Menurut gue pemain ini
kita ngomong to be honest ya,
selalu bermain di panggung internasional maupun di panggung nasional sendiri. dia selalu bisa memberikan yang terbaik untuk optik gaming.
Ya gue setuju banget, apalagi dengan chamber yang dipakai oleh Yei juga. Ini sama dengan
FNS
kemarin. Tiga-tiganya ini semuanya chamber.
Berat banget, Cok.
Chamber. Udah kena nerf. Apa yang terjadi, kenapa masih in banget?
Cuma intinya kita doakan yang terbaik lah buat Boom Esport ya.
Cesar bilang kemarin kan, cuma
bisa chamber.
Tapi memang chamber ya, mungkin untuk negara-negara ini agent yang kuat banget dan dia cukup lengkap dari sisi utility juga. Bisa kabur, mungkin sekarang lumayan mahal lah ya untuk headhunternya dia, tapi tetap aja menjadi salah satu agent yang cukup tajam. Kalau kemarin ngelihatnya dari Takolia dia nggak beli peluru.
Jadi kita hari ini bakalan jadwal kita.
Dia pakai ke Ghost.
Tapi nggak ada admin gue yang bisa ngerubahin ini.
Untuk
bakalan ada Boom lawan Optik, terus bakal ada Prx lawan Leviathan. Menurut gue
itu di game yang ketiga.
Ini Boom kita nonton seru banget. Kenapa? Karena untuk pertama kalinya ya.
Kalau dari Bali,
untuk pertama kalinya ada wakil Indonesia yang bisa masuk ke champion. Itu nomor 1. 2, Prx lawan Leviathan. Ini Prx benar-benar top of their performance. Leviathan pun top of their performance ya.
Pakai flash atau
real ya.
Gitu. Jadi harus respect gitu. Tapi
jam 1 enggak tentu sih. Ini tergantung depends dari Boom lawan Optiknya gimana. Oke.
Itu udah pasti itu. Bisa.
Botol, let's go.
Tapi
Blow jeder.
Pengalaman pastinya.
Bani masih ya blow jeder bos.
Ya. Pengalaman ini penting banget. Berserk, Blitzking, Famous, Flip jeder dan juga Teh Botol. Bali selaku pemain yang pernah bermain di luar.
Suaranya kecil nggak sih guys? Gua nih, aduh.
Kira-kira bakal dialami oleh anak-anak muda kita di sini.
Yang pasti
gue nih, yang kurang bener nih.
Teman-teman nggak mau ngecewain.
Gini kah?
Nggak mau ngecewain.
MU nggak emang ada.
Yang pasti di orang, kalau menurut saya dari yang saya udah kenal, saya kenal Dustin, saya kenal Famous, saya juga tahu Flip, saya tahu Teh Botol dan Berserk. Saya yakin di orang juga porsi latihannya kan kita udah nggak kayak dulu gitu loh. Kalau dulu mungkin kita latihan
MU kalah anjir 2-1 cok.
WCG baru bisa latihan gitu. Kalau
sebelum ya.
Nah ya kalau ini kita tuh sekarang porsi latihannya udah bisa latihan sama Korea, udah bisa latihan sama Jepang. Jadi di orang udah, kalau mau ngomong demam panggung sih kayak enggak. Ini kembali lagi
MU main 2 kali sih.
Kita mau bawa diri kita kemana, intinya gitu loh.
Okay.
Ini jadi ajang show off aja sih kalau menurut saya. Jadi kalau misalnya kalian udah di stage yang kayak gini, janganlah bermain terlalu aman gitu loh. Jadi main as a team sesuai dengan plan.
Ya.
Abis itu udah langsung memberanikan diri kan.
Kemarin kalah 2-1 lawan Liverpool
aja gitu loh. Okay. Jangan terlalu main aman gitu loh. Karena kalau kita
main 2 kali dia anjir.
Nggak akan bisa main optik.
Jadi berarti harus ninggalin zona nyamannya kita juga ya buat ketemu kayak apa strategi dadakan penting?
Ya strategi enggak sih, yang pasti
lo yang ngepost IG sedetik doang kah?
Mereka nonton juga optik main seperti apa. Cuman kembali lagi ini tuh nggak perlu nonton optik main seperti apa. Optik tuh nggak akan kasih respect pada
awalnya. Kenapa ya error?
Itu normalnya begitu, mereka akan ngeras, akan push, akan agresif, mau di defending side, attacking side, mereka akan melakukan itu. Di momen Boom bisa menahan itu, baru dapat respect, baru kita akan menonton
optik yang sesungguhnya.
Nah, optik dan Boom yang sesungguhnya.
Dan Boom yang sesungguhnya juga.
Masuk akal sih, iya sih, bener. Karena mungkin bisa dibilang ngetes ombak gak sih, kayak ngetes mental. Optiknya ngetes mental si Boom. Kalau kita ngeras kayak gini, si Boom nih bakalan bisa nahan atau enggak. Kalau nggak bisa nahan, tentu akan digituin terus gitu kan. Jadi nggak akan ada stratbook yang kebuka dari optik. Boom pun juga kewalahan. Tapi kalau sampai Boom bisa nahan, nah baru ini tim boleh-boleh nih ya kan. Ayo kita kasih game yang sesungguhnya, baru disikat tuh sama optik dan juga Boom.
Kadang-kadang kita nggak bisa sih mandang satu tim sebelah mata ya, kayak semuanya tuh selalu ada kali pertama. Dan ini adalah kali pertama bagi Boom Esports. Jadi ini udah jadi panggung mereka sendiri. Terserah mereka gimana caranya mereka mau membawakan diri mereka di game ini.
Iya, dan kalau kita lihat
Liverpool lawan Newcastle
sudah mulai masuk ke stage kita juga. Udah bersiap-siap.
Wih, Boom cok.
Ini saya kenal tuh tadi rambut ungu tuh. Ya rambut ungu saya kenal tadi, kenal ya. Kenal saya rambut ungu.
Bareng ya.
Apakah kita akan menyetel lagu hari ini?
Untuk rambut ungu Bambang.
Ini DC mana weh?
Oke, tapi kembali lagi ke topik kita pastinya di sini. Seberapa besar pressure? Kalau misal kita bicara, ini kan mainnya apalagi ini bukan online, ini offline di sini. Dari Bali yang punya pengalaman. Kalau misalnya, kalau kemarin aku lihatnya dari Prx ketemu dengan
Yan, kayaknya gue covid lo ya.
Ini idenya diteriakin, mereka trigger ternyata.
Kayaknya sih.
Bakal pengaruh juga nggak? Kalau misalnya nanti dari Esportnya diteriakin sama pemain-pemain dari Optic Gaming.
Seharusnya di stage yang sekarang enggak sih. Mereka pemain cukup yang pengalaman kok itu semua. 5
Kalian
udah merasakan pahitnya main LAN seperti apa,
jangan mati,
diteriakin seperti apa, udah dirasain gitu loh. Jadi pemain-pemain yang sekarang ada di sana itu tuh bukan pemain baru, dia orang pengalaman. Jadi kita seharusnya nggak harus worry, yang penting mereka jangan sampai gak hadir aja gitu loh, karena ini main kayak kita lihat game sebelumnya ya, Las udah melakukan apa, udah jurus semua udah dikeluarin tuh, gaya apa udah dikeluarin, semua udah dikeluarin. Nah jangan sampai kayak begitu, jangan sampai, semuanya kita harus merata, saling support, saling menutupi. Temen lagi down lagi kayak gimana, si captain harus bisa membaca gitu loh. Kalau temennya kayak kita, temen lagi down, satu-satunya cara untuk menutupi itu hanya captainnya. Captain harus turun tangan gitu loh. Jadi kalau nanti momen ada siapa misalnya berseknya kurang bisa perform atau kayak gimana, itu kembali lagi ke tim yang harus bisa ngebaca dan bisa membangun chemistry, memprotect tim spiritnya itu sendiri.
Oke, sedikit perbincangan pastinya ya. Tapi kalau bisa bilang, ini pasti kita juga punya
dari mana
dari masing-masing talent yang sedang hadir di sini ya. Mungkin kalau kita mulai
dari tadi cobayan
misalnya yang
makan ini.
Wah,
kan garam. Gak ada rasa.
Sudah jelas ini serigala terakhir ini.
Buat pusing gue ya.
Pernah nonton serigala terakhir ini kan serigala
terakhir. Pablo kayaknya covid, Dut.
Boom Esports. Jadi tentu saja I'll go with Boom Esports. Meskipun lawan itu Optik, tapi ya
kayak gitu.
Tetaplah.
Gue makan sambel.
Terus
masa nggak ada rasa aja, Cuk? Sama nasi gue makan rasanya rasa nasi putih tawar doang. Fix ya?
Gak pernah menganggap sesi prediction itu
kayaknya sih lah,
ini lebih ke arah sesi yang suka gue mau pick apa ya kan. Kita ada di meja ini, betul gak tau?
Betul,
betul. Ya udah, kalian juga udah tau lah gue pick apa ya.
Udah download VIII Mon?
Udah dong.
Oke, nanti poin kita.
Udah cocok sih memang.
Lempar aja kalau yang sebelah sana. Lempar aja ya.
Ya katanya Om Owo sangkatan, kayaknya gimana? Kalau
nggak mau sangkatan, nggak mau.
Gue udah ketebak sih itu ada di situ.
Kita masuk ke sesi pick kita berdua ya. Kita lihat dulu untuk map selection.
Cepet ya, downloadnya alhamdulillah, nanti kita kasihan.
Di match kita yang kedua ini, match yang sudah kalian nantikan ya, dan cukup mendebarkan Ascent.
Kau tembak yang mana, Bi?
Kali ini di-ban oleh Boom Esports. Icebox juga ternyata ditutup oleh Optic Gaming. Ini kemarin muncul ya, cukup mengejutkan. Muncul di pembukaan malah. Kaget saya. Map pertama keluar tuh. Buat adanya
itu tuh nonton dari Discord aja, Dut.
Bakal keluar atau enggak. Dan Boom
patah-patah ya dari Discord.
Patah-patah emang. Salah satu yang cukup baik juga di mana 3 match.
Gue baru Mapic nonton di mana, Ica?
Ingat ini mereka belum pernah tumbak di map.
Lu mau gue
nyalain suara kamu di Discord.
Apa?
Nonton di Twitch.
Yang Inggris apa yang Indo?
Ngobrol dua grup ini.
Tapi ini lagi nonton di Bang.
Mana yang mau di-push?
Menurut gue sendiri ya, sesi tadi sih Om Awat.
Jadi gimana?
Namanya ngeles
namanya.
Map 1 Breeze.
Ternyata pick pertama dari Boom Esports ini masuk akal sih, karena ngelihat performa
Bang mau nonton di mana, Bang?
Aku Twitch
kemarin ya di Last Chance Qualifier itu bisa dibilang konsisten dan juga cukup baik lah itu.
Di Nimo.
Karena mereka berhasil menang
di Bang Mon di ini Discord.
Tapi ujung-ujungnya juga menang.
Ada satu di sini.
Iya, dan kalau nggak salah game time-nya mungkin
nggak full tahu, nggak enak.
Iya sih, jadi
iya. Kasihan yang nonton.
Map kedua mana nih? Saya penasaran nih.
Map 2 Bain.
Belum.
Bain ya.
Masih ada.
Oke, Bain dari Optik.
Gila, Optik pilih Bain.
Ya map yang masuk akal banget, salah satu rumah.
Satu lagi Heaven sih.
Kalian PD Boom kah? Yang menang.
Enggak juga sih, Bang.
Tapi ketika mereka berhadapan dengan Prx,
Map 1 Breeze, anjir, masa main Breeze, Cok?
PD paling nih, Nyok. Kalau gue DN kan.
Lo yang Inggris ya, Mon, berarti, Mon?
Ya, gue Inggris. Ini gue nyalain audionya.
There is no way in my mind that Chet sits there and
allows
Pearl to go through when there is no need against one of the lowest rated teams for you to bring out a pocket map and show your strats against a team you don't need to try, quote unquote, try that hard against that we know of yet. I could be complete. I want to be proven wrong.
Gak sepede Prx, ya udah vote lah guys, jangan ngomong doang. Vote.
Have to try the hard and they shouldn't have to give up their map sequence at the moment. That's why.
Nah, decidernya fracture anjir.
Tanda yang mana sih?
Breeze, Bain, fracture berarti mainnya.
Pearl's an interesting one overall because like teams are going to act indifferent to it. Nobody wants to reveal we actually are going to main pick Pearl. We're really good on it. Like it's alright. They're floating it. They'll float it.
Ini.
But I think that this is a typical sort of.
Kalau kita nonton Indo, kita beda. Aku defend terserah.
Masuk sih.
Kalau mau bareng sama mereka, aku nonton yang Inggris. Gimana coba nih kalian kalau mau nonton, mau bareng sama mereka, ketik 1. Kalau mau yang aku sendiri ketik 2. Nah, sudah. 1 sama 2 gue mau lihat dah. Coba. Jangan 1 cowok. Soalnya nih teman-teman pengertiannya juga ya. Kalau gue sendiri, gue sebenarnya nggak apa-apa guys. Gue bisa aja. Cuma kan gue lagi sakit nih. Bau-baunya covid nih guys. Gak bisa terlalu teriak-teriak gimana. Biar bareng aja ya. Nggak apa-apa ya teman-teman ya. Satu blok 3 periode. Siapa yang ngetik 5 pensi Anang itu udah fix, yakin gua. Yang ngetik 5 tuh pensi Anang sumpah. Ini kalau teman-teman lihat judul juga. Itu udah tulis kita hashtag streamer covid cok ya. Oh, kita hilangin dulu lah, belum tentu. Chill meh, chill. Copyright. Wah, lagi ini iklan dulu lah guys, iklan dulu nih. 50 detik iklan dulu ya. Apa aja tahu nih obatnya. Buat apa? Nggak ada. Lagi. Udah loh, udah add inserted loh. Udah cok, udah ntar pada marah anjir. Udah pada hilang tuh.
Welcome back everyone. 2 teams are now ready to make their Champions Istanbul
udah
debut.
cukup.
Let's go ahead and meet Optic Gaming and Boom Esports.
Ada pasti ada yang kena cok. Entry bro, entry. Oke, kita bakal lihat entry player famous.
Yay.
Anjing abang-abangan cok. Lanjut nonton Prx.
Flips Jider.
Flips Jider. Dia lagi cak, gue juga denger baru gue ikutin. Flips Jider.
Finesse. Berserks.
Kalau ini bisa lah dia berserk.
Victor.
Coba di like dulu.
Crashes.
Nah, teh botol pakai masker, cok.
Meow. Check.
Kalau misal Boom Vs Prx dukung siapa? Bisa cok. Dukung yang terbaik lah. Siapapun yang menang.
one, I was really hoping that Meow would fist bump the air. Two, I also think that Meow has won the award for best name pronounced in our walkouts.
Yeah. it felt like the actual sound too.
Ica nonton yang Inggris kan?
Iya.
Nah YouTube, Twitch aja. Emang iya? Masa nge-lag? Di itunya udah dirubah belum? Low latency. Di advance-nya.
That is true. She's about 100 cats already. So.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Anyway, looking at the match though, as we get ready for this game, just a reminder, folks, if you're just joining us here, Breeze is going to be map 1. That is
1, 2, 3, ye. Aduh.
Di checklist ya?
Iya, dinyalain.
Udah kok.
Udah. Nge-lag kah di sini?
Enggak sih.
Nah, bisa aja. Enak. Kalau di YouTube kurang jernih, Cok.
Iya sih, udah tajam.
Oh, Blazking, Cok. Dia main pakai jam tangan dong. Enak kah?
Enggak tahu.
Hah?
Enggak enak.
Kan gak enak ya pakai jam tangan ya main ya? Masa dia pakai jam tangan sih, itu serius? Lo IG ya pacarnya Rian ini Anjoy. IG aja lo. Pacarnya Rian.
I mean, I feel like that's really important because the teams themselves, like you just look at the attacking and defensive sidedness of Optic as a whole, and then you look down at their Breeze stats. I'm like scrolling down and I'm like, sheesh, they got the heavy attacking sidedness when it comes to Breeze. Not a surprise, of course, but for them to start on a comfortable side, as you said, and I love that. Look at the really positive vibes.
Everyone should have a stuffed animal on the
I
stage.
agree.
Okay?
I used to have to carry
Ban coach ngaco tuh bener dia pakai jam tangan Anjoy. Serius lu? Buka nggak sih? Nah, enggak lo di benernya.
Let's go ahead and jump into our Prime Gaming Agent Select here and see what we're gonna get. Both of these teams do.
Kirim Bang Rian. Rian ada Rian. Lagi berak guys.
Ini baru keluar mandi.
Oh baru keluar mandi tuh. Saweria bang, kenapa Saweria? Oh belum, tenang, chill meh, chill.
Gotta keep that economy in hand. If you want the up online, you gotta do well. Also, stop first dying because this is their worst map for it. They go down very early and they also don't get traded because they're pushing on their own and get caught out.
I mean, on the side of Optic in reverse, you know, you're looking at Victor here on the jet. I mean, we talk about Yay a lot. Yes, the chamber is going to be so important. I know they've got I know there's power positions on the map upon which you have to be careful of these chamber players, but Victor.
Nobar Meica Rian Montana.
Revolutionize the movement on Neon, for example. This man will be mobile. This man will understand where he needs to put across the map. And when you start on attack,
Same agent kah? Mirror kah?
your entry. He must get you in and get that space so you get that plan down.
Agentnya Mirror.
For sure, but now, you know, we're gonna wait for this.
Jadi Pablo main dukung siapa?
Curious to know though, right?
Ya aku sih dukungnya. Tetap boom ya.
Dari cara lo ngomong optik sih.
Oh mikir.
No bro, no.
Optik banget itu pakai mikir gitu kan tak.
Enggak, soalnya nih boom nih kadang-kadang bagus gitu. Berharapnya boom lagi emang top of the performance kayaknya kan.
Enggak kan gua nanya siapa yang bukan nanya siapa yang menang, nanya dukung yang mana.
Ya dukung boom lah, kalau dukung mah boom.
Pakai mikir lah.
Iya kan. Aku sih dukungnya boom sih.
But it doesn't really get harder than this.
No.
Botol gimana manggilnya tadi dia?
Botol.
As a team, so whatever the benchmark you happen to get, I will say to the viewers of the world who are listening, if they want to win this series, it must happen with Breeze. They must take Breeze. If it goes to map 3, they have a chance, but if they don't win Breeze, I really feel like that is the biggest, you know, Mount Fuji jump and leap that they'll have to climb to be able to overcome that kind of battle, having to battle back in a reverse sweep.
Yeah, imagine the world if we go to Fracture map. What kind of a utopia would that be?
Optic could get in their head to say it's happening again. It's happening again. I do really think that like Boom have been really strong, and I'm speaking to people like Benkai as well. Like he felt that this was a team that it wasn't a surprise to him that they qualified. He also said it's about time we saw an Indonesian team here because there was free in the LCQ as well. So it is one of those areas where I think that like Optic, this is where they should be comfortable, and I think if they want to go for the best run by winning champions, their map pool has to be stellar. No drops anywhere.
Yeah, well, I did ask our amazing production team to go ahead and give me a little predictions graphic, and oh, no surprise. I should have went with Boom just to do it.
No, images that precede unfortunate events.
Yes.
That's the power of it.
There it is right there.
I feel like we just plat-chatted ourselves.
We did just
Anjing, semuanya optik, Cok.
Oh, is that what they do after?
There you go.
Lo bentar lagi pada nangis, bro.
Grab that, and if it does all go south, oh my goodness. Are we gonna look like we have pie on our faces here?
I will say something that Yinsu constantly points out is every time Optic play and they wear green of some kind, they win.
God, that's just too
They
much.
win.
Oh, bought you that watch?
I bought that myself, actually, to be fair. So this is no bias. This is just by coincidence, a mere coincidence. I just happen to wear green today, so.
So we're really leaning into curses here.
Yeah,
we really are. We
Kita
actually
tarik
really
dulu.
are.
EMEA. It's like, oh yeah, NA are playing? Yeah, NA are gonna win.
NA are gonna win, guys.
Oh wow! I didn't realize that I was just surrounded by bias everywhere I look.
I mean, you gotta play your cards right. I will say, like, another thing about it is like mouthed on the KO controller main. Like, it's typically what we sort of see and expect from him overall. But his KO's been really good. I think there's not Fractured. There's another map that he plays. I think maybe like Icebox. He plays a little bit of that, and obviously Brimstone. So he's not really like a world-class controller. He's moving into different roles now, just because there's more to gain.
No, my heart will break if he moves from being a
Kenapa
controller.
mulainya,
Because I keep saying he's one of
Kenapa,
the
Yan?
best players in the world.
Kenapa,
And
Yan?
he's one of the best controllers, and all of the best controllers start with
Lu
Ned.
suka sate nggak sih?
Away from this role. How will I sit on the desk and annoy you?
Oh,
We
Ica belum pernah makan ya?
arbitrary connections that will
makan
always
dia
be made
yang
on
aku
the
bawa
desk.
ke
That's what
sandang.
we're here to do. I will never let this be
Iya,
let
Cok.
down ever. So
Yang
my
mana?
Kurang
first
ini.
controller.
Pernah aku bawa waktu itu.
Bagus sih sebenarnya, emang kalau di atas kertas menang Optik, guys. Tapi
Ntar lah yang gue pesen lagi Yan.
bisa ya, biasa tiga-tiganya Optik.
Cuma daging aja udah lu makan pakai nasi hangat. Selesai tuh.
And also, make sure you stay tuned because we have another match coming up after this. It's going to be an exciting one as well. Prx versus Leviathan, which will be
Habis ini Prx ya?
But you know,
Iya.
Oh, seru-seru dong hari ini.
Makanya
Mon, mata-mata, Mon.
there was a
Stream
lot
ulang,
of
Mon.
conversation,
Prx
right?
sama Lev.
Marv most definitely, you know, was the point of contention of like, could this guy be one of the best players in the world? But
Kalau orang Amerika bilangnya Leviathan. 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 Tapi kalau orang Inggris tetap bilangnya sesuai ini.
That has to rock the mental a little bit.
Berarti banyak banget.
I mean, I don't think anything can actually rock Mav's mental. He is ice cold for all those things. I think if there's
Gak mulai-mulai nih gue lelet.
like, I want to see a little bit more because we know what he can do. It's crashy.
Gue jujur pengen yang gue pengen nonton main tuh FPX Yan.
Yeah.
Masih patah-patah ya, Mon? Apa dari guanya?
Lu keluar atau masuk lagi Yan? Ininya apa?
Tapi gue nonton juga patah-patah di Montana. Kayak FPS drop gitu.
Wah,
iya nonton dulu. Tenan. Ini Montana yang patah-patah itu. Gue sharein coba Yan. Gak bisa. Goblok nih Discord nih. Suka nyangkut gitu, Cok. Loading doang dah.
Yeah, that is what it says on my paper. It says one-sided game, but that I think
try that.
There's always the possibility that these kind of things don't work
out.
Masih delay loh.
Apa ya?
It absolutely has, but really on paper,
internet lu nggak, Mon?
an enormous.
Internet gua aman banget Yan.
First time at an international.
Tapi kayaknya yang ini mendingan double daripada yang tadi.
Mana ini itu detiknya aja jalannya lama ya, lu lihat tuh.
Enggak.
Orang gak jalan, nah baru mulai ini.
Mulai Cok.
Mendingan
Gue gak bisa share screen aja nih. Oh main cepet Cok, Optiknya Cok.
Nyangkut Cok.
Sabar gue gak bisa share screen Yan, sumpah Yan. Kenapa ya? Nice. Nice, itu salah anjing.
Wah, lah gue pikir Boom yang bunuh anjoy, taunya Optik yang bunuh. Pablo.
Waduh, Prit.
Good crossfire setup as well to be able to deal with somebody like Famous, but they've broken it to some degree. Having said this, Marv is still on the flank through double doors, and he cleans things up.
Gak bisa share screen Lian, kenapa ya?
Decent pistol round from Optic. Nothing too fancy.
Gak tahu, loading doang dah.
Coba live-in ulang lagi, man.
Well.
Oke,
And this map, even though Victor ends up being the first death there, and you know,
coba gua keluar masuk dulu.
This map is Victor's playground.
It is.
I mean, you are going to see if Victor plays anything like what he's done in the past on Breeze, you're going to see a masterclass on Jet from this guy. It's not an agent that you normally think of associating with Victor. But whenever he plays on Breeze, he's been dominating.
Gua install Discord bentar. Gua install Discord biar bisa.
His playground.
Kasian ya.
But looks like nothing out of the ordinary, honestly. Almost the exact same scenes that we've witnessed from before. You can see the snakebite goes over the top. That's going to clear that one side. The cloudburst as well to cut up a lot of the angles in case they're holding close.
Wow.
Better weaponry. Should be an easy fight to take. Indeed, the players kind of stopping like flies at this point. Too much more to work with, including that spike planted down. Needs a bit of extra cash in the back pocket. But time now to talk as well about Optic, because in the past, I mean, we just saw it mentioned as well when the scoreboard was brought up, but they have been slow to start at these tournaments. A lot of times ending up losing as well to
Di
these
sini terlihat tampaknya
knocked out of champs last year by extended the groups.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, they're 2 and 3 all time against
Optic
APAC.
looking so strong ya guys ya.
Those are against the creme de la creme of APAC teams. Boom is that next tier of the teams that are coming up and looking good towards the end of this open circuit system before we get into next year. But they haven't got the same level of scalps. This would be the first big one that Boom would take. And they've done a great job just getting here to start with.
Yeah.
And Optic, I was wondering whether or not they were just going to keep hammering this A exec. But on the bonus round, starting to take things towards B. And just bursting in.
Yeah.
Marv building up the null command so early.
Massive ultimate to just try and expend and get right in there, but Famous has already removed 2 of them in this crossfire setup again. See, Berserk's just holding that one angle. Make sure that they just mow them all down with the rifles in their hands. Easily done. There you go. A bit of confidence back. You can hear them screaming across the stadium.
Chill man, chill.
That's Boom with their first round on the board.
Chill tadi biasa lah, Boom mesti tahu sendiri ya kan.
It's not going to be a feeling like it, Brent.
Paham kan kalau Boom kan.
Just waiting for that first moment of excitement and you realize, yeah, you can beat your opponents. Yeah.
You can go toe to toe with the top dogs, these guys who you've seen.
Cek.
Performing in the finals.
Apakah sudah aman Yan?
Big events.
Coba lu live.
And that's what they needed.
Coba lu nonton live Montana dulu dah.
Now they've got proper rifles back in their hands. Looks like they're going to go for some kind of A split. Might just be taking mid control though.
Di gua bata-bata live Montana.
Going down along with a Molly to control.
Coba lu nonton live gua.
Di gua belum enggak ini.
Iya Montana tuh. Restart PC deh Mon. Restart PC Mon.
Wah, enggak.
It's very slow and steady for now. Forcing out that drone.
Kalau enggak install Discord kayak gua barusan.
Mid-round information. It's destroyed early though, so could still be a player lurking up halls, but he doesn't quite know that. But
Berarti di Pablo dulu aja ya.
They've done a good job at the beginning of this round, Optic, to stop any mid-aggression. So Marv has an option here to go for a flank through double doors, but is choosing to reconnect with the rest of his team.
Gua nggak boleh
And now
teriak-teriak.
all 5 Optic players bunched up on A. But without that mid-control,
Gatal
Boom are
tenggorokan.
reluctant to stack the A side.
Manja
They're
lu.
still playing a very
Tapi
spread
jangan
defense.
turutin, Cok.
Now just opting to
Tapi
try and go
barusan
for a
gua
bit of
udah
a
teriak.
play. That was just spam. Right through the wall, flash over the top as well. Doesn't quite connect. Someone needs to deal with a dart though. Pushing in between the pyramids.
Ya
That's Victor.
ampun.
Ya, temennya nggak ada yang
These
backup.
kills. Couple of shotguns coming in. Dangerous situation. Dropping a couple of the players down very low. In fact, look at that warbang kill straight to the cranium. Famous claims another.
And he got a 3v3 with Victor again, going for the reflank. Good trade by Famous, who's now the sole chamber on the board. And they are worried about that mid-flank. Victor is going for it.
Yeah,
he's dead to a single Vandal bullet.
War going down though, that opens him up to a couple more angles, and you're right, Victor, he is low,
Nice.
and now the pressure's on him, honestly, to get stuff done here, but it's not really being watched. Holding it, patience, the discipline,
not going for it.
Whipping the shots though,
Nice banget Famous 4 kill Joy.
Famous.
Victor.
Kayak
And I
nggak
think there's
ragu
going to be
ya.
questions about the way that Victor played that one. I think, I mean, from our POV, it looked like he could have had an opportunity.
Victornya mau ini ya kan. Chill dulu, chill.
Famous is weak on the spike.
Yeah.
Udah siap kalah dia.
Udah siap kalah ya.
Iya.
Dan tadi bilang tadi 2 aja cukup kan.
Overall, a good round from Famous. Famous, the new addition. He's not even officially a Boom member.
Lawan cowok Indonesia cowok. GG.
But he has taken over
Onyx
this big
ikut.
fragging role for the team. He actually plays a ton of different agents, the Raze, the KO, the Chamber, the Sova, but it's allowed their IGL Flipside to take a step back. Flipside used to be a very hard carry player for Boom, and now he's given up some of those.
Suara aman gak guys? Gua agak budak soalnya bintang nih.
Just drawn Boom level in the series.
Yeah, I can't emphasize enough how big of a player this guy has been actually coming in for this team.
It's made all the difference in the world.
Yeah. Allowed them to go on that tear through into.
Tolong bantu guys, suara aman ya. Flips Jada.
On top of it, why not?
Boomnya tuh lagi on fire banget kan? Aimnya cok. Duh.
Very important kill.
Wait, ish.
Nice crunch actually.
See?
Blaze King
I'm gaming yang Asia.
Nest and tunnel. So dealt with an anti-eco and Boom are now really starting to get some momentum underneath them. Crucially in that round though, right, there were still 2 Vandals available for Optic.
Tuh kenapa ikut-ikutan?
Kaya banget cok.
This kill right here onto Ye. If Ye wins that,
enggak Yan. By the way, lu lihat Blaze King main pakai jam tangan, cok.
Didn't quite get it done.
Nih.
Iya tuh.
Gila ya.
Itu udah biasa, udah kebiasa tuh.
Kebiasaan.
Gue dulu sempet itu dulu main.
Kalau nggak pakai jadi aneh ya.
Iya, kalau nggak pakai jadi aneh.
Ya.
Serius lu?
Iya.
Kayak ada yang mandekin di situ tuh.
Kayak ada yang stop tangan lu gitu tuh.
Iya, ya nah.
Gila teh botol darahnya.
Creates enough space that Optic are going to be capitalizing and taking back of the A side.
Mesti dibanting nih, sumpah dibanting nih.
Aduh. Now has the Hunter's Fury online of his own, and he does catch somebody. Crashes goes down.
Winnable bro. Enggak dong, enggak pakai wallhack.
Ya Allah.
Ya Allah, enggak pakai wallhack.
Apa lo udah dikasih, tapi kan kita udah kasih tahu bro.
Ya mati dah nih.
Bit inoptimal. Just trying to take these fights, and the timings obviously doesn't want to peek his head over, but out of war falls. There we go. Time to strike.
And that's a very nicely played post plant by Optic. They now get up to a bunch of their other ults online. Everybody was a couple percentage points away from getting ults.
Ada apa dengan Ye ini?
Only the soldiers exchanging.
Karena dia main cepet kan, jadi nggak kelihatan Ye-nya ya.
Iya.
Kalau dia main lama kan biasanya dia headshot-headshotin dulu tuh.
Bisa ya yang baru datang yuk. Masa iya nggak di like-nya cuma 100, lu pada yang bener aja lu. Dukung cok, 1 like itu 1 doa untuk Bumi Sport ya guys. Untuk menang guys, let's go. Bisa cok, kita biar kayak caster cok. Astaga.
Aduh. Aduh.
Mono detik berapa Mon? 25, 24.
Telat gue kayak.
Pause play lagi biar nggak telat tuh. Nggak di Twitch juga bisa ketelat gitu loh. Di pause, di play lagi aja. Harus menang nih. Nice.
Drop.
And that's a spike drop down. What was looking like a dire start to the round. Managed to turn this one around.
Mati lah ini bersek cok.
We've seen time and time again from a lot of these APAC teams, but Victor wants to again answer back.
Kena nih. Anjing ditutupin cok.
Spike drop again.
Kok pakai masker ya?
Si ini ya, teh botol ya? Iya dari tadi gue bilang juga tanya tapi lu nggak jawabin cak.
Oh iya.
Iya. Dari tadi gue bilang.
Gue baru denger.
Enggak, lu nggak ada, lu lagi mandi tadi Ian.
Parah banget. Gue nggak denger bro.
Enggak, lu nggak tahu lagi main apa tadi.
Jangan nangis dong.
Nangis sih bro.
Untung aja gila.
Untung bell pick ya kan.
Enggak, itu ke flash itu. Botol sama flip jeder cok.
Kemarin sih pas di LCQ yang Blaze King yang bersinar.
Ih, Blaze King jaga side-nya asli.
I like the proactivity. Neither team is afraid of the other. So we're seeing these clashes, engagements, both jets happy to take duels. Flash didn't quite work,
Yeah,
but
no,
that
it's a
doesn't
little
matter.
bit off, but listen, the trade was there. That's what matters.
Yeah.
Wah, muka-muka optik, muka-muka ini, bro.
And it's
Pusing ya, bro.
and I think this is a great time for it.
Wah, jangan bilang yang juara champion boom nih.
Wah, gila sih.
Still that kind of presence in their ear, delivering them some small adjustments.
Nah, itu Maverick yang bisa. Maverick
Probably getting them
kasih
to
tahu
be
tuh
aware of some
sama
of the young
siapa.
players.
Apa
I
sih
think when
besok
you're optic
komennya?
in this kind of situation,
Nobar
you
ya?
almost expect Boom to
Apa main sama apalah nggak tahu
It
lah.
happens all the time when there's a
Tolong
perceived
Maverick, tolong.
better opponent that you're playing against. You lack the confidence, you don't go for the same level of risk, and that means that you don't make decisions.
Trouble is though, Boom have had good mentorship, I think, as well. They've
Kalau
seen that
di
Optic have lost
champion
before to a
Boom
lot of
berjaya,
teams, Shure
ini
and
berasa banget nih
they've
region
seen
saya
that
tuh mau di e-sport apa?
juggernauts of North America,
Kuat ya.
top juggernauts
Mau
of
dimanapun tetap kuat ya nih.
they can be.
Franchise dong, franchise.
Tapi nggak dapet, Cak.
Makanya.
Incredibly
Eh,
impressive about some of
emang udah boleh ngomong?
is that they don't
Apaan?
look immortal, and yet they still end on the podium or even winning it when it comes to Reykjavik. But that does mean you can get a leg up over them early in the tournament. They're self-admittedly slow starters.
Kan
to some of
nggak
these
dapet,
events.
Cok.
Apa tuh nggak dapat, Mon?
Some stylistic stuff that
Yeah.
plays in there as well.
Lu
They
nanya.
have struggled against the APAC teams, against the EMEA teams as well.
Jadi kita ngomongin gini biar berubah, Cok, keputusannya, Cok.
Iya kan, kalau gue sih nggak ngerti-ngerti, guys.
Didengar tuh.
Towards it. You can see how they're using this utility optic to stop any mid aggression, but that's not really the area of the map that Boom are playing for.
And his trademark was placed early on in the Viper's pit. And the piece
Oh,
of
nggak kena
mind,
Icue-nya?
they've only got Victor watching the back side of it, that one angle, but the double face takes him out easily enough.
Yeah, that's a pretty big mistake, isn't it?
Wah, ini dia yang ngambil hole anjing. Temen-temen kerat aimnya.
Well, I think they knew that could have been avoided. That's why Victor was watching it.
Aduh, masuk.
Just getting
anjing.
overwhelmed
Didn't
by the
expect the double
push.
face, yeah.
Now for Optic, they are being given mid completely, so getting some of these A splits together, B splits,
Juga mid ya.
seems doable.
A dong.
You might be about to start to see this explosion onto the side there. The dart into the back, that was shot.
Ketahuan di set
Backside of
satu.
Pyramid, they noticed to play it there on default, but the utility being
Oh,
used.
lumayan banget.
Almost whiffing that one, but managed to correct the aim.
Wah, tajam banget ya.
Locking this one down, anchoring it. Slight jiggle of the movement, Yado. He's going to be claiming another one. The record.
Anjing, teh botol di spray begitu, Cok.
Narrowly done.
Crashes.
Just down to crashes now.
Nggak mungkin ini, Cok.
Every single angle, there it is. Too much to overcome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Abang,
it feels like Optic
abang
are
nggak
just
punya
not
duit
being
lagi
able
nih
to find
abang-abangan nih,
these
Cok.
dual put into situations as well. Boom doing a good job there. Once you remove Victor,
Wah, saya tidak ngerti apa-apa, guys. Tidak tahu apa-apa saya.
take areas of the map.
Ini kan kita baru ya dapat nonton ya.
Backside. Trapped there around the pyramids. I really like the proactivity in A main. I think that's
Berserk
something
tuh
Optic are gonna
selalu
have to
jelek
start
loh
to
kalau
deal
main
with.
di
They're
saya.
focusing a lot on taking away mid control at the beginning, but Boom are fighting for
Miau.
A main. They're fighting for cave.
Yeah.
There needs to
Nah,
be a
dia nih
focus
jadi
from
main
Optic
ngontrol mid
overboard
terus
there. The
katanya.
adjustments gotta come through.
Kita bisa chill meh.
Half by round. Well, not going to get there just yet with the timer paused. I'm assuming.
Oh, berarti bisa ketemu nih Prx sama
Gojekku nyampe.
Yeah, small tech pause here.
Bentar,
For Boom, this is such a fabulous beginning. You heard the desk talk about how this map pool breaks down, Brent.
Yeah.
And actually, it's, in some sense, is a positive for Boom. Breeze is a map that they're pretty decent at. Bind, I actually quite like the way that they play. Their Fracture looks a bit wobbly to me. But they have two maps that I think they quite like.
Baru like dari notif mulu belum? Itu.
On the other side of things though, Optic are good at all three of these.
Unsubscribe dulu terus subscribe lagi
Been
coba.
on fire recently, and all of their Breeze maps have gone very well in their direction. Fracture, they were the team that invented the meta on Fracture in terms of neon comps.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Kocok
they
terus,
haven't been on
kocok
top of the world
terus.
recently, but their bind literally is. I agree with Ryan, the best in
famous
the
Cok.
world right now. Being able to beat, Paper X, be able to beat FPX on that map as well. So you're actually getting a clash of these two teams on familiar territory and comfortable territory, almost for both. And if Boom are able to bring it here on Breeze, that gives you possibilities that they might be able to battle on other maps too.
I think it looks really interesting.
Anjay.
Listen, Optic great team to go to that map number 2. I'd be assuming, making assumptions there that
Beda ya kalau ngeliat orang sendiri ya.
Fracture, but as much as we say that it is Optic who kind of set the meta a little bit as well with all the neon comps that are being run on that map these days, that's commonplace. And at that point, a lot of teams know how to play around it at this point. Yes. To this point, you know, when Optic were dominant and when they were innovating and playing a lot of those
makan permen si Marv.
teams didn't know how to offset it. You know, they didn't know how to work against it. But this is a bit different this time around. Later on into the year.
I agree completely.
Masa di report Andoy, jangan dong.
Press conference after losing Copenhagen that it's really difficult when you make deep runs in all of the tournaments to get out the other end and have enough time to invent new stuff and to be fresh and ready and prepped for the next event. They've had some time heading into champs, and I think that's a big question. Do Optic have
Lah dia makan permen, Cok. Ini orang
champions? Are they going to be meta leaders? I don't think this series is going to tell us too much. Nobody is really doing too much information on Breeze apart from paper.
Marv.
I mean, that's just paper.
Makan permen dia.
And then bind your expected the comps to stay in the kind of area that they've been. Maybe Optic have something new for us.
Makan lollipop, Cok.
But here on Breeze, it feels like Boom have got a great idea of what to do against Optic.
Keren banget dah nih Secret Lab Valorant dah.
I think another point too, Brent, is just that
bisa
these
beli.
players on Boom are actually winning duels. I think that seems like such a silly point to make when we're at Champions, but when you have teams that have only ever competed.
Kenapa nggak bisa dibeli ya? Kalau dia jual kayaknya bakal banyak yang beli gitu nggak sih?
Talking about Marv being potentially the best player in the world, I think he's definitely in the conversation. People have had Yay in there.
13-6. 13-9 lah ini.
Consistently and keep these guys to like a 1 KD or under. That is
it goes a long way.
It's a must.
It goes a long way.
And really Boom are doing it.
Yan.
Valorant's a shooter game.
Emangnya kalau
makan?
Evga.
Mungkin Chat tahu nih.
Apa?
Emangnya kalau lagi technical pause nggak boleh ngomong?
Nggak tahu, kayak nggak boleh deh.
Nggak boleh ngomong kali ya? Iya juga ya.
Terakhir sih setahu gue nggak boleh. Kali. Ada yang bilang waktu itu pas.
Dia ketawa-tawa ini ngobrol, Cok.
Wah, di minus, Cok, poinnya, Cok.
Lah. Lah, orang ini dia ketawa-tawa. Kamu nggak ngomong, dia cuma lihat data terus ketawa nunjuk-nunjukan.
Itu apa sih? Biar nggak basah.
Biar anget.
Warm ini. Warm pack. Biar anget tangannya.
Oh.
Oh, ngomong sama diri sendiri mereka. Oke, gua akan hari ini semangat. Gua bakal.
Kayak ngomong make in game deh, bro.
Katanya kalau technical pause nggak boleh, kalau tactical baru boleh.
Ya iya kan.
Iya, take pause emang nggak bisa sih setahu gua.
Harusnya kan
gitu. Dia
gitu.
ngomong make in game tuh, kayak dikurangin ya poin Boom habisnya nih.
Kayaknya dipotong 5 lah ya.
Jadi poinnya jadi 5-1 jadinya. Dikurangin lah nggak apa-apa.
Jadi 1-3.
5-1, Cok. 5 Boom. 1 optiknya.
The usual play here is, you know, take some liberties with it, try and find out where the defensive setups are.
Icue lagi nih 6 ini. Boom.
Gila.
Botol apaan, Cok?
The crossfire watch down, obviously the rifles favor and Boom there in that fight.
Yang megang panda lagi yang hancur.
Right? That's the exact same kind of thing.
Kelihatan.
It's not pushing all the way deep in game, but they're fighting the choke points instead of just sitting back at the first. And that is going to be something that Optic have to adjust to. Boom are running away with it right now. They've come in with a game plan and it's working.
Apa? Menyalain apa lagi lo, Tik?
Prime Gaming flawless.
Alap. Technical lagi lo.
Large tipping point when the money's now online for Optic.
And that's that play.
Rapi banget ya. Ini udah chemistry tuh maju berdua bareng gitu tuh. Kalau main biasa tuh temen ditumbalin tuh.
Because half the people are going to have utility in their hands or getting set up to.
Nggak tahu udah 3 kali ya flawless, sama 2 kali.
But you're now looking at this.
Kayaknya 3 kali.
Right here. One of the most impactful ones of this first half, I think, because this goes wrong for Optic. So having different takes, and you can see the mid aggression. Little flash play around the corner. It's Crashy's dealt with easily enough. FNS now is going to be facing 2 of these players who are still locking down that one angle. Flip side are having an absolute field day. And again, the jewels being taken, the jewels being won out. It's up to Victor to try and make the most of it, but now just Yay left alive. Operator in his hands. Against 3 opponents.
Spike-nya jatuh kan? Chill sih, jangan di-push sih. Hati-hati sih.
I think this one might be a bit too tough. The crossfire just looks so good.
Dimajuinnya begitu coba barengan, Cok.
And at this point, Josh.
Lu masa nggak Evga? Ya nggak Evga.
Optic Gaming, slow starts to these tournaments. The kryptonite, which appears to be one of these impact teams.
Nggak Jumawa.
This is Boom carrying it away, taking it away from Optic.
But also, on the flip side, he knows that the Optic timeout is going to give them time to focus on that A aggression. So for this rifle round, they decide this is the first time we're going to push mid. So for the first time in the game, they decide to push mid.
Dari teriakannya sih meyakinkan ya.
One player in mid. Normally there's can't get away with that with the way that Optic can play their attack sides. But the adjustment is perfectly timed.
Map yang pilih Boom ya?
Boom.
Yeah. And Flipsider is currently out IGLing one of the best in the game.
Timing.
Here we go. It's gonna be a beast build over the Blaze King caught unaware with a Hunter's Fury as well to try and supplement. Is still holding that one angle. It is Victor though who takes him out. So only 2 players of Boom remaining, and look at the respect that's being showcased here. Even a Viper's Pit being committed.
Makan apa ya, bro?
Optic haven't even been able to get into a post plant since FNS has had his ult online. So this is almost the first opportunity he's had to
Gue makan obat banyak banget. Makan apa yang gak ada rasa juga sih?
Seems reasonable to me. You need to start getting these rounds on.
Dapatlah satu lah buat mahal aja juga.
Bang.
Something a little bit special. Their players just bounding into the walls one after the other. You have to try and trade this one though. The ADS, luckily FNS is there.
Ya Allah bang, itu fairness-nya hilang.
Necessary for Optic, a necessary round as well to put on the board to try and salvage this first half.
Some of these trades are looking mighty sloppy for Optic.
Yes,
and it's not the timing, it's actually just the aim. It's strange. These moments where you expect Optic, when you watch them get deep in tournaments, to swing and immediately delete a player, they swing and there's just crouching and spraying going on. It does really feel to be this slow start, but it's only good teams that are able to capitalize on opportunities when they're presented. And that's what Boom are doing. And now Boom have some really good ults to play around. Viper's Pit over in A main. They've got Flipsider with a null command as well to shut down this push as it comes in.
His presence being shown now on double doors.
Di arus-arus, Cok.
Flooding into that A side, making sure that they take the backside of the control rendezvous away. Blaze King just not quite aware of this one. Still the angles. That long sight line. Watched the rendezvous to get back into the action.
And now
it's going to start to go down now.
Now you've got the null command for Flipside. He chose not to use it.
Ayo.
And so he pops it now for the retake. And these Optic players are getting crunched. And they're about to lose Hall's control as well. If Berserk looks to...
Berserk! Ya Allah, bang.
Pretty excellent stuff from FNS so far. He's going to get caught up again. That Hall's control that Ye was using. Flipsider hasn't been able to get just even any semblance of control to the back of the site because he's dealing with so many of these targets. But now they're fully aware of where each other is. At least the reposition now comes through. The tour de force out in the hands of Ye should be favored in this one. It's planning for the Flipsider. He just takes him out.
What a 1v1 for Flipsider to win. Yeah, he's 16-3 in 1v1s recently. Flipsider is a clutch monster.
Nonton Catar sini. GG. Lu emang bisa main Valo, ngerti?
Clear preparation that they've come into so far in this map. They are turning up big time.
Nice sekali, Wak.
What a kill.
Handling it, man. Handling it.
And there's the star player, IGL.
Aduh. Dia diketawa.
See how much it means to them, but still early days in map number 1.
Tadi waktu jalan keluar, entry-nya tuh ada ini ya? Pakai baju Onyx ya?
Hah? Gak ada, emang ada.
Ini tadi viewernya bilang.
Kayaknya nggak ada. Kenapa pakai baju Onyx?
Onyx itu apa?
Kenapa?
Dan gitu, Dut.
Jersey Ucil. Hah? Terusan Severin. Siapa yang pakai emang?
Rata.
Iya lo katanya.
Oh, si Tarik join Sentinel, Cok. Wow.
Diikat di kepala Blaze King.
Oh iya, tulisannya Severin. Anjay. Lumayan lah Cil, datang ke champion lah namanya yang penting. Penonton nggak ada, pas playoff baru ada katanya. Itu kosong tuh belakang.
enough that he was playing Raze at such a level that the admins asked to look
Ah, makan burger aja lah, gampang. Yang penting.
There you go.
Okay, unfortunately, there's him dying straight away. But this is something like from watching Boom at their APAC LCQ. This was something that they struggled with. If they lost a player, they ended in the 4 versus 5. They struggled to confirm a round on the back of that. If they lost their player first, they typically lose the round following. So the fact that the rest of the team, even when Famous went down, and this was when he was on fire right at the start of the map, the rest of the team's able to clear up, get into the heads of Optic, and Optic do struggle with that. It's the same sort of thing. Having a 5v4 advantage, sometimes teams like FPX, for example, still manage to get those rounds in and get in their heads. This is why, though, Optic wanted to start on the attack, right? Now they're on the defense, a bit more time
Sini Bang Pen.
Their plan. The advantage is still there for Optic despite the scoreline, I think, because of it.
Yeah, this is certainly going to be an interesting one to see how this plays out. Optic, we're not prepared for this aggression from Boom Esports. Can they keep it up going into this next half as we switch sides and send it back over to your casters to call the action?
That is the question. Boy, is it going to be Boom keeping this momentum going, or Optic going to be able to bounce back as well, find their footing a little bit more?
I think Optic being able to pick up a pistol makes this map somewhat more even and doable for them. Boom, I'd love to see them be able to just
bisa nggak nih, rapi nggak nih Boom nyerang ini?
The throat now, honestly, and just grab a pistol here, and it would make all the difference.
Ini penting banget poin
Starting
ini.
things out so passively here, Boom.
Ya kalau bisa
and
menang.
This is the thing with this APAC squad. They're not crazy aggressive like Prx, but they're not always super slow as well.
Yeah.
They do have a range of tempos that they can play with, and they look relatively comfortable playing both. This, quite a slow start, and now moving into a B execute. Can Optic hold on?
Live against the side, that is going to be tagging onto two of the players though, Victor. Now the pressure is immense and this guy is under.
Astaga nih Victor nyusahin,
Cok. 2 kills. Is that 3v3 though? Actually, Victor was traded out, but the players have already swarmed their way in. The wall's going to get dropped down. Yeah, just holding close to that wall, looking for the right angle, the right approach. Bite into the shock dart, no targets.
Nice try.
Dikira rotate, overthinking bro.
And Optic are now thinking about whether or not these guys have been able to escape from B.
Yeah.
There's only 30 seconds, and Optic are committing now.
You push past this wall, you have to be so careful. But there we go, it's a flash play to try and make it work. But it's Optic who are the ones who are ready for it with 25 seconds left. No more time really to make any more mistakes. To push the position there from BlazKing, do they expect this one? It has to be the plan coming through. Is this going to be forcing anything out of them? Pure patience so far from Optic. The spike does go down. Dart close, that's going to be forcing a bit of a wraparound now. BlazKing forced to take this fight out.
Aduh, udah di crossfire tuh.
With the ghost just up to
Rapi aja Optic.
But again, that discipline. Yeah, just not overstepping himself for his mates. Even when he does, he knows if he fails, the teammate's going to be picking up the pieces.
Optic have been in these situations where they're down so many times.
Rapi, Cok.
FNS has said it. These situations just don't face
them. PCT nih mulu ya nggak kayak lo ganti-ganti. Bang, ini aja udah keren banget, Bang.
The pistol round win is certainly going to help.
Full LED, bro.
We've seen some teams go for 4 spies, especially at Copenhagen after getting a plant down.
Sorry ya kalau guys-nya ini kita nobarnya kurang seru hari ini. Soalnya ya nggak bisa teriak-teriak banget guys, sakit guys.
But it might be a decent idea at this point. Choosing not to though, keeping the classics on board. And this will draw things level if Optic are able to convert within 2 rounds.
We did say for Optic, honestly, the pistol round winning it would be pretty vital in terms of them being able to get this comeback online. It's a deep knife that's going to be used in A main there on the defensive side, and Halls is still being watched down as well by Victor with the Marshall. Always going to be favoured when he's watching this one. Slight jiggle of the movement. I think he expects it's a bit of a bait play. Yep, it is.
Whoa.
Still, Victor almost just doesn't quite come out on top.
BT tuh, Victor sumpah.
I think that was a
anjing gak jadi ngepick lah.
Wallbang headshot.
Udah Cok, males.
And that did so much damage.
It's going to be put in a bit of a squeeze now as well. He's going to be rotating positioning. The wall's still going up. Has to dash to the side there. Victor, he is still so
FNS di situ, Cok, ketahuan ya.
Little pocket that FNS is playing inside of. He loves doing this. He's got a couple of different Viper walls that allow him to play in strange areas.
And his teammate's there to back him up as well, even once he's done the damage, eventually cleaned up. Setup just far too strong.
Sayang sekali, Bung.
BlazKing was doing an interview with Yinsu before the event kicked off. And he said he talked to Forsaken and Mindfreak a little bit about playing at these global events. And And Forsaken and Mindfreak, the other Indonesian players that have done so well globally, said, you know, Optic, these guys they're human too. You can beat them as long as you don't play scared, as long as you play like you do in scrims and tournaments. You can win.
Merah banget. Iya.
I think
Siap, bos.
Boom have definitely demonstrated that in the first half.
Ini nih harus menang ini Boom ini.
Mentality, even if you go on a bit of a losing streak.
Yeah.
Being able to win the anti-bonus here for Boom would be very important, but they start out at a deficit.
Yeah, and trying to keep that lead going is sometimes one of the more difficult things when you're up against a team like Optic with the experience under their belt. Been in situations like this before, and they are handling every single opportunity and gap there. Okay.
I'll tell you what, that rendezvous is not very good anymore. The one that Ye is using, he had to extend himself pretty heavily.
Really wide in that angle.
The rendezvous range going down, making that a
Blazking
much
kena nih,
riskier
Blazking,
play.
aduh.
But he got his and got out.
Victor's just been watching for that one. Okay, the trade is eventually there. In fact, as well, watching for these pushes out. That's Marv going to be at least falling back. Has to spectate the rest of his team now from the bench.
Yeah, Victor and Marv playing to overflank to try and find these players in mid and take the duels against them.
Just created openings.
It has created
Udah,
a
di
big
A0,
old
A0.
gap on A.
A0 bro, gas.
Wondering whether Optic are going to be able to retrieve maybe some guns, some vandals from somewhere. It looks like Ye's going to make his way towards one, just making sure that the place is clear before he grabs Vandal and upgrades from the Marshal.
Yeah.
But they have no idea where Blaze King and Tabotal are.
A decent amount of clearing being done by the Boom players, so watching around.
Nggak crossfire ini.
Ye wants to just
Blaze King
hold that
sama ini.
angle for the time being, and now you're going to start to see them take a bit more space, pushing up to double doors and squeezing. It's a dart. It's going to go against the pyramid. We've modeled everything on that fight that he just took, and he does win it out. With Epidus down, this becomes more than winnable. In fact, look at that. Bit of Viper Spit placing us with the dart a little bit. It has revealed his positioning. He needs a bit of help. This Viper Spit honestly doesn't quite help him. Tabolo's going to have to swing into this one to try and secure it. But half of the diffuser stuck down, and trust in their teammates. And
Kenapa dia
winning
buka
out the
Viper Speed
round.
di situ ya?
Very nice play by Optic there, keeping calm under pressure. Crashies is excellent in those kind of situations.
Efek, tapi Blaze King-nya ikut nembak gitu. Kalau mau kan mending diem kan?
It felt like they dealt with that one pretty perfectly.
Cool, calm and collected.
Yeah, cool, calm and collected, absolutely. It's a nice idea to throw the Viper's pit down and make it possible that you could pop out from a different direction, but it just wasn't close enough to where the spike was.
Oh my god, dia aja kaget anjir.
Meant that there was no crossfire from Prx to the back of the site.
And now comes the test for Boom. You got out to a hot start. You were 8-4 up in the first half, and Optic have started to draw things back level. The energy's a bit down, not cheering as much. Can you keep calm and focused even when your opponents start to go on?
Kalian langsung pulang enggak? Kalau war bracket, coba ini yang nonton 600, coba like-nya masih 186 doang coy. Coba di like dulu dong, tolong. Kita bikin 250 dulu lah, bisa lah, yuk. Yuk kita semangat lanjut sampai Prx guys.
Yeah. Great name as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a phenomenal name.
Nah, itu.
Wih, 82 tiba-tiba.
Ya, begitulah ya.
Yeah, I think these kind of scenarios are where you separate the wheat from the chaff, honestly. And this is where experience
Satu kali sampai subuh. Gas. Ini sampai subuh nih, sampai Prx nih.
I seem to remember him being on 7 very early on.
Yeah.
3 rounds in. There hasn't really been as much impact from your chamber play on the side of Boom, so.
It's also a bit tougher to get that kind of impact on the attack side now.
Yeah.
Unless Berserks is making a huge amount of space, and they haven't really been playing, you know, super hard exec kind of styles. They've been more slow paced in the round and then trying to mid round a lot.
Pesan
Which
makan.
I think that leads into how FNS likes to play his defenses.
Yeah. A quick burst now into the A site. It's a dash forwards.
Kosongin, Cok.
Rest of Boom not quite taking the space just yet. Eventually now making their way through the choke point. I think they were blocked off by the fragments actually that Marv sent through. But the war's going down, and that's right. As Flipsider was trying to reposition, it opened himself up to the Optic guns.
Famous is so far away from this action right now. On the latest of late flanks.
He's going to move on right now.
The rest of his team has to buy time.
They're going to know he's there as well, though, because the Trayvon set up, and as the wall goes down, it's all just inopportune timings from top to bottom.
Ini nembak kemana dia nih?
The game plan right now, Blaze King He's got the setup for it. Famous wants to take a bit of a high ground approach again, just from that mid angle all the way through. Snakebite's dropped down on top of it.
Okay, nice.
Damage is being done, but you're just whitewing into this one. The utility is stuck in his head. And he needs to try and stop and deny this defuse, but not enough once more time. So low there. A decent job from Boom to try and delay, but eventually Optic, they are a bit too well drilled, I think.
That does show, however, that Boom have some post-plant ideas that could get tricky in certain rounds. There wasn't quite enough time on the clock. But there was... I'm just seeing the recon dart stuck in Crashy's head. They had a snake dart combo.
Sabar bro.
Shock dart onto the spike plant, and then they also had Famous on that late lurk. He wasn't trying to go double doors. He was trying to get on top of that wall in mid so that he had a sight line. So certainly a set play post plant.
Aduh, operatornya di sini lagi.
Make their way towards halls.
Crashes with the off.
That's unusual, isn't it? You don't see this very often.
Probably because he's got his tour de force, but it allows him to watch down halls with a great amount of accuracy. Still taken out. Eventually, that's going to be that trade. Famous is opting into the operator himself.
And this is an awkward position for Ye right now. He's stuck at double doors, worried whether somebody could be flanking in from mid, and FNS is the only player ready to support.
Timing's everything here with a snakebite coming through, and there are fights kicking off all over the bloody map. He does take down Blaze King. Spike has been dropped down, and Victor's also just trying to get this flank going. That's okay to trade. Mark, dash to the side! Oh, the readjustment, the slight readjustment of the movement.
What an outplay!
Still, they have to deal with berserks from on high. And to bottle, guys looking around aimlessly, needs to just handle so many targets. Just coming his way, not really the positioning, which is out in the open, a sitting duck.
They keep with.
And this is many rounds in a row now, where Boom have been able to get the plant down, but not actually grab kills or space on the map with which to play post plant.
Bilip guys, bilip. Masih 89 loh.
Baiting them in, and then collapsing on them, and are able to get so much value out of the retakes. Look at that round counter up at the top. 4 out of 5 of the rounds in this half, including the pistol, won by retakes. And that's not anything special, I mean, apart from this. Being able to outplay the trademark spawn in a slow field that you feed. But it's more to do with how smart the sidecasters are at being able to just back off and draw utility out of Boom, and then collapse back upon them.
Yeah, it's the clear difference maker right now for Optic. It's really, I think, opening up and prying open those weaknesses that Boom have got in just trying to hold those post-plant scenarios. Seen a couple of times, you know, there's been miscommunication with a Viper Wall going down at the wrong time, a player being caught out of position.
Crashes through a recon dart at the bottom of hall, so he knows that these players are towards mid and B, but he misses his opportunity for an operator kill.
Lazy re-peeking that. Kraken at his feet, but still Victor. Left onto the high ground angle, and they are dealing with this one. It's that B split. The pressure is there. He's going to need a kill, but again, just enough to watch down every single point of contact. Racing left alive though, he's only on 11 health with the Bulldog. Arm's going to be brought back to life as well into the action, so now just that 1v4.
Only a 1v4.
Yeah.
But this is a mountain of rounds that are starting to pile up on the back of Boom.
One after the other, that nice gives great information, forces the swing out of Blaze King to make the most out of it, but...
Ya masih 89. Umi dari 8 kan nambah iya lagi.
It does appear to be that. And
6 round.
while Boom had a great game plan on the defensive side, that cave
Ini menang nih,
working really well, and then they threw in a bit of a mid play to add that extra layer in there. Now it's Boom that we need to see adjust. Once they get guns back in their hands next round, we need to see, once you get the spike plant down, do you have an extra play? Another little flash that you save to get yourself deeper into the site, or be able to retake that yellow position on A, or do you have a Halls reflank? There's got to be an extra layer here to their post-plant game. And it can't just be sitting back and playing lineups. That's not good enough.
It's just far too stacked.
Udah lihat daftar tim ikut ini belum ya?
Here we go, play being made here with an old man popped off.
MRL.
That gets info. Push them off of that kill as well.
Lagi.
Holding on top of Prx, already taking it back to the side control. We'll see if there's that extra layer of it. A bit of spam back and forth with the Vandals. The positioning is known. Hunter's Fury cuts across there. Is there going to be sort of capitalized?
Nice.
A lot of damage at the end of the day.
Tuh kan kencing, cowok. Harus kencing nih.
To lay that one down.
And I think that's the extra layer that they were really missing. You got that ult from Blaze King that pushes forwards and attacks the Optic players that had given them that space. You saw FNS playing in that same position he's always been in, back yellow, but this time facing a Hunter's Fury right in his mouth. That does make a difference because it creates more space for the Boom players to get set up, to be in their post plants and get the Viper's pit down.
Saving harusnya.
Saving
For them surviving as well. They get to carry all of these guns into the next round. Very important for them. And critically as well, they finally get that
sambil
round
senjata dulu ke depan tuh.
Crash used to be using the operator in so many of these defensive rounds. Yeah. It doesn't really have too much of an impact in this one. More to do with the Sova on the other side of things. Look at how much relieves the pressure from the rest of the people.
Selamat malam.
Those retailers don't have anybody to work with. Ye loses his trader that might have helped him contest the Viper's pit. It's just that nice extra layer that we were really looking for.
That was...
Now the operator's been passed to Victor. This is more regular.
Large dump of ultimates from Boom.
Kayak gak lu, orang udah lagi sakit, disuruh di WC, dikunciin, anjing juga.
So Victor's going to be having it in his hands.
Cowok. Salah output kali, Neng.
Far angle, they're watching for the dart or a knife.
Nah, Mek, mantap.
Begituan aja kenceng loh.
Enggak, baru gue benerin ternyata ada organan oke gitu loh.
Neither of them on
nomor, Neng. Apaan ya?
Ini boom melonop itu.
Blade comes through the flash. Did not quite connect from Marva. Still the gunplay is precise. So it's going to be removed. That's going to be the blade storm as well from Victor, just offloading that target. Again, critical information. Lights them all up. They're aware that the Boom players are trying to work their way through. But look at Tabottle. Goes an absolute maniac just in the middle of the pyramids. He's doing all sorts of damage.
How did he get 2 kills there? Just running rings around the Optic players. This is a rough retake for Victor with the op. At least Ye has the Vandal he can still work with. But for Victor with the Blade Storm already expended, this is going to be a tough one. And it feels like Boom have found that extra little piece to the puzzle. Little bit of aggression that they need to stop the Optic players being comfortable in the retake.
Reflank.
Udah kena mental, bro.
That one still have to deal with Ye out the back of the side.
No time.
It's a difficult one because look what's coming. Straight for that spike.
Pegang bang.
Shot does lay down. Even if shots didn't quite land there from Blaze, can still have been one round. That's going to be even up now 10-10. So finally, again, putting another one on the board.
And there's the aggression from Tabottle. And that's what you need to see. Somebody pushing past the and harassing
lah dia yang punya cowok anaknya cucunya emang
top. Throw these ideas out there. We see everything that's going on.
We have the complete information.
Flipside is only working with half of the info, and that's assuming they're coming well. But I think full credit to Flipside.
WC merubah segalanya, iya kan?
Kamu kan, Neng?
Murid saya dulu, bro. Ternyata dia main di sini, bro. Keren sekali.
Champion ini, Neng.
Banyak juga anak buah Boneng nih kalau lihat.
Murid lah, kalau anak buah kan kesannya kayak
tolong lah guys, itu 700 yang nonton 200 aja nggak nyampe, setengahnya nggak nyampe, at least 350 gitu like-nya.
Terima gaji.
Tolong lah guys, 10-10 seru banget tuh ini.
Terima gaji.
Dia marah kalau gue panggil Ica.
Kenapa emang?
Ini cowok gua dulu kalau karena mantanku panggil nama gitu, woi apa?
Aneh, iya. Apa? Ya Rian. Apa Rian?
Itu pasti emosi banget ya. Sama sih terkikis, harga diri saya terkikis kalau digituin.
Iya Yan?
Nah like yang bener dong.
Aneh
Tengah sisa udah dislike, astaga.
Ya Yan, sini dulu Yan.
Jangan cok, nanti kita nggak dapat streaming lagi. 1 like untuk kesembuhan Sir Pablo. Makasih loh.
Ayo kasih cuki mereka, cuki tanam mereka. Optik doang mas, sepele bro, let's go.
Iya Jo, easy on me ini. Ini technical pause siapa lagi sih nih? Dari tadi mainnya jangan dipukul-pukul makanya mejanya.
Kayaknya Rian.
Hah?
Iya Yan?
Enggak Cak, bukan gue itu.
Ya.
Lu kali Cak.
Kan biasa lu manggil apa berdua?
Dot.
Suka-suka aja. Cuma nggak manggil nama.
Dut.
Beb, Dut, yang, Sai.
Beb enggak, yang enggak, saya enggak.
Dut, terus apa lagi?
Jing katanya.
Sayang.
Jing, Blok gitu.
Iya.
Tot.
Woi.
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 Woi. Sini woi.
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 Legend nambah like tapi virusnya bisa ngurang. Jangan gitu bro.
Iya bro, jangan gitu bro.
Jangan gitu bro.
Kalau mau nonton aja.
Jadi gimana Neng? Udah resmi?
Apaan?
Jadi streamer lagi?
Gua masuk talent ini mau menggantikan Icue.
Welcome. Welcome ko benol Neng.
Bukan, sekarang saya BO Neng.
Oh iya, BO Neng bukan benol Neng lagi ya.
Aneh banget nih gua jadi BO Neng B gede aja.
Ayo Cok. Bisa boom, bisa yuk.
Anjing klip bejeder ini jidatnya gede juga Cok.
Wih asli. Itu musuh di depan dia tuh kesiloan Cok.
Anda baru datang langsung shaming aja nih kuliah lihat.
Maaf ya Ban. Itu dulu saya pas main PB tuh main CS-nya masih Bani anjing. Matiin Steam, udah langsung main.
Kalung emasnya Optic Gaming Cok. Iya anjing. Serius loh.
Iya ya OG ya.
Iya. Weh, Bang Musakar, long time no see bro.
Itu merchandise.
Makasih Bang Musakar, semoga rezeki lancar-lancar. Dikasih. 6 ringgit ya guys ya. I wish you have a good health, a good fortune.
Kedut kalau main jangan
Terus
banting-banting.
semoga
Aku.
lancar-lancar rezekinya.
PC ku rusak.
Emang Ica kalau main emosian juga Yan? Iya kah?
Amin.
Lu mesti lihat dia main kalau dia nggak live. Nggak bacot, cuman dar.
Padahal kan pendiam.
Mirip sama Lisang main.
Ya. Ini yang mukul-mukul.
Mirip sama Lisang main Super People gak? Mirip sama Lisang main Super People.
Pelarian kayak ini.
Onik yang nangis. Kenapa Onik? Enggak lah, ada wakil Indo masih lumayan lagi satu. Victor.
Ini pemain lama juga ini.
Ini Cuk.
Orang nggak bersinar di CS. Mohon.
Iya.
Anjing lu Neng. Tapi di sini dia bersinar kok.
Iya, di Palo.
Di Palo.
Tadi Liquid menang siapa Cuk? Yang kemarin ya?
Kalah Liquid anjing 2-0.
Hah? Tolonglah Scream kau itu. Ih, one tap aja kau urus.
Enggak, dia tuh udah tahu CBR ya. Udah pakai aja Reina, Cok.
Prx tambah jago anjing.
Nanti main. Habis ini.
Makanya.
Di sini main.
Tapi habis ini si Jing itu kan nggak main kan? Gimana ya?
Kenapa?
Hah?
Nggak main deh.
Hah?
Iya.
Mau sekolah ya?
Mau totola dia bro.
Percaya aja sama Bon, Neng.
Parah lu dari Lian dibocorin Cuk.
Mana ada?
Ini lama banget ya, gua keburu ngambil makan kali ya. Tanggapan lu Anthony dibeli MU,
Kayaknya gua masukin itu deh. Mau
Setuju
masuk
sih.
Prx gua.
Setuju. Jadi
Masukin
pereknya kan.
highlight.
Jadi pereknya lu. Lihat nih.
Sofa gua jago bro, sumpah.
Makasih Bang Musakar. Wih, dikasih lagi 15 ringgit bro. Indopride bos tuh lihat. Yang dari Malaysia aja Indopride guys. Masa kalian nih nggak mau bantu like aja nggak mau guys?
Ini anjing optik loh ini menurut gua ya.
Yang Indopride malu Cok.
Dunia Cok.
Iya Cok.
Yang dari Malaysia aja respect guys. Kalian nih 600 nggak ada yang nge-like gitu.
Ya ai.
Astaga. Like-nya ganjil ya.
Zaman kita dulu mana ada itu Yan.
Teknik apa?
Yang hand warmer itu, Yan, hand kocok-kocok.
Nah, zaman kita taruh di ini dalam kolor, Cok. Tangannya masukin celana nggak sih?
Ya kalau kolor mulut udah bau. Gitu biar panas tangan tuh.
Longer tech pause.
Longer tech pause. Gua ambil makan dulu bentar lah ya. Ini sambil makan dulu. Mari ya guys.
Their defense was really clean. We didn't really get to see that much of their defense at Copenhagen even. They only had 5 rounds because they were beating DRX so hard. Sorry, Achilles, but like we just didn't see that side of it, and that was the only time that Optic played Breeze at Copenhagen. So it's nice to see a bit more. It's a bit more developed, but this is kind of like in line with what we expected. We saw some potential, but Optic just have that time, have that experience, and they're using it on their defense.
You know what? I love the conversation I have around Marv, I have around Yay, all those kind of things, but I've really got to give it platform to Victor, man. The man must have broken his wrist 6 times with some of the flicks I saw around A. Unbelievable mechanical skill. We don't often get to see him play the jet. The guy's like, oh, don't worry, I'm just jetting every single day of the week. Like, this is what I casually do. I mean, he's cloudburst usage to get in and get around, be able to block lines aside. Again, some of these flicks are unreal. I really have to put him on a pedestal right now. He's a player that I'm like, wow, you're really making sure you hold on. And he's not necessarily that usual supportive site anchor. He just happens to be there when the action kicks off.
Yeah, he be jetting real good.
He be jetting good.
That's my soft hitting analysis, folks.
All
right, well, obviously, as I mentioned before, you know, we have that tech pause on the stage. We're going to go ahead and get that sorted out. But we did have an opportunity to catch up with one of the players from Optic Gaming. It's Crashies on this on-the-spot feature. Let's check it out.
Yay would clap shroud. No doubt in my mind.
Origin.
Hey guys, Crashies here from Optic Gaming, and I'm on the spot in Copenhagen.
First fight found for Crashies. Quick turn, didn't know anyone towards double doors. Yay! No way, Marv as well!
The teammate most likely to get lost in Copenhagen would probably be Victor, for sure. He would definitely get lost. Most likely to overheat, Marv. Marv is an overheater. He's just saucy. When he's saucing, he just gets a little too saucy sometimes. Yep, too saucy.
Most likely to trash
talk. Oh
yeah, FNS is the biggest trash talker on our team for sure. Even on stage, FNS is, you know, even today in our exit series, he was yelling at them, and that's his thing, and it gets him fired up.
1 HP. Finesse on the other side, and no.
Kill me, bro! How are you missing that? You're 14! How are you missing that?
7-0 in rematches. Optic don't lose these.
Wah, gua aja ngikutin loh. Lama-lama bisa.
Me and Victor would get matching tattoos for sure. You know, the duo together. That'd be a cool tattoo. Most likely to take an ego challenge. Either me or Yay. Yeah, me or Yay would take an ego challenge.
Most likely to clap shroud.
Clap shroud. Yay for sure. Yay would clap shroud. No doubt in my mind. Most likely to get tilted would maybe be me or FNS.
You've still got Crashies. 2 nice kills out from him to try to keep back the push on A. And he gets in to the 3rd. As the 4th thought, I thought it was going to be there, and he does. He gets it through the shock dart.
Teammate most likely to be the center of attention.
Lah, belum mulai juga, Cok.
Marv. He just starts dancing and just doing
belum mulai, Cok.
From Toronto. So he's a Toronto man. You know how they do it over there.
How did the Toronto men do it?
They just
Sama kalinya nih gue beli McD.
I don't know.
Nggak pakai paket, Cok.
Most likely to spend money on drip would be me.
Coba Sultan berarti ya.
Victor.
Bukan. Orang COVID neng, kagak ada rasanya makan, males gua.
Lu kena.
Most likely to see the shower. We'll throw FNS in there. He sounds like a singing man to me. Singing Ed Sheeran for sure.
Nipis, bro.
For sure. For sure. Most likely to spend money on gun skins.
Gua makan garam, nyobain. Kagak ada rasanya, Cok.
Bener-bener gak ada rasanya.
Gak ada.
Pedes juga gitu. Apa?
Pedes. Tadi kecobain juga makan sambal. Gak ada rasa juga. Bener-bener kayak makan apa? Nasi putih.
Hambar gitu aja ya.
Iya. Udah gua kunyah-kunyah aja lah udah.
Most likely to lose their optic chain. That's a good one.
Bubar nih lanjut besok.
Keren Cuk kalungnya Cuk ya.
Iya.
He would just somehow would come off his neck and he wouldn't know where it ended up.
Wah, ditunggu ya Cak merchandise-nya.
Sama nanti collab sama Super nih.
Nah, berlian gitu, mantep sih.
What a reset. That is absolutely fabulous from Crashies. He's found it for his team finally, the round that they needed.
So folks, we're still dealing with that tech pause, but you know, I just got to say real fast though.
Makan guys.
Most likely to get lost in Copenhagen was Victor. You're a New Yorker, dog. We don't get lost in the streets. You know, one New Yorker to another. Come on.
Sayangnya Boom lagi bagus sih.
Update sudah. Deathmatch Valorant dulu ini enaknya.
Yang lagi bagus Boomnya guys, lagi naik.
Gesternya santai banget bajunya, Cok.
Jamnya keren.
Kalau luar gitu.
Hah?
Kalau Valo gitu emang.
Iya, Cok. Kayak nyantai aja udah. Nggak resmi banget, harus pakai jas atau apa.
Anyway, guys, speaking of treating yourself, let's treat ourselves some more. Brennan Sideshow, fellas, take it away.
Apa lagi dia?
Let's get back to it then. We will be getting into game momentarily.
Tiba-tiba optic timeout, Cok.
Is the score line obviously a bit of a break there with the tech pause and the timeout on the other end of it.
Berarti tadi itu.
Aku sakit. Iya, Bang.
Optik lagi bermajalah.
Yeah, we get an opportunity to see
Kayaknya Covid ini udah mulai ingusan lagi.
Perform after that little
Let's
bit
go,
of
let's
a break.
go.
A mental reset.
Cok, semangat, Cok. Masih Indo.
Because you had that 6-round streak from Optic.
Makasih Bang Musakar. 15 kita. Astaga.
So now let's check it out.
Gila kok bisa gitu ya?
Boom, we're going for a bit of aggression in the post.
Viper emang enak,
get
bro.
to deal with that.
Iya ya.
But like I talked about, Crashes with the Hunter's Fury, FNS with the Viper's Pit, they have big defensive ultimates to get use out of here. And it looks like from the minimap, Victor wants to push down mid to start.
A bit of a setup with the play being made there. There's going to be a flash down across the ground, even a knife being used. And that Viper's Pit over towards the main choke point. So locking up and taking a lot of space early on. And look,
ada mapnya tuh di itunya.
All the way into the bottom of mid.
Yeah, they've got tons of information right now. Viper's Pit locks off B, they have mid info, Hull's info, and 2 players stacked on A. And it's that deadly duo of Ye and Marv.
In theory, it should set them up quite nicely. Viper will drop down though. You can see the smokes being used to try and
Agent yang mesti di nerf nggak sih kayak ini?
Even a deeper flash to try and make the most of it, but Ye was just holding that one angle down. But the operator in his hand, it is going to be that return. A fire from across the map, the Hunter's Fury, again lets it rip. And it supplements it one after the other. The Optic Gaming guys, these players finding countless opportunities. More than ready for the push that was coming their way.
Rasanya kayak makan guys.
Just not quite being watched.
Ya Allah.
Not quite.
Ya udah mulai ya.
Running away with it.
And that time, a good opportunity to push mid and grab all of that early round.
Hero-nya udah di nerf loh padahal.
Also the ultimates coming through huge. FNS doesn't have to worry about the B site particularly because of his ult. And then Crashes getting huge value out of the Hunter's Fury. There was a 0-point line on the flip side of that. I think was supposed to hit Ye and missed somehow and just allowed Ye to stay in that position and grab a number of kills with the off.
Clear amount.
Yeah. And Ye and Victor are going to double up on the defense. They had Crashies opening earlier, now Ye and Victor both.
Ayo, Blessing bisa.
Kok bahkan nggak ada rasa guys, anjing.
Ya
kalau kalian lihat nih. Ini sudah berbumbu ya guys ya, merah nih. Bersambal, bersaus. Santai.
Ayo bunuh dia Famous.
This fight that might be about to take place. You can see Famous is also just locking down the angle. It is everything but information really being given up, and no one holding towards the B side of the map means that, okay, they have to be cautious of the push that comes through.
Little fake.
Yeah, the drone to try and fake that this could be the A push, but the spike is going in a completely different direction. This is risky though.
Unfortunately,
the drone got cancelled so early that the boom guys are not ready to go for the B.
Yeah. They really had no
Mesti nggak ada Ye ya. Operatornya ngeselin.
But still now going to be starting to work their way
Kena lagi.
up close and personal, but Ye still not being dealt with. But the pre-aim. Crosshair placement not quite exactly where it needed to be. Guess what? Blaze King's also going to be late lurking over towards the A side. He's pulled Victor and making sure that he has to deal with him. Spike is going to get planted though. It's a fight on 2 fronts. This battle that takes place. Victor is just going to be evacuating now and trying to play retake with the rest of his team. And this late lurk from Blaze King is going to be so important.
If Crashies is able to deal with the Zergs, that would be an opener at the least.
Time is of the essence, isn't it?
And he doesn't have a drone, doesn't have a recon dart. They're just gonna have to walk into the bottles. Viper's pit, and he's all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, that just rebounded right off his body, I'm pretty sure. Quick tap onto the spike. Bottle clears it. Nobody's on this one still. Another round of things, just trying to get half onto it. The bottle gets two!
Nice banget ya
One
botol
after the
anjing.
other. Lined up forward, and
Timingnya.
now time. Ah, it's just not on their side, is it? Not in the slightest. It's going to be 11-11.
And when you get these rounds going back and forth like this, the economy is going to be good for the rest of the map. You know, there's only a couple of rounds left here, and no one's close to getting broken. Even with the double ops in play for Optic.
Harus menang ini.
Harus ini menang udah sih.
Really cheeky idea there.
Yeah.
Going for the fake play on A. We haven't seen either of these teams really run fake so far on Breeze. And then Blaze King stuck around as a lurker. So once Optic figured out it was a fake and started to go towards the B side, they still had a sofa backstab.
Iya dapat 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I was happy about that one.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you take those.
Udah bangun lo.
Kill through the body, you get
Aman, Mepik, thank you.
He's purring into the mic.
Don't go there. Don't go there.
Air putih aja lah, air
Play
putih.
from Optic now, taking that mid control again. In fact, pushing up into elbow, but this time Famous. He does let down the angle. Should be favored in that one every day of the week.
Awas, berserk.
Gonna run out of his dash here, just as the rest of the Boom players start coming back into
Super
mid.
risky, but he feels like he needs to take
Nice.
the fight anyway.
banget.
Right into their spawn, punished at the end of the day, and that's 2 players
Miskin
down
toh
now
mereka
for
di sini
Optic.
toh.
This is starting to get away
13-11 sih.
Yeah, it's all beginning to unravel, and for Boom, they can smell the opportunity.
They can
Not
smell.
rushing things, just gathering up, making sure
sekali.
they get everybody in position, ready to take
masuk.
this 5v3.
Smoke masuk.
cautious
Smoke
enough.
lagi.
Day angle watch though, and Berserk was so
Kena.
low that it's
Aduh.
an easy target. Once
Nice
more
banget.
crashes.
Nice
These
banget.
things are
Udah. Aman.
Kalem. Drone dulu, kalem.
And he is miles away. A bit of a
Pas Pamos,
vacation on
belakangmu
the
Pamos.
beach.
Could he get possibly into position to deny the plant here and make things interesting?
How slow Boom are playing this as well.
They don't know where he's coming from. Oh, I mean, that's
Diam bang,
setup.
gak mungkin cok. Ini kalau udah menang nih, udah pasti win cok. Yang penting ini menang aja.
Saving nggak sih harusnya?
Harusnya sih saving sih.
Miskin kan mereka.
Miskin tuh pada duitnya tuh. Crisis bisa beli, Victor bisa. Ya, tipis-tipis sih.
FNS would have a bit of a
Ambil OP.
If Marv can get to the operator, that would
Kabar
be
ini kalau
better.
Victor ada ulti sih.
Coming into the next one because it is so
dicari ini.
Running away down a very long sight line. If anybody tried to
there was no
clear
punish.
elbow.
No punish. I mean, Boom are showing tremendous amounts of respect to Optic in these rounds as well.
Yeah, it's respect, but they're not afraid to challenge when it's an even situation. But when they're up, they don't allow multiple opportunities for, you know, sloppy behavior to get Optic back into the round. And that's the right way to show respect. They're not scared. I mean, you know, they're flooded into the site here. Blaze King going forwards, taking duels, making sure that they
Untung Blaze King. Hop, mulai garuk-garuk.
allowing themselves to make mistakes, and now they
Testingnya
get
emang paling harum selama di LCQ tuh.
Can they avoid Optic from taking this to overtime?
Non-stop gendong bang.
Oke, ini deg-degan
Belajar
nih.
dia dari Arjuning itu, Blaze King.
Enormous.
Oke, final moment bro.
Moving forwards for them. So closer.
Apakah
Deep play now
Bumi
as
Sport
well.
Dapetin Victor, dapetin.
Around the corner.
bisa menang?
Watching this angle, but it's honestly this game of chicken. I think honestly, who wants to give up the positioning first? Who wants to move off of that one and slow this game here for Boom?
Bumi Sport
Very, very slow. Extremely
bisa menutup map 1.
That has been the way that Boom have been playing a lot of their attacking rounds. Berserk's popping his knives.
Ketik 1 adik-adik yang mendukung Bumi Sport. Ketik 1 adik-adik sekarang adik-adik. This is the moment.
Go home guys.
Time is ticking now. A minute on the clock and Optic haven't had to do anything. There's been no utility force.
Let's go. Ini winnable ya.
Likewise, they haven't lost anybody either. You know, Boom have just been able to get this into a 5v5 where they're going to have to just group up and pop into A.
And they're walking right into this stack of the Optic players. 3 of them, including Marv at this close angle. All going to be dropped down. Even that dart, though, it's a bit late when it's being killed, so he is revealed. And
no way!
Rotation, they are trying to evacuate. With 30 seconds left, Josh.
This is the only call from Flipside at all map that I don't think is going to end up paying off. This one, they're going back into the trademark, back into Yay, back into Crashies with a recon dart online.
Aduh, keburu nggak?
They have 20 seconds left.
And that's that recon over the top, the trademark as well. It's collected it. Still They get traded, but they have to deal with crashes at the back of the site. And this guy is a nuisance. A thorn in their side to spray down. Blaze King is dealt with. At least the spikes in play. 3 on board. And the 4th, well, he's looking for it. Famous. Now one angle, the operator doesn't quite get the reset. In fact, crashes. He's going to be offloading that. The Hunter's Fury, they're pushing him up into the angle. It's a sound flash. It is chaos and pandemonium. But it gets the job done. That's Optic. They do bring it to that OT.
And after such a good map, where Boom were outplaying Optic, manipulating their defense, finding really good opportunities to break the default, I think they just overcooked it. They just overcooked it in the final round where they could have won the map.
Yeah. Aik, Resisnya step up, cok.
Where they had Marv dead to rights, honestly, in that close right position. Just Marv was in a one and done if they decided to commit to the A push. And instead,
aduh sayang banget cuy, Blaze King maju di situ, ngapain cuy harusnya tahan di situ.
First round of OT taken now. Both of these teams. Boom, you're going to be thinking going into this one. We had so many opportunities. We had such a heavy lead early on. At least
kenapa begitu? Aduh.
Not over just yet. Optic taking a timeout now as well as we head into the first round of OT, making sure that they make.
Lo ke WC apalagi yang dikeluarin anjoy.
Swapping around.
Yeah, Optic are now on the attack side, and one of the big themes, again, I'm going to reiterate, from Boom's defense, was that Boom were pushing Cave. And sure, they had a couple of rounds where they mixed it up, but if I'm FNS thinking about how I want to approach this, I'd either be going for a quick B pop or leaving multiple players over towards A to deal with any kind of A aggression. And it becomes such a mind game once you get into overtime. Are they going to do the same kind of stuff they did in regulation? Are they going to mix it up? What should our strategy be? And FNS has been in these kind of moments many times.
Udah guys, udah ngeludah guys, aman guys. Aman.
To a certain degree. A lot of it will, for sure.
Ini.
Now, it looks like
apa?
From Optic's
Ini
position,
masih group stage.
it's going to be an A split. I don't think it's just going to be mid defaulting, because normally they would have Marv take elbow if they were defaulting mid.
Sure.
This looks to me like Ye is just supposed to late push through Cave. That might also, I mean, there's a bit of a risk there because Boom were pushing it pretty aggressively, but instead, Boom themselves have mixed things up and put both of their contact players, Famous and Berserks, on B.
That's a huge amount of utility that's just dumped into mid to push Victor up into a deeper position.
But those mid players go back over to A, so they get the mid control and they get the Cave control.
Yeah.
It's just now that they have to re-clear Cave instead of being on the angles early. But they have everything they need to execute an A split.
I think Optic were hoping for a bit of prior conditioning with this one. When they've done this typically, it has been that mid control. You can see the drone was used a bit earlier, but now with the walls coming up, good timing with the knife.
Yeah.
It's going to be suppressing a bunch of the targets and stopping this push that actually comes through, but now they're contacting through.
Ini teh botol yuk, teh botol yuk, step up yuk.
Dapat ini, dapat dia.
Realize that this deep, and it comes down to this opening engagement, this first fight. Bottle is being pressured so heavily. Pressed as well, but that dart as well, it broke the crosshair placement and nobody is watching for it. A flash over the forwards and the backside control. A flick of the wrist. The 1-2 combo. Bottle will not be removed from his perch.
What an
Asli kan gua kencing langsung guys, telotop bos.
Finding that opportunity to swing with the recon dart and caught FNS completely unaware. I really thought Optic were going to try and contact through
Napas,
the
jangan
wall
lupa napas,
and get
jangan lupa
aggressive
napas
on back
guys.
pillar. And they did, but it was the wrong side. They went towards yellow instead of
Baru
clearing
gabung,
out
halo
the
bang,
common
yang baru
position.
gabung.
Botol was just able
Boleh
to
bang di
stay
subscribe,
there
di like ya kan.
for the whole round.
And do some serious damage.
He's got 26 kills so far.
Cuk, telotop cuk. Anjing.
And it's another map point.
Step
for
up,
Boom.
aduh pas banget
How
anjing.
many of these do they need before they can convert one and deal the first blow to Optic?
Ya cok, meta buang sial ya guys ya. Terus streaming dari WC. Bang Argo, makasih Bang Argo. Ngopi, percuma ngopi bang. Agak ini bang, apa? Kagak ada rasanya ngopi. Semoga Bang Argo sehat-sehat selalu. Rezeki lancar-lancar ya bang ya. Ngeludah lagi kah? Bisa lagi kah? Oke guys. Lu pada tega orang lagi covid anjing. Jadi cok ngeludah dulu.
Boom are going to take a timeout, discuss things with Meow, their coach, see what approach they want. I think they had a decent idea in a lot of these rounds, but the final round of regulation, that round 24, they were just too static. They took a whole minute before they did anything on the map.
Wih, Bang Musakar, makasih Bang Musakar. Anjing lu pada lu ya, bukannya pada nyawer, pada nyuruh-nyuruh. Titip iya Bang, kayaknya Bang. Ayo. Bisa, Cok. Orang sakit. Dibilang ngopi biar anosmianya hilang. Emang iya? Loh, thanks. Lag lah, at least kalau nggak nge-give nge-lag lah guys. Rasanya nggak ada kafe tetap ngefek. Iya kah? Aku bete. Besok ngopi kita Starbucks. Kalau minum dingin takut gatel.
That messing up, it does remove one of the avenues that you would otherwise be threatening from, and that knife is beautiful. 3 targets suppressed.
Yeah, that finds all the important people.
Bisa Cok, 3 lawan 5 Cok. Ntar meleset ini.
And you know the tip of the spear is there, so it's not a fake.
Angula's caught him out before, Victor.
Aduh, kena
Dash enabled, nothing to
nempel.
stop him. And still Marv, he's making all sorts of plays. Another pop flash into the wall, doesn't want to overstep himself. In fact, it's going to be the repeat, but the timing.
Anjing itu buta loh.
Itu buta
loh.
Buta loh.
And the rest of Boom reluctant to commit through this choke point.
Just left standing stationary. Optic players now going to start to squeeze. Spike drop down.
Kadang-kadang.
Gak mempan guys kencing yang ini guys.
He's working with only 100 health. Not ideal weapon for the clutch.
Oh, and that's just the worst way to go. Prime Gaming flawless. Boom need at least one more.
Boomnya kurang tenang sih.
Deliver on them. This attack side has just been so difficult for them. We saw it earlier with Zeta Division as well.
Boomnya nggak tenang Cok.
Similar things occurring.
Semuanya ngeliat ke sono ya.
Teams are just finding themselves a bit too easy to be read.
Kadurnya masa kok nggak dipakai ya?
Iya, nggak ini. Lagian Famous juga harusnya Famous yang ngekerin situ nggak sih? Operator kan?
Keren ya.
Udah mulai lagi Anjoy. Bisa guys. Bilip guys.
Create that uncertainty. Boom are not going to be too aware of what's happening. In fact, look at this now. Content through Viper's orb. They have got so much space off of this alone, and already the fight being taken. But still, we're not expecting this to bottle at the back. Why not? Wants to make it the third.
Kuat sekali jaga setnya.
Iya Cok.
Dodging these shot darts that are coming his way. A lot of damage being done to him, brought down to just 45 health, but he has done a significant amount of work. Enough.
Kelihatan tangannya.
Optic, think twice about this one. That shot, recon dart getting broken late. That's going to be revealing. A lot of the positioning, but the spike is right out into the open, and still Optic are getting these kills one after the other. Drops down right to the side of Yellow, the door opening up. Ye watches the back of it, and another one's found. That's Optic salvaging the situation, salvaging the round.
Terus nggak ada yang
that must be an absolute dagger to the gut of Tebatol. He's done such a good job in these rounds, 28 and 20, and he does an incredible job again at stopping that contact push through mid. It was a fake.
Iya, Telotop udah dapat 2 udah bagus banget dia nih.
With him and Crashies throwing down the Viper wall, throwing down the drone to make it look like it was a mid to B, and instead they contact in.
Tapi semuanya kayak nengok gitu mau.
Boom Viper. And still salvage it.
Iya.
Potentially a heartbreaking into map 1.
Ada yang bikin mereka overthink ya.
I think I've done a very good job of bringing us back, honestly, when they were at such a big deficit. Over and over.
Ini sih, aduh Boomnya nggak mau apa ya?
Repeated map point.
Gak mau sabar gitu. Berani kali ya.
Berani banget sih.
Tapi dia believe sama itu tuh, dijaga sama si Crashisnya kan. Angle situnya. Maksudnya ini loh yang di Boom nggak ada nih dari tadi nih.
For Boom, they've slowed things down, but at least they have a portion of the map. That's
what ketahuan mau ke B.
At least they've taken elbow control. Unfortunately, their default isn't spread enough to stop any cave push or holes push. And Marv has really good info right now.
Capitalized.
Yeah,
so deep in halls, and he's going to be giving all sorts
bisa tele soalnya ya, itu ya.
No, and that's why there's 3 players on B. The right read for Optic again.
Push coming through. That's going to be a little flash into the back that forces the rendezvous out of him, including that dart. On to the backside of things. Crashies though, and Ye still dealing with this onslaught. It's making their way across, and it's up to Famous to see if he can do the damage to bring them back against it. The movement, but not enough again. The shots are found, and Ye, this guy, is just dominating the battlefield. To bottle and flip side are the 2 players left standing against 4 from Optic, and they slow down with the discipline. Well drilled. That's what the Optic players are. The angle's being watched to follow though.
Aduh, ada satu lagi nggak ketahuan ini. Kedengeran. Nge-step dia. Goblok itu.
Another incredible play from Viper. He gets down the pit as well. Marv just snuck his way in. Didn't get an angle.
Half already. The damage is done. Maniac.
Wow. As much as he is for Optic, Tibotol is there for Boom. 31 kills. 31. Dragging Boom.
Krisisnya tadi nge-step nggak sih? Krisisnya nge-step gitu nggak sih tadi?
Iya, nge-step.
Ini makanya Tibotol langsung nengok kan nih. Nah, langsung nge-step dia ke... fatal banget itu Krisis bete sih. Kena mental, cok. Sumpah.
Ya enggak, krisis. Kita dia maju.
And you can hear the Blaze King doesn't expect it either.
Ayo, pusing itu.
Hah? 31 kill Telotop. Anjoy.
Gila, coy.
Telotop, bro.
Is slowed down lagi, but Boomer already pushing cave. This is what they were doing during their defense and regulation. There's a very passive trade position here from Ye, as the rest of Optic have taken mid.
Enggak, ini enggak jadi Ye, hari ini jadi Ye nih, match ini. Ye.
Lihat aja dia anjing. Lah, hanya kosong, Cok. Oh, enggak ya.
Kabar ada itu.
Oh, dapat harusnya botol nih.
FNS gimana nih?
But look at where FNS is aiming. It's not anywhere near where Tebetol is.
Kayak udah bersih jembatan, hilang ini FNS.
He's just gonna walk straight into him.
And across their placement, the patient.
Cakep banget Telotop anjing.
Gara disiplin.
Anjing.
Aku balik.
Cok, ayo cok 3 lawan 5 nih, masa nggak bisa dikonversi jadi poin, cok.
And that's what you need. That mentality is exactly what Boom need.
Aduh.
She's with one. Can Optic salvage this in a similar way? Boom did prior.
Doors being closed, open.
Astaga.
And it's absolutely everything that that's
oh, nice.
Berserk, no, it's a trade. Oh, the whiff from Victor.
Victornya wave.
Semoga mati, semoga mati.
Nggak, iya kena nih.
And it is a sideline lockdown. Crashies is a maniac like this.
Step up.
Yeah, not even ready to collect the kills if he fell, but it doesn't matter because 4 in the round. An Optic again, a map point.
Resist 2 kali loh nyelamatin Optic anjing.
Tebetol does so well to set them up into a 5v3, and yet they just can't convert even then. What an insane round by Crashies though. Getting the jump kill there, and then finishing these guys off. Ducking behind the corner every time.
I mean, that's icy.
Look at that pop-off.
Icy.
Tuh, taker lagi.
Anjing, gue deg-degan, goblok.
Goblok emang.
Senam jantung.
Ayo bunuh Yainya dulu nih, bunuh dulu.
Hapus lu, nggak bisa random lu.
Oke.
Udah dapet, santai.
He couldn't vacate the premises. Dash over the top. Taking control now top yellow. Where's the rest of his team?
Oh, masih nice.
Nice banget, Pamos. Late backstab from Famous.
Set up.
Nice, let's go. Nggak mungkin lu anjing, nggak mungkin anjing kali ini, sumpah. Mati kok anjing, mampus. Udah kompen nih, cok, kacau nih.
Brent, if I told you at the beginning of this game that Optic Boom was going to go 15-15.
Bingung kan, jembatan masuk, bingung nggak?
Listen, there's a universe where I would have been like, actually, Josh, I do believe you.
Yeah. The crazy thing is that we have seen these kind of moments from Optic before in the past, but every time you see it, it feels like something bizarre is occurring.
And it is certainly bizarre.
But Boom, and specifically Tibotol, is doing incredibly here.
He's doing the most.
Can he get another big round out?
Just pure spam. Unloading the ammunition. Through it.
Anjing.
I think Victor
Kebaca sih dia soalnya kontrol mid terus gak sih?
Ya tadi kan dia kontrol mid.
Tapi hanya kosong, Cok.
Mampus kau, mati Marpet.
Itu kelihatan.
Santai.
And look at that. The drone cuts up one of the crosshair placements, but Marv was ready and waiting. He knew the famous are going to come swinging through, but already the spike is down and pressure is being
nice. Jadi dari belakang, Cok, nice banget.
And it's all down to Crashes
Easy, bro.
He was in a 1v3
Chill, man. Nggak mungkin, man.
Not going to be enough. Boom, after rescuing over time.
Lu nonton di gua juga, Neng.
There.
Iya dong.
Third, fourth, map point. Who knows at this point?
Pause dulu.
Ya.
Biar ngajar.
This time, they need to get over that finish line.
Gua ngeliat Tarik ngapain ya?
Too many times at this point.
Menang lah pertama ya?
The amount of times that FNS has been caught out by FNS is killing a piece of utility
16-15 ya?
at the exact same time. That level of coordination is really impressive.
Gila, tolong.
And a lot of the time it's Blaze King's util. And
Cok,
someone
telotop,
swinging
Cok.
upon it that's got themselves into a funky position by flanking. I love the fact that Boom are willing to take these risks in OT. They're pushing out A main, pushing out B main, taking duels, taking fights. The patience in the prior round from Tebetol to have the crosshair discipline.
Tahan. Regionnya apa
It's
nih?
just
Naik banget nih.
they're not scared.
Regionnya apa?
This is a team with no expectations and therefore no pressure.
Ada
most dangerous, Josh.
Prx.
When you come into a tournament and people are ranking you as the 16th team out of 16 teams coming into a major event like this, when the pressure's off your shoulders, the only way is up.
That's absolutely true. And listen, they were only at the bottom of people's rankings because there's so many good teams here. Boom are not a bad team. I mean, with them playing in an APAC, they actually have some really nice game plans and ideas. I think they're playing up to the stage right now as well.
Gak kuat juga dia lawan.
The competition is just so fierce here.
Pasang muka serius gitu kan, biar kayak player-player
He was in a press
serius
conference after they had, finished third at Copenhagen. And he was talking about how tough the competition was going to be.
Gila, technical pause lagi anjir.
Even compared to he was comparing it to last
Siapa sih yang gebrak-gebrakin meja nih, pantai betul-betul.
Every single event that we've had, the Masters leading up to this champs.
Lo jeder, bos.
Udah masuk kota aja tuh, siapa itu? Tanya Pablo.
Ada Corsair X lagi ya?
Kenapa dia masih pakai itu ya?
Nggak tahu.
Pompe anjing.
Iya, Cok.
APAC major, if you want to say that. So including the Japanese teams and the East Asian teams and that kind of stuff. That whole region's been on the come up this year. They're still the third most decorated region. North America, EMEA, they have more of the wins of the big tournaments, more of the top finishes. But I feel like Champs is APAC's time to fight back. Whether or not it's Boom, whether it's PaperX.
Tapi 3 kali loh Boom lagi di atas ini technical pause loh.
This region feels like
ya ini biar ini sebenarnya mereka technical pause biar Boomnya juga nggak terlalu itu.
Nggak terlalu overhype ya, nggak geter banget ya. Oke. Ibu attacker ya. Bisa ini. B-nya paling lemah. Iya, Cok. Tabrak, Cok. B-nya, Cok. Langsung, Cok. Gaski.
There's another time that Crashies gets knocked out of his drone.
Oke.
It's happened frequently on attack and defense.
Winnable.
That one wasn't a reaction from Flipsider, just
tembusin itu. Pintunya tembusin.
Crashies has been doing in the prior rounds.
Wah, curang tuh.
Way to get into these attack side rounds, forcing that rendezvous back.
Aduh, FNS.
Yeah, they've gone for very patient passive holds with a lot of their attack protocols.
Aduh, anjing.
Of mid control, and it looks like they are.
Kena tipu dia.
It's a pre-fire spam. Just
Victor,
why is Victor not watching?
I mean, an extra element, Victor, you need to turn around here.
He's done a
great job. Ngecek atas itu nggak nyangka ya.
He's going to be surviving for the moment. Shots being whipped, a bit of missing. Going around all over the bloody shop, but still berserk. Okay, Deals with the one, but only 2 players left standing now for Boom. Shock dart being sent into the back of the site. Downly evading it, and with that recon dart to supplement it to help him out. It's all now down to Blaze King. The tip time of the rifle, but it wasn't even planned for him in the first place, and we are going to 16-16. How many more rounds?
Nggak ada yang ngeliat ke atas itu juga, Victor di atas lama padahal ya.
Iya, lama banget.
Nggak kelihatan.
This map is a case study.
Soalnya dia agak masuk
The setup there was so interesting by Optic too. It looked funky with Victor being still sat on top of the pyramid, and he definitely could have got punished, but it's not an area that you're normally pre-firing and pre-aiming. And on top of that, he was trying to hold Marv's back and expecting that to be an A split, when in fact, all of Boom were basically coming through double doors. Kind of wild though, the Victor and Marv both got second bites of the apple, and
jangan lupa napas,
were
guys.
able to get kills out of that.
Yeah, no punishment.
Almost got caught out. And Optic go back to mid control. The 5th section of OT rounds that we're witnessing in this map.
Wall to try and split across here. It's going to be going to the back of A. That drone does get the tag information gathered now.
Nice
the
banget.
players are there. That's a bit of spam.
Sabar.
Help supplementing it. Off the back of it, flip side a nice kill to open it.
Very nice drone usage from Blaze King. Once Victor gets tagged there, there's nowhere safe for him to be able to hold.
Yuk, famous bisa yuk, famous.
That is going to be difficult for Optic.
Masuk mati
In
satu.
these rounds where Victor dies early, it feels like Optic really lacks the entry ability, but Mark's given them one.
The traders there for the search, so.
Nice!
It's the same thing again!
Let's go! Let's go! No!
It's the same thing again, flip side of pushing out through cave, and FNS doesn't realize how deep he's gotten. The crosshair placement not quite right, and it's crashes again in a 1v4.
Nggak mungkin
I'm stuck in a time loop!
Yeah, it's just the same over and over and over again. At some point, something's got to give.
Tunnel.
Something has to give here.
Kalau top nggak mungkin kalah, Cok. Nggak ngepick dia anjing.
Keluar langsung pang, hilang, pang,
tuh.
In his back pocket, flash up the top, knows the positioning.
Nice. Nice.
Bisa pas lagi another opportunity. How many times are we going to say it for Boom to take this map away?
Pisau.
Look how nice this drone is. Blaze King comes out,
Tiga mid. Okay.
And no matter where Victor stands, obviously here he can get punished from double doors, but if he goes back behind the wall,
sini teh ke Discord Rian, lu ngapain nonton di mana?
So it's quite difficult there once you're Victor, just kind of dancing around and trying to stay alive. And FNS has his hands full right now. This has been such a tough map for FNS.
Bisa nih.
I mean, he's 9-23, but so many of his deaths have just been. He doesn't quite know where someone's going to peek from or gets caught with a piece of utility that he's killing.
What will be the tipping point? An aggressive play for mid control. Victor's set up on that angle with the operator. There was a flash to help him out there.
Sih menang ini kalau dua operator ini.
Decided to take things a bit more slowly once more.
Wah, kalau di PB ada
double up defense, and Ye's going to be the first one that they meet.
He's watching his angle. Downwards, that's a cloudburst though to cut off that one angle. He has to play into the
mampus kok. Nggak bisa lari kok, babi.
Nggak bisa.
Of all these players that are coming
Nice.
their way, let's go. We know crashes to anchor. Berserks leading the charge for the rest of his team.
Chill, man, chill.
Operator with the wall going down. He's given a clear sight line to take that shot. Dashes forwards. Breaking positioning, even
Aduh, anjing kena headshot.
Spam with the right click.
Let's go.
Finally, it is Boom who take map 1 in this series.
Menang anjing, Boom.
It was a long time coming, but Boom finally put the round on the board that they need to get things started in this series.
Asia
What
Pasifik
a
punya nih,
phenomenal
bos.
performance.
Tapi spesialnya
Benar-benar epic racing ya guys ya.
nimbrung aja itu.
Coba, Boom udah menang, like dulu. Ini 1000 yang nonton, di like-nya kagak ada, monyet, like dulu.
Who was so
Gue teriak-teriak lagi,
and
lupa
ended up
join.
putting up 38
Tolop, serem.
7 first bloods.
Telotop e-sport kah?
38 kills.
Berapa kill itu lo?
Besar terakhir, cowok. Dan
nasty.
Berapa ya?
Absolutely nasty.
And I cannot stress enough how important
Yang letak MVP ya?
38. MVP lah yang 38 ya.
38.
38, cowok.
Dalam masih 20 dia udah 31 ya.
Murfing gede nih.
Murfing kayaknya. Lalu optik loh ini.
Optik, bro.
Lo pindah nonton ke tarik. Nonton apa ya kira-kira orang-orang ini?
38, bro. Ngeri, cok. Telotop, cok.
But I still feel at the end of this map they woke up. We got some big performances, some big rounds out of Crashies and Yay.
Tengahnya udah dislike. Ih, astaga. Nggak ada yang indopride nih. Yang nonton 900, like-nya cuma 374. Astaga. Serius lah, Me. Let's go. Masa di dislike banyak?
Seru nih.
Tolonglah,
Gimana
tolong.
itu? Apa sih?
Apa?
Ini apa?
Citayam.
Bain.
Bain, wah mapnya Boom ini.
Iya, Boom juga kuat sih, Bain.
Bainnya Boom paling kuat, bro. Mapnya dia tuh, kalau Bain.
Wih, itu Boom yang saya kenal. Makasih Bang Musakar, sehat selalu. Ih, gila Bang Musakar, Cok.
Berarti ini mapnya optik berarti yang dipilih nih. Breeze.
Enggak. Breeze ini yang pilih Boom.
Hah? Bain malah optik.
Boom. Bain yang pilih ini.
Optik.
Baru banyak kuat, Cok.
Like ke bawah 600.
Apa itu loh? Apa sih map yang ada bawah tanahnya itu loh?
Yang gitu loh.
Si
Fracture.
Ah, itu Boom juga kuat di situ tuh.
Mentang-mentang lawan Onyx kan, makanya lu bilang kuat kan?
Apa?
Lawan Onyx menang Boom soalnya kan? Di Fracture.
Enggak, tapi emang kuat, Cok. Lu kalau nonton kuat ya.
Tapi sayang banget ya Onyx gak lolos
Iya.
Itu berharapnya Onyx sih jujur-jujuran aja.
Benar.
Iya. Gua juga.
Ofung.
Boy.
How are you, Ofung?
Bye bro.
Fuck you.
Fuck you tuh.
Asli ya kan, guys?
Gila, Mon, seru banget, Mon. Perang jadul gua.
Lu udah mainin? Lu udah mainin?
Udah.
Streaming Yan.
Invite Yan.
Iya. Sabar. Ngetes doang. Susah banget mau ngeliat orangnya, Mon. Tapi seru banget, cuy. Perang jadul.
Tapi TPP Yan.
Enggak FFP kok.
Kenapa itu Yan?
Sini ngapain Yan? Oh ini.
Maju Bang.
Ini kayak Medal of Honor, Cuk.
Kita nggak bisa kasih lihat streaming game lain, guys.
Kelihatan orangnya Yan?
Apa?
Kelihatan orangnya musuhnya?
Enggak, masih jauh ini musuhnya, masih di depan. Tuh yang poin-poin itu tuh DGF itu tuh.
Oh, kayak flag gitu ya, flag capture gitu Yan.
Flag capture. Oh, curut apaan tuh?
Wah, anjing sakit banget Yan.
Oh, tank, Cok.
Lu
tank anjing.
Enggak dong.
Aduh.
Nggak bisa guys. Ya kita nggak bisa lihat, Cok.
Hidup lagi
dong. Nah, berani kasih lihat, guys. Jadi salah kita soalnya udah tekan kontrak, Cok.
Banget dah.
Lu server apa Yan?
Ini pinggu berapa nih?
Mudah-mudahan sih.
Saya kayaknya
bagus. 16, Cok.
Mudah-mudahan sih.
Temen tuh Yan.
Ini Boom 2-0 langsung ya.
Iya.
Gabut Rian.
Nggak live.
Ini lemot banget anjing.
Kompornya bagus banget, Cuk, anjing. Berapa FPS lu, Len?
Semut banget sih. Oh, disuruh naik gua. Iya, Bang.
Anjay, asik banget dah. Wah, anjay, tracking nih, Bro. Anjay.
Di dalam itu bisa nembak ya, ngapain doang?
Ini gue nembak. Apaan tuh?
Di bom, Cok.
Ripap, Cok.
Oh, bisa ripap Yan?
Bisa dong.
Tapi darah langsung penuh nggak bisa ripap?
Penuh.
Main apa? Nggak tahu.
Gimana cara gue spawn pen ke depan ya?
Senjata lu tuh bisa di
kalian. Pesawat kalian
kan?
tuh landing di sana Yan.
Ini cuma kayak baru ini nih. Attachment belum ada yang kebuka gitu loh.
Oh.
Benefits Boom more
langsung ada dudukan kayak kerap segala macam.
Gila, Telotop 38 kill, guys.
Mau nyetir kayak mana?
Ngeri ya Telotop.
Banget anjing.
Wah, realistis banget, Cuk.
38 kill, bro. What the F? Viper diff.
Itu kayak bunker deh Yan, yang lu mau majuin ini Yan.
Dia rame banget ya.
Iya bunker deh.
Gila, 300 Cok. Open combat score KDA 2,2.
Garis lurus kah? Maju kah?
Udah kita defend dulu. Mereka lagi berisik main itu. FB itu apa sih? First blood ya? 20,6. Damage per round 214 tuh. Ya hampir mau kill 2 lah ya.
and it was ironically Marved.
Telotop
Back in
e-sport,
Kraken, he
cok.
dropped 35.
guess who he snatched it right out of the hands from today? Bottle comes in, drops 38, currently the highest kill.
Ini yang di darat gua doang apa ya?
Any player in an international event on any map so far is Bottle from one of the lowest rated teams.
Kalungnya dia
apa ikut orang-orang ini?
Shining Shimmering Splendid juga, guys.
Crossing, you're like, well, what's gonna happen today on my bingo card? That wasn't
Anjing,
it.
gede banget
That wasn't on my bingo card.
Tapi gue pernah lihat NRI itu ACS-nya 500.
Area lu udah mulai habis ya di kanan tuh.
That kid is an unreal controller player.
Tapi Bain
Gede banget mah besoknya, Mon.
Bain optik juga kerat sih, guys.
Mati apa aku?
I love bingo. Let's go.
Nge-cheat itu kayaknya.
Iya, cheater.
Mudah-mudahan sih.
But now it's time for our Verizon high-speed
Oh, dia
moment, and
connect
you know,
sama
it had to go to
Ori.
Victor because there were some great
Kalau nggak
moments
joystick kan?
in that game from Victor, some great plays from him as well, Ryan. This being
Iya.
Tapi ini juga kan banyak yang sebenarnya mungkin ke arah teman-teman juga banyak kan yang kayak dukung ya, sebenarnya dukungnya Boom gitu. Cuma kalau secara otak yang menang bakal optik. Tapi ternyata map 1 walaupun sengit ya 17-15 tapi Boom bisa menang loh, bisa ambil satu map tuh menurut gua udah kayak
tapi Bleeding sama
keren sih. Lawan optik menang satu map, bro. Masih bilip sih, guys.
Sampai gedung deh, Yan.
Soalnya Boom juga lagi anget banget. Cuma takernya Boom ini memang yang bermasalah nih dari tadi.
The thing that you really have to look at is the FB and the zero next to it. Not for Victor, but of course for his adversary in Berserks. I mean, you just look at the fact that his first blood percentage is 0.
Oh 18-16 ya?
A single first blood
Nyampe langsung nembak kayak gitu, Cok.
Oh iya 18-16 bro.
Pause for the very dramatic
Dari
effect
jauh
of the fact
juga
they
baru
won a
spawn
map
langsung
where
kena
their
tuh,
jet
Edan.
main didn't win a first blood. Victor was pulling them left, right,
Harus pakai itu berarti RPG ya?
Dua botol guys, kita minum guys.
But this just goes to show me that if we can have a Xerxes have quote-unquote a slower first blood as a jet, you're expected to engage in those open engagements all the time. But if you can't win them and you still
Nih PC
win,
memorinya ada banyak.
I'm just saying, man, this
Pengen main
my
juga
bingo
sih,
card
Cok, kayak
is
gini
in
mah
fire.
seru.
I'm putting it into the fire, and I'm just like, let's rewrite it.
Yeah, it's a bottle at the most for his team. It was 7, but
Finding
Ye had the
squad.
most overall.
Pilih sih beli
Audionya lu pilih yang mana, yang speaker, night mode, headphone, 3D headphone?
3D headphone.
Yeah, and I see we're still
Aman guys.
We are.
But
Not
before
letting it
we
go.
get into map 2, let's actually do some more over-the-shoulder
Ribut nih
peeking
orang
with
yang
our
nyanyi
aim
nggak
lab
masuk.
shoot around. We're gonna be lurking
Siapa?
on
Philip sih.
and this what a great start.
Bisa
This
squad
really
gitu ya.
showed what
Deathmatch saya lah.
what was
Kita udah
Valorant
tunjukin belum sih di
Brent and
Origin?
Josh earlier
Apa bisa
about
nggak?
needing a player that was just aggressive.
Lanjut sampai Prx Levi gak? Ya itu tergantung like-nya ya. Kalau dari tadi like-nya gue lihat kan tadi nonton sampai 1000. Like-nya minimal harus 600 lah guys. Kalau like-nya 600 baru kita lanjut nonton. Kalau nggak tidur cok.
Because it has been such
Famous.
a difference, and especially at LAN, just seeing players like him and Bottle, like we've not really been able to see them perform on a stage like this.
Gue jadi pengen cobain map.
Deathmatch bro, mau nggak
It
bro?
is one of those cases where Optic we've sort of seen this
Tidak
before.
boleh main
It's
pak
common
pada
occurrence
saat
in the
streaming
first
cok katanya.
series,
Oh,
but
oke.
Breeze
Tidak
is
boleh,
the
tidak
big
boleh.
question mark, 'cause we didn't see that much of Optic's Breeze at Copenhagen, but Bind, well,
Saya mau
that's a
panaskan
different
Anjay
story
dulu.
entirely.
Oke.
If they lose, but I've already said if they win Breeze, they're in the series. They needed to win Breeze. You've already alluded to it before.
That's right.
To be even expected to be in this. But if they win Bind,
Pengen
you
duit
already
sama
heard.
Super Nair ini
Not
gue.
only do they win the series,
Oh,
but that for
It's
me
a statement.
is a
Kayak nyari server
insane
zaman dulu,
statement.
Neng.
That is
Bos
something that the
community
cast has
server
brought up
gitu-gitu.
before. Brandon Sideshow, they
Oh.
said Bind is
Paling tinggi siapa ya?
of Optic.
Kan sekali
One of the
IMLab.
best Bind teams in the
Atau gue
world.
nonton Touch IMLab aja sakit pala cok.
Lebih enak kan kalau bisa pakai basic.
Grafiknya sih mantep ya.
Damn, you deserve it.
The thing about Bind as a fortress
Mantap,
is
Cok.
it's been owned by various teams in
Gak pernah mengecewakan.
Lupa voting guys.
teams like
Gak pernah adik-adik bro.
obviously Ascend,
Sama
the
detail-
streak that they
detail
went
itu
on to
apa
get
ya?
to win champions last year. Like, this
Berani
isn't a
mainnya
map
detail
you
banget
reliant
kayak
on to
bangunan,
consistently.
ruangan,
But saying
kantor.
that, when you have Ye on that
Ya,
chamber,
lu
Oh,
lihat
ada
aja.
trainingnya gitu openingnya ya?
Victor's
Iya.
still looking strong.
Cobain nanti lah kita cobain ya
Now
guys.
over on that raise, it's gonna look better, and it's just been
Tapi kenapa?
mediocre, I think. Like a couple of series losses in LCQ for Boom. One I think was against Bleed. So it's that you look at the teams that Optic have beaten on this map in comparison to Boom. It's again night and day.
Very true, but you know,
jago
one
kali
thing
aku,
that
Nen.
wasn't night and
Lo
day.
tuh nanti kalau agenda banyak bakal
Saya lagi
kayak
pemanasan
Ben
Palo
Agent
ini. Gak bisa main game seperti
menurut gua untuk Ben Agent buat sekarang masih belum sih, mungkin ke depannya 2-3 tahun lagi maybe ya.
Apa kan keras-keras.
2-3 tahun lagi mungkin.
And Ryan, you know, you can feel it like every single time they get that big win, it's like, yes, we did it. But oh man,
Wah.
the lows are low, the highs
Warsak
are
tracknya
high.
kenceng juga, bro.
Playing on the stage like this is when those highs are
dalam
high.
tanah.
If you keep those emotions not in check, it makes those heartbreaking losses hurt even more, which is why it's so good that Boom were able to still pull this through.
Kalau buat
Some of
sekarang,
the howler rounds
karena
that they
agent
lost
juga
in
baru berapa ya?
overtime,
1,
and even
2,
like round 24 before
4,
we even
5,
went there,
6,
the decision to go for that 30 seconds left
15 agent kali ya.
Boom outboomed themselves at that
Kalau
point.
nanti mungkin udah 30 agent, 40 agent mungkin maybe bisa guys ban agent. Tapi karena kalau sekarang sih kan baru agentnya baru berapa sih? Total agent
I'm glad that we get to see him because I wish that we saw them sooner on the stage because it seems to suit them.
The worst case scenario you already alluded to, Ryan,
18.
went to overtime and it gave Boom
Dokter positif juga nggak?
so many rounds to
Belum.
work out the kinks in how
Sekarang
they should
18. Kalau di band 10 aja
That is a worst case scenario for Optic.
atau mungkin bandnya bisa 1 dulu, 2 dulu kali ya mungkin ya. Nanti mungkin kalau udah 20 agent lebih kali.
Are they about to let that record go? Surely not.
Agent pick, bro.
No, but map 2 is about to begin. Prime Gaming Agent Select is underway. These teams play the smokes a little bit differently. Ryan, I think we might end up getting it again.
Main race oke sih karena banyak sudut-sudut bisa ulti kan. Corsair botol Blaze King pakai Reina.
It's going to be likely Chamber versus Fade and then the different controllers as you mentioned. Blaze King could get a lot of information. He was also really good on the silver with the assists that he got, but the secondary entry is really important to highlight for Blaze King because it is Boom attacking first. Similar trick to what we saw from Optic. Go into their map pick, attack first, get comfortable, and then go into halftime on that defense and hopefully
Itu fit ya?
I've already pointed out, you know, the jet diff on Breeze, but when we come to behind here, Victor going on to the race, I want to remind everyone that when
Fed ya? Gue ngetes doang guys, kalian ngantuk nggak guys? Ngetes doang, kalian ngantuk nggak? Bagus. Ternyata dari sini kita membuktikan ya, kalian masih fokus sekali ya, tidak mengantuk ya guys. Gue ngetes doang, Cok. Reina anjing.
Win condition, I think, for Optic is Crashy. Sure. Like his Sky, it's so proactive. He's the only initiator on his team in comparison to
gua
the Sky on the
ngetes.
side of Boom. He's going to be the one that's pushing around to get information to support his team.
Gak mungkin, bro.
Nice to see more of him because he was so good in Copenhagen.
Gua kan CBR, cuma bisa Reina. Masa gua nggak tahu Reina kayak gimana, bro?
This is it, folks. Map 2 bind. This is Optic's playground, but Boom have a great opportunity here to really shock.
Nah ini komentatornya barusan bilang ya, ini biasa nih mainannya Optic nih. Optic tuh kuat banget di sini gitu. Tapi mungkin Boom bisa punya opportunity.
You know, it would be such a problem if we were just stuck at this age. No, we're gonna get into this.
Aduh.
Was in the cards, obviously, and now Boom.
Kok janganlah bahas-bahas itu, Cok. Lagi official ini, Cok. Nyeramkan, Cok. Oi, bro. Chill, me.
They should be heavily favored heading into this one.
And it's not because Boom are bad on bind. I think Boom, especially on the defense side, I was very impressed with their finals that they played in APAC LCQ when they beat Onyx in order to get here. Their defensive protocols and their setups look really nice, but they're going to be starting on the attack here. And that, I think, is where they're going to be severely tested. Optic are a stellar defensive team, and this is slightly the weaker side for Boom as well.
Mulai, Cok.
This aggression off the rip.
Yeah. Just holding the crossfire for each other. The way to start off this pistol round. The Prowler's going to be given a decent amount of information. But the kills collected one after the other. He opting for that ghost pickup. 2 kills for him. He actually evacuated as well, and the space was actually taken up. Bit of a vacuum in play. Still Famous, only capable of grabbing the one. Yeah, still down the Lamp's position. Left down to that 45 health. And
Ya ini apa ya, Cok? Sakit kali, weh.
Bit of patter on top of the wood. Enough to know exactly where Berserk was coming from.
Iya, 4 kill.
Wondering if Ye would be good on pistol rounds now that Chamber's been nerfed a bit. Yeah, just buy a Ghost.
MU nggak nonton Prx kan.
Don't bother about buying Headhunter bullets at all.
Kraken was ahead of the meta.
Yeah, we've actually seen a bunch of different Chambers trying this out
Jaga di
after the economy
sini.
changes. And Ye, as part of this big quad push, was able to do so much work on this pistol round.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate because Boom would love to get one of those under their belt.
I think this is honestly, you're going to see things like that.
Arena perangnya banyak juga ya, Nek.
If there's no players waiting around there. The desk was kind of talking about the composition. Ryan was mentioning it, you know, the Fade versus the Chamber. You don't have that Sentinel to watch a lot of the flanks. You're going to be susceptible to aggressive takes.
Aduh, astaga.
That space, and you're also susceptible to Ye Meister, El Diablo, especially when he's up against 100 health targets of a marshal in his hands.
He has his tour de force.
Dia absen, bro.
If he dies or if he gets this kill. So that's pretty good for a bonus round.
That's quite nice, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not too bad.
And I mean, he's having to work for it.
Curang, Cok. Bawa temen, Cok.
Oh,
okay.
He's not gonna have his tour de force. You should have let him die.
After all that.
You should have let Ye die.
As a prime game of flawless.
I mean, Ye could easily play it over a B long and get that ult online, but yeah, Ye was able to get 4 kills on the pistol, and then you want to put a player like this in position to farm the ecos as well.
Tenang, jangan gitu,
That tour de
Cuk.
force is going to make a big difference. If he actually can get it up for the bonus, that's devastating to work against.
Yeah. Very, very difficult.
Chill, meh, chill. Easy.
Terbangin pesawat susah.
Ini baru buy round ya. Ini bonus nih, harus menang ini. Gue lapar lagi, Cok.
Yeah, and he's not going for it aggressively.
Trailblazer, okay. Pull into this one just in case there is somebody at a slight off angle. Oh, that utility is just being chucked into B long. Prowler, the Trailblazer on top of it. Now their own comes through. Crashies. They know, obviously. It's a heavy presence on that attack side.
Both of these teams are going to have the same approach to the defense. Heavy fighting over B long. And Boom have double initiative.
Bisa masuk nggak nih?
Play both ends of the map. But Optic don't.
Udah main.
They have to focus on
Udah.
one part that they fight heavily.
Udah kalah 2-0, Cok. Ye udah kill 7, anjoy.
They want to deny control of this crucial extremity.
Mentality is the key.
Ye only has a marshal. This is only a marshal.
Mampus lu, nyesel kan lu?
He only has 28 health.
Yeah, I mean,
bisa nge-heal dia, Cok.
He was just holding it down, but they were just spamming that one angle, making sure that they could catch it onto a play. Obviously, the heal is in play, so he's brought back up to 100.
Nah, kayaknya gara-gara ini loh, makan obatnya banyak jadi lapar terus juga.
Yeah, there's not enough that's been done, honestly, to even fake. But this could be a possibility of an A hit. And look at this now, just holding right down up close to them. They can try and drop down, they can try and remove FNS.
FNS-nya jaga angle-nya begitu, anjing.
Almost an inevitability for them, and indeed it is. That's going to be a bonus round secured for Optic.
Iko lagi dong.
And Boom just not coming up with the right game plan there. They got stuck for over a minute trying to take B long control without actually throwing enough utility and enough bodies in to get the players away and set up a split. You simply cannot have a B hit where 5 players are trying to waterfall out of Evga. It just doesn't work at this level at all.
It's just too obvious as well with the utility. Yeah, trickling out one after the other.
There's just too many crossfires as well. FNS just mops them up. So now Ye does finally get the finally, it's round 4. He does get the tour de force online. And he's going to be playing B long again.
He's opting into using it as well against his half buy, and there is that pace injected into it. I'm not scared of just trying to play fast and loose.
Yeah, very fast. Extremely
quick.
Instance. And Optic didn't really have a counter to the Viper setup that allowed them to get into lamps.
I will say,
denying the plant well though.
Yeah, there's a lot of utilities already being used for them.
Famous.
Trying, vulnerable up, that's Famous just trying to get something done with a shorty in his hands. Not quite. At this point, comes down to that discipline. Just make sure they don't lose anybody. Holding these angles to bottle. How do you get 2 there? But still, it's better weaponry at the end of the day, and it will be the difference maker.
Ente nih.
Yeah, that's a close round though, considering the economic difference.
Masih oke lah ya.
Boom found a really fast short.
Dengan Icue.
This is what I'm saying on Breeze. This team, Boom, is not always fast. They're not always slow. We've seen some really slow rounds from Boom where they take a minute off the clock without doing a thing. And then they'll throw in a round like this where they're booking it down short. Before you realize what's happened, they're all over lamps. They're into the smoke.
Nice switch up.
It is. It's nice the way that they play with pace.
Yeah.
They just need to find opportunities to do that in gun rounds where they can match Optic in the head-to-head.
That is going to be the round coming up after this. There's a timeout.
Chill, man. Chill.
Currently 4
nanti kalau break masak Indomie ya.
It was going to be a tough task for them though. You had combined.
Masa Indomie nggak ada rasa, bro?
Got an interesting dynamic coming up as well for this.
Wih, pulang aja, Boom. Sorry bang. Mending lu yang pergi bang. Sorry nih bang.
Otherwise it's going to be a devastating start.
Wah, nggak.
And the ultimate situation
very
interesting here. You got FNS with the Vipers.
Kalau Anda tidak suka dengan Boom, ya apa bang. Tapi nggak usah jadi provokator ya. Malu amanah malu. Parlan Gaming, masa nama Parlan Gaming? Tapi nggak bisa beli, nggak bisa indopride gitu. Intip lo 2 bel pakai telur, jangan dong. Ada tuh lu pada yang bikinin gua nih yang sakit guys, tolonglah. Gua lagi nunggu email dari Bu Mame.
They found a very easy avenue into A on the previous round, so Optic are trying to reinforce it with 3 players now.
Is it going to be easy again though? Yeah, he has bought, well, at least the operator at least from the previous round.
Yang monitor apa itu cok? BNK sih, udah pasti BNK sih.
Where you can get an angle potentially.
Yang kita kelan Prx, iya. Waktu itu.
Any kind of A pressure will meet resistance.
It showers them in a fight over. I mean, Ye feels comfortable here with a rendezvous, but he's got a trailblazer and a boombot. Oh my goodness.
Aduh, hampir aja.
Absolutely everything being thrown at them, even the molly and the C's over the top. This is a cacophony of utility. Everything being launched at these
timingnya
players.
pas banget, hoki banget ini
Feel the
anjir.
pressure right now. Just have to scamper to the back of the site.
Yeah, really nice idea for Boom. It's a huge amount of utility being used. But here it comes, Seekers, Nightfall, everything being expended.
One after another, but this will flick from Ye. The adjustment of the aim, in fact, didn't have to do anything at all. Just running right into his line of sight. One after another, and a spam into the smoke. They know the positioning of these players. They know we're going to be coming from.
11-1 tuh.
Oh my goodness.
Looks like it might be too much, but it's again Tiboto.
Udah semua ulti dipakai nih.
They get it free here, still crushes on the high ground, or I should say Victor. Not even much of a factor in that round.
Yeah, and it's Boom with a big set play.
Wah,
You
kayaknya
missed what
map 3
happened
nih,
at the
bro.
beginning of that round. They use double drone, the dog, the trailblazer, and the Boombot in order to push the Opper away. That's with a suck from the Astra too. So using huge amounts of utility to take showers control. And then there's a C's nade combo for the people who are running away. And that's such a nice set play, but it uses all of your utility and you're expecting to get a pick up. And Optic reacted to it perfectly. They just ran away. But they reacted in time, so they avoided any casualties.
So the idea, whether or not that was set up in that prior timeout, just doesn't quite come to fruition here for Boom.
And it is a devastating beginning to bind. I said Boom looked better on their defensive side, but you still need to put up some rounds in this half.
It's so difficult. The more risks you take, the more you're just delivering right into the sight lines that Ye is going to be holding. He's been maneuvering his way around the map as well. It's the way he likes to play this. You never quite know where that setup's going to be. Most of it as well. Maybe the jump peak. Pre-fire with a shot, a bit of spam being exchanged here and there. But look at how safe Marv is playing this.
Gak ada sentinel, tapi optiknya juga aman sih.
He's going for the kind of straight up and down.
Cuma emang nyerangnya aja nih nggak bisa nih. Belum ketemu celahnya gitu.
I've seen it a couple of times, but Nade slams his way into the back. A triple. Spike going to start to go down, and that's a bit of running gun action. Stinger. Why not? Showstopper now online off the back of the plant.
Nice.
And Victor just could not get out of there in time. He tried to satchel to avoid a lot of the space and movement that was coming his way, but Seeker's going to be broken. He's now leading the charge for the rest of his team. He does have that rifle in his hand. Even the Trailblazer used broken early, though.
And it feels like these thrifty rounds have been the most successful attempts for Boom. Can they hold on? It's only Famous with a Phantom.
Being able to get into that post fans should be favoured. Lovely trade from Famous with the rifle. Has to do good work with it. In fact, he's got that nade back online. Even the pull being used to disrupt it, but crashes. He's right in their face. The two of the heads ripped clean off. You have to stick this though, and half on it should have it.
With just a second to work with, and the faith in Ye. How are they able to recover that one? Another monster round from Crashies. Famous doing a great job of getting in here, recovering a rifle, helping his team. The trade was good, like you said, but Crashies being able to dodge the C's nade combo and kill both of those players, Tiboto and Famous.
It's just ridiculous.
And then the faith in Ye. Look at him. Look at that smile on his face. Look at that smile. He knows Ye's good for it.
Wah, mentalnya naik dah cok.
Ye definitely good for it, by the way. Look at the scoreboard, 13-2. It is, in fact, a menace.
You wouldn't think the Chamber's been nerfed. If you looked at it, you wouldn't think it.
No, you wouldn't. And Crashies has another ult online. He's been farming these up so quickly. Oh, the bait.
It's a bit of a half clip, and he walk into him. And Ye just will not be denied.
El Diablo is feasting tonight.
Iya ini deh.
His area to map, Showers control.
Jadi
locked down entirely. Just not enough spacing. Of course, the collapse brings them all down. There's that pressure though that's being applied. Flip side has made its way into Lamps. Kill onto Crashies. Backs away for but a moment.
And Lamps has definitely been an area that Optic are not fighting for super heavily. Boom have realised this. Let's going for it. Oh, what a perfect timing.
Confidence to try and do that as well when it comes to that 2v2, but he knew he could catch that timing, and he suspects where Blaze King is. He's got a great idea of it.
And for Blaze King, FNS could be inside the teleporter still.
Yeah.
FNS could be in hookah. FNS could be on site.
FNS played that majestically, hasn't he?
He really has. A lovely round, but it did get scrappy again. Considering how well Ye did, picking up 3 in Showers. It's another round that's close.
Udah masuk ke ini dia.
Not close enough for Boom. They're still
Iko main kalah.
Just off the mark by 1 or 2 kills.
Yeah.
Just ever so slightly.
Yeah, it's a fraction. And, you know, Jess was making the point on the desk that with Berserk's not... I mean, look at that lineup.
Just moments taken before disaster.
Bisa di-pause gini ya?
Absolute freeze frame.
Barb's body on the floor as well. Just absurd. Jess was making the point that Berserk's wasn't really able to get those first bloods like you're expecting from a Jet on Breeze.
Yeah.
And Boom was still performing really well, and we're able to get there. And I think that logic
16
makes a lot
skill.
of sense. If Berserk's able to have his star impact like we've seen from him in APAC, maybe Boom have even more to give. But that was also, you have to take into account a big, I think, overperformance
Cok, map defender ini, Cok.
as well. And you need somebody.
Tapi kalau 012 bete juga ya.
And for Boom, there's been moments from a couple of players, but they just can't string it together all into one round. They've all had their own little flashes of brilliance to bring things down into 1v1s or 2v2s,
gua lihat anjing.
but not able to put it all together against the might of Optic and Lian.
Most success it seems that Boom have been having when it comes to these fast plays, when they're on the half buys, they're just taking space rapidly, making sure that they trade themselves out.
Yeah, and I think Lamps is definitely an area that's not being contested right now. Most teams on the defense side are going to have protocols for clearing out. You know, when the Viper wall goes up, and actually this is a different one being used right now for Flipsider, but when that normal Viper wall goes up for Lamps control, there's a PC utility to stop people pushing off the back of it. And instead, Optic are just giving Boom Lamps. And here, Boom take it again immediately.
Push all the way through.
Thank you very much.
Destroyed. Slow field at their feet, but Boombot actually going to be slightly missing there. That's going to be a seize into that orbital strike, and you have nowhere to run. Flipsider has to just cower in the corner. The rest of Optic going to be rotating, of course, they're in time. Nothing that's been bought prior in this round.
Oh, di situ lagi.
And if there was any question about whether or not Optic are still looking like
Ente udah dikarikin nih kayaknya nih.
they are absolutely dealing with everything the Boom are throwing at them. They don't need Lamps control. You saw in that round, Ye just put down his trademark to see whether or not it was a fake.
Habis pelotop nge-smurf, dibalas kah? Ye nge-smurf, Cok.
You haven't even seen aspects of deep lurks happening where they're
Kalau
trying to capitalize on
nggak
the
tahu
fact
ya,
that no
tapi
chamber being ran.
menurut gua pikirin map 3 sih kalau udah kayak gini.
Pushing their defense. Something they used to do all the time
Udah
against
nggak
teams
bisa dipaksa juga, malah mentalnya makin down gitu.
Boom are playing
Harus belajar mengikhlaskan sih.
in these A hits. That
Cuma pernah loh, 12-3 balik tuh pernah juga loh, bisa loh.
Victor, who's having a quiet performance through no fault of his own, has a showstopper online. He just hasn't quite been required yet, this map. He's going to be in position to stop any kind of Lamps take right now. Boom are focusing on Showers. They've done that in a prior round too. And here's a bit of a push. After Victor doubling up.
That's where you're starting to see it happen. Okay, showstopper play. Just doing a bit of team damage, okay? Just trying to get kicked from the server. Double satchel play into the back of the site. No, that snakebite does not do a lot to stop it. And Boom, they are not stopping. This is relentless gameplay at the end of the day.
8-4 nih.
Handed an early L.
This round has been a pleasure and a delight to watch.
Gak mungkin nih kalah lagi kan, gak mungkin kan.
Boom are picking up the pieces. Things got chaotic there.
Yeah, they did.
And Optic, in the midst of all of that, getting caught out, there was a very fast reaction coming out through Showers. And good utility being used as well to re-clear that top short position and blind Marv.
So one of the things that has been impressing me, I think, watching
Anjing,
Boom, is that
16-2
they are
aja,
quick
Cok.
to make decisions like that.
Yeah.
They recognize that there's space available to be taken. From like a deep push,
Yay.
proactive play by Optic, they will often make moves towards it.
Yeah, I think that's a
Tapi
big
ini orang emang
difference
jago
between the
banget
Zeta division that we watched earlier.
Ya emang jago banget ini orang.
Zeta also have a lot of slow rounds in their game, but Boom are much more happy to be proactive and take the initiative when opportunities are offered to them, whereas Zeta were struggling in that department. But that's a really good kill. This 2K by Blaze King destroys Shaw. He gets rid of
Iyalah udah
both
keluar aja
Victor
boom
and
trend, Cok.
Marv, and really crushes the
Daripada
opposition
suping ya kan,
Optic
daripada
holding
suping.
onto on A.
Boom trend aja, Cok, udah gas. Satset gak sih?
Boom win all the rest of the rounds this half?
I mean, it has to be at a minimum, surely.
If they get this to 8-4, and then maybe if they get the pistol as well and get things back to 8-6.
Wah, Tebota main smoker sih. Tadi juga main Viper.
Pace is the name of the game. This time with the weaponry behind them, you might start to see some success. They've cleared a lot of the utility.
Nice.
VIII, this guy's just standing there.
Orang gila.
An emoji. Just sitting there now, Trailblazer trying to clear the back of the site, but Famous removes it. So and look at where the spike is landed.
Yeah, the spike is going towards
Tuh FNS ini anjim ya dari tadi. Oh, ketahuan untung aja.
Banyak dia.
Spray down.
Untung di prowler, Cok.
Perfectly there. Great utility usage.
Nice banget.
Prowlernya enggak.
And Famous reads the play.
Kalau dekat bunyi dengan gitu.
Attempted to punish there.
Walaupun enggak.
Iya. Walaupun enggak lihat.
Nowhere to be found, already sitting on the other side of the map, so
Evga nggak lu, ha?
Itu Josh, well on their way to that 4 that we're saying is a bare minimum.
Iskuin.
If I'm Famous here,
Cok.
Listen,
Masih kaya, Cok, masih bisa beli itu.
Operator is going to favor Boom because Boom have been getting
Temen-temennya kaya.
fast hits. Yeah. And he's one away from a showstopper.
8-4 sih ini.
Go hunt. Famous, if that's me, I'm going and trying to find Victor and Marv. Even if you die, you have showstopper online for the next round. I think that'd be the optimal play here. You look at the other ults available as well. A combination of Nightfall Showstopper would be great for cracking open one of these sites. Or at least Nightfall into A and then use the Showstopper to stop the retake coming through. Something like this.
Oke, dapetin 4 dek.
Safe, respectful approach and end rather to the round from Boom as they choose to allow Victor
Like pause gak?
That play from Riot.
Soalnya EA diem gitu loh.
I mean, I think Ye must have timed out there. It just doesn't make any sense why he was just staring into a corner.
Tuh kan technical pause.
Indeed, we do have an Optic timeout, which I don't know whether that's attack or a technical, but Optic have taken a moment here to breathe, to reset.
Jago banget, Cok.
They still have plenty of buffer in terms of rounds. You can see 8.
Dia main mirip-mirip kayak Zantares anjing.
Ya, Zantares.
Tapi Zantares itu 5 cm. 3 cm dari monitor matanya.
Jago banget tuh Zantares tuh saking sportnya ya, Cok. Gak mampu.
Bener-bener nempel muka dia malah.
Time out ya?
Masih main gak sih Zantares itu? Turki ya itu ya?
Nah, bener.
Gak pernah ngikutin lagi gua.
Ngikutin aja.
Pulang ke rumah ya.
Fantastic team on this map. And then also when they played against PaperX didn't even dare run the Yoru against them, you know? Yeah. They just they could see it coming. And Optic were able to lay the smackdown.
Ya, Cok, tabrak utilnya dipakai gitu, prowler.
Very top of Copenhagen. Optic have definitely got this trump card in their back pocket. But once more, Brent, it's not a map that we've seen a new comp on. And maybe they don't feel like they need to pull them out against Boom, or maybe they're just happy and content with the comps that we're working.
Yeah, you have a lot of good tools with this composition that you are running, but bit of presence being shown at Fountain Ye. Oh, he's creeping. He's crawling up onto the angle now with a tour de force. Has to be aggressive with it. There's no follow-up. There's no setup. The Trailblazer are close to him. Stunned up.
Cakep nih.
And FNS was just trying to make sure that he could take an aggressive position down the short to get some space.
Kayaknya nggak bisa ya. Nge-scope juga nggak bisa kan?
Mid-round, he's also punished in the mix of things. Push through. Don't smoke. The traders there instantaneously though.
There's some wild moves coming out from Optic at the end of this half.
Super strange.
Yeah, I mean, they're just taking the most aggressive options every time there's a decision to be made.
This is making it work. Wait a second. This guy might just be ice cold in the mix. 1-for-1 with a showstopper exchange, but now up to Blaze can versus Crashies. So good in the clutch. And look at this guy go.
Crashies has simply been monstrously good in these situations. It's like 15 and 3 or something in 1v1 so far this.
Padahal udah bagus banget loh.
Since the qualification period for stage 2, he's just been slaughtering people in these kind of late rounds. It's the area that he specializes in, and yeah, they say nice round, Jimmy, because Marv was the player that made the huge play there. The 3K on site, it kind of recovered from everyone else making some wonky plays on the rest of the map. And Boom don't have any of those big ultimates to work with in the final
last round.
Punish being made though, or at least an attempt of it. Now Trailblazer to help supplement. Yeah, he's just tied into this corner. He's got the showstopper. Orbital strike pushes them right into him.
Oh, it's just brutal.
Out of the pan.
Oh, it's brutal.
Into the fire. Double satchel play into their faces, but Crashies is dealing with it quite handedly once more. Moves around. That's going to be a horn revealing his location, but that blind in the eyes of Tavadal. Nowhere.
Gila tektokannya itu loh, guys.
Lincah banget ya.
Tektokannya itu loh, satu kabur, satu sudah di situ, jadi dikira kabur kan.
Kok mati?
Satu dekat.
Live-nya ini nggak?
Mati.
Hah? Live-nya mati?
Iya.
Di Twitch nyala kok.
Live siapa di Twitch nyala kok?
Twitch nyala.
Ya,
aku lagi nonton di Twitch.
Yan.
Buffer.
Dia pakai sound dihidupin, Neng.
Weh, gas.
Di gua live-nya mati.
Iya, 19 kill.
Astaga.
Siapa yang mati, Bro?
Live-nya.
Innalillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un.
Hidupin.
Live-nya siapa? Ica.
Iya.
Spawnnya deket sih.
Oh.
Pindah ke YouTube dah. Mati yang di Valorant lo. Gak tahu kenapa. Gila 400. HS-nya 420 coy.
Wire, super air. Enak karnya ya.
One hit jarak jauh, jarak dekat.
Oh nggak bisa guys.
Spidey senses bang, bang, 180,
mati nah.
flick shot, gets his little, you know, nice little.
Main game kayak gini nih anjing.
Lah nggak apa-apa ini aja guys.
Dulu ada kan game yang kayak gitu yang kita mainin?
Apa sih?
Kita dulu main ini, Pung.
Ini bukan yang waktu yang Battlefield.
HS itu average combat score. Rata-rata total combat lu.
Ya COD.
Warzone. Cuma dia mainnya sebelum Warzone keluar. Pas dia masih mode yang kayak gini.
COD terbanyak skornya tuh.
Itu telat. Ya terus mau gimana? Nggak ini Valonya mati.
Kecepatan mati nggak sih ini?
HS tertinggi itu siapa ya? Gua aman di Twitch. Entahlah, Twitch gua mati tuh. Lah nggak apa-apa di sini aja.
Oh yeah, they must be feeling themselves here. If you're up 10-2, and that is exactly what you're expecting from Optic Gaming. But now it's time to jump back into our next half. Let's send it over to Brennan Saicha, who did not like me saying plays it.
No, it's fine. It gave me a little chuckle at the end of the day, but 10-2.
Sampai real banget ya.
Sejadi.
And it's pistol round already.
Gak tahu juga ya.
Yeah, high risk, high reward plays need to be made.
Ini kalau Optik menang pistol round udah berat sih.
And Boom are just going to put this into one big last hurrah.
Luru.
This round is going to be over within 5 seconds, it feels like, because already absolutely into the meat grinder. The player's going to be beaten themselves. The pistols.
Anjing kaget gak tuh gitu banget.
It's down to the 1v1.
Tiba-tiba 1v1.
It's 10 seconds in. 10 seconds in.
Dimajuin gitu banyak sih kaget anjir.
Ca, lu pakai IndiHome ya, Ca?
Iya.
Oh iya, berarti IndiHome sama-sama error.
Lu juga mati, Bro?
Iya, yang Twitch IndiHome mati.
Segitu ya?
Flipside just gonna bide his time, wait it out, look for a noise cue. Kok bisa? Trying it.
Lumayan.
Well, guess what? The wrong gamble. Boom. They get that pistol round that they were looking for.
I mean, just mind games on mind games there. They both try the exact same pistol round. It goes down to the 1v1. You got both IGLs, both big brains. FNS looking to try and catch Flipsider out. Flipsider's just waiting for the tap.
Just hold it.
Just purely playing for the 1v1 retake clutch. It looks too easy for Flipsider, but from FNS's point of view, he really was trying to make an intelligent play there. Okay, I like it. We're gonna get to see a
masih berharap masih mirip gak 10-3.
They've got some things that I think they do very nicely. Flipsider with his classic defensive anchoring here of A, he puts down his Viper Orb on the default spot. So that's doing a lot of decay damage if Optic try to plant in the expected positions.
There's a lot of space being given up to them, though. You can already see the Optic players have worked their way into lamps into the back of the site. That's flashes being used one after the other with the pistols, including that nade. Famous has pushed forwards, but catching FNS unaware, looking like an AI on a singular path, just walking around.
Okay.
Famous close to that showstopper.
Yeah, still a couple
Ini
of
round penting nih, round penting nih.
exactly what you want to see.
Minimal
Not a tool that you can really rely on for the bonus round.
Nah, menang Mon bisa ini.
It kind of has to be a converted bonus.
Kali.
A series of
run and gun bro,
big rounds
bisa nih.
together here so that your your economy snowball turns into an ultimate snowball. That's how you get these comebacks going. But the buy is just
anjir.
not good. Boom barely have anything to work with. Optic did enough damage to the economy. Boom are hoping for something masterful. Boom's general strategy is to have Flipsider hard anchor A as Viper, meanwhile playing an aggressive B defense. And here you see them go through the teleporter off the back of the hold. But they caught Victor.
Yeah, they do get the one kill, but they've given up so much space because of it. Be short control, given up. Pick up the Viper's Orb, and the plant is down. So
this is the time where you expect Optic to be pushing backside. And so you see from Tebotol's position, he's worried to even get into backside at all.
Yeah, so far back.
He's holding very passively.
No support from the rest of his team. They're all just trying to retake that position from Showers and Short, but Ye is still locking it down. The pre-fire spam
Nice,
through the wall. It's
Blazing.
Who comes out on top? A quick tap of it. Position and revealed at least for Crash. He's right round the side, but they've got more to deal with right now. Boom, they're trying to convert this one. Oh, quick shot.
Wah, bisa anjing tiba-tiba.
That's Optic winning out that buy round.
And they win the bonus, or rather win the anti-bonus. But Boom did a lot of damage there. That's an important round.
Trouble is, Josh, not too much in terms of up, is it?
No, it's not at all. They're on a knife's edge. They can't even afford to give one, I think.
Yeah.
You know, you need to be perfect from here on out. But this is where, with a slight economic advantage, although it doesn't really materialize into too much, both teams having light armor, Famous needs to be getting value out of this showstopper. And Famous is normally going to be playing with Flipsider on A. You can see Blaze King and Spawn literally just ready to go for the rotates. Anywhere they see or hear, Optic looking towards.
Early spam.
Famous tembak tuh ulti cok. Showstopper.
It has dragged
Luar
the
dapat 5.
They want to try and go for a bit of a contact re-clear of Showers here, but look at the Optic players. They are holding a slight angle. Spam into the corner. To the line of side angle. It's a double face.
Nice.
Straight down. Famous. Oh, he's getting away with murder.
What a sick play with the Vandal there. Doesn't even need the showstopper, just getting raw value with the bullets. Flipsider, just about able to squeak into lamps. He's going to be the key player.
The Seekers were killed for him, so they don't expect Flipsider to just be playing that angle. Only the one going to be found, an instant trade from Optic. But still, again, slowly creeping across the site, not watching for the potential angles.
Nice.
And it's a beautiful reset of the game for Tabottle to close out that round.
Optic going for the gamble play, contacting in through short, gets caught by Flipsider, contacting around through Showers, gets caught by Tabottle. Really good play by Boom on their defense. But this,
how do you do
this
that?
is
how
absurd.
Do you do that?
What a play by Famous. And that's actually got a bit of momentum.
City kuat banget sih di sini.
Still a long
Harus
way
kuat
to go.
City di sini
You look at the score up top, just 2 rounds, that's all Optic need. We mentioned it over and over again when we were watching that Breeze map. Sometimes those 2 rounds are the hardest. However, Victor's going to be making it just that bit easier.
Yeah, Famous not waiting for the rest of the utility to try to re-clear showers.
Half by as well, Josh.
Yeah, just
swing into it. Optic do not win many of these thrifties.
You cannot be giving up this much space to damage. Blaziken, he does. Salvage it, gets the trade-off, but has to run away. Drop down to 20 health.
Marv was thinking about going for an ult there.
Itu minta heal dia, Cok.
Berserks becomes
timing
an
anjing.
extremely important player. Holding onto Octagon is so important right now. And he just doesn't have a clue that there's 2 in hookah.
He's completely missed
Astaga,
it.
timingnya, Cok.
Guys, I pushed all the way through Fountain. I haven't found a player. They got to be lurking over towards A.
Can he hear Marv? Does he hear Marv?
No! That's the correct timing. And the players of Optic, they're already in the site. They've been cautious the entire time.
Segitu bukannya kedengeran
not
ya?
making any sound cues. Little do they know it's a free side for them.
That works.
Gak ada penonton.
Which is where Blaze King is just about to walk into.
20 health. Bit of spam will do it.
It's going to be 1 HP either way.
Yeah.
Penting masuk aja si Blaze King.
Fight on one side, blocks up. Slight angle, and it reveals it. Feels almost intentional with the way that Viper's Pit is set up. It looks like just about in range to get the highlight on him.
And this would be an incredible toll. Yeah. It just wanders into Marv, and that is a brutal heartbreak.
Oh, ini BO3 ya kan?
Gotta be the most careful when you're on the half by, when you're up against it. It's so difficult to keep any sort of momentum going.
And just a small misplay by Famous, and then Berserks, as Famous tries to... He doesn't even really re-challenge there. He's just trying to dip his head back in to throw a grenade and immediately run away, but he gets punished by Victor. And then Berserks with a misread of where Optic were going. And that is the sound of someone who realizes the second map has slipped away from them.
At point for Optic, one more. Get to that critical map number 3.
There are so many good ults here for Boom to use, but even if they expend them all in this round, it doesn't break Optic's economy. So they need to be stingy. It's their only way of mounting a comeback.
Double face though, that's going to be taken out, yay. It's going to be throwing a couple of question marks into the overall game plan of Optic.
Famous gue liat nggak pakai showstopper dari tadi nih.
Lost him, so they're probably going to go with a bit of pace now. That's a showstopper right into the players. Victor deals with it. That could have been absolutely massive. And pound for pound, Victor's going to be releasing his own ult. Halfway on a duration, a pull, vulnerable Nightfall on top of it, but just pre-fired into the Viper's Pit. Backed away. No more sound cues for them. They're going to be missing a lot of information into this one, but Marv is still holding the position. Drops the smoke, and he's got the orbital strike in his back pocket.
Difficult to find a timing though when you're playing inside lamps, but he's not getting pressured at all.
Player's going to be pushing forwards. It's going to be a cosmic divide to split it across. You have to push forwards here. Boom! They do have an opening, but is it enough? Down to that 1v1. Time is still going to start to tick now. On the wrong side of the wall, that will do it. The final blow for Victor, and it secures map number 2.
Bau-baunya sih ya, map 3 sih bakal Optic lagi yang pegang.
Kayaknya sih.
No celebrations particularly to speak
Belum
of.
tentu, Cok.
That's the job that they came here to do.
Fracture ini kuat, Cok.
Opponent dismissed.
Nggak masalahnya.
Mentalnya nggak sih goyang nggak nih dibantai begini?
Map 1 itu menang mental dia tuh.
Focus on map 3. You still have
mental kayak udah balik kan PD-nya mereka.
Right at the very beginning of this series was how this all played out. Breeze was a must-win for Boom. Let's just try and even.
Makan nasi pecel dulu, guys.
Map number 3. We are
Ayo gas.
Pecel kacang atau pecel lele?
Pecel meleleh.
Pecel kacang meleleh.
Hola guys, gua ambil kasur dulu. Masih loan ya, loan.
Replica almost of the same strat once we flip the halves. But
kebetulan masih loan guys.
Exactly the type of experience you need if you're Boom. You know, you get one map where it's all of the adrenaline pumping through your body. You're able to beat one of the best teams in the world on your map selection, and then immediately afterwards it's the crash down to earth.
Yeah, it's an instantaneous reminder that you are You know, you're champions playing against the top dogs now. Welcome to the major leagues because, you know, Optic, they've got the experience to be able to, you know, brush off, you know, a loss in OT in that fashion, many rounds being played and just immediately go straight into that map number 2.
They've had a microdose of both ends of the spectrum.
Sure.
You know, they've had the pure joy and they've had the heartbreak, and now it's all about map 3.
Okay, well, that's going to do it for map number 2, but of course a short break and the setup from our desk of map number 3, that critical fracture map. Don't go anywhere, you know you're not going to want to miss it.
Kenapa ya?
Diem aja kok.
Dah.
Hah? Cak?
Ya?
Kenapa?
Enggak.
Ini perang laut, gue gimana gue maju kotak. Gitu, grafiknya bagus banget tuh.
Kali 2 doang lagi.
Kan maju nggak bisa gitu. Harus berenang apa? Wah, keren banget airnya.
Keren banget efeknya, Cok.
Anjing.
Wah. Ada ikannya nggak ya di bawah ya?
Bang, ikut apa bang?
Ini orang-orang dapat kapal dari mana dah?
Keren banget, Neng.
Keren, Cok.
Terus di monitornya kayak ada air-air gitu lagi.
Iya, Cok.
Bercak-bercaknya gitu ya?
Bercak-bercaknya mana lihat, teman. Anjing. Terus sampai kapan gue berenang, anjing?
Lama banget, Jan, anjir.
Lu nggak ada kapal, Yan?
Redeploy aja, redeploy. Mana ya? Cara
Lu nggak ada kapal tuh.
Oh, ini.
Nah, kan enak langsung depan perang tuh. Sniper, Yan.
Sniper dong.
Itu slide-slide gitu pakai apa, Yan?
X.
X, oh, pantas.
So-soan nembak kau lele.
Salah orang, Pak. Sensi kau udah dapat, Yan?
Udah, kalau ini yang sensi enak.
Halo guys. Bentar kok breaknya. 5 menit lagi juga mulai. Jongkoknya kontrol apa C ya dulu? Oh ganti ya.
When you look at the series overall, and this is obviously going to seem a little bit more
dingin guys, dingin.
Even though we still have plenty more Valorant left to play here, this was the perfect series for Optic Gaming because they realized, like, you know, hey, we're mortals and we can struggle, breeze, but we're unbind and we're thriving, so you know, they can at least pick themselves up.
Yeah, Brennan, Josh
Sniper rasa rifle, bro.
Right, where it's like the
Semoga sih keren ya anjing.
The players afterwards is just like it's done. Like, this is what realistically is right? Just okay.
Cheater kan.
Erek sama Leviathan.
Cheater kan.
Kalau nggak cheater gitu ya.
Masih ada lagi replay tadi di depan gua kulit.
Dia ngomongin lu juga sama, Yan. Dia ngomongin lu sama juga tuh. Cheater, Cok.
Taruh cheater langsung.
Oh, gua ketemu cheater padahal dia nge-cheat juga kan.
Kayaknya apa nama temannya deh langsung di repeat. Oh ini nih teman lu tuh minta di repeat.
It's funny as well because there was another mention of this man by another great analytical content creator mine who happens to also sit on the desk with me at the same. Well, no, almost, but it's Ryan Central.
Resesnya nolong banget, Cok. Bro.
sit on the same desk as me
Aduh.
right now said
Tapi gua yakin
is the man that needs to stand up on this map. And there is a little bit of discourse at the moment on Twitter, and I'm looking around at the moment off the map. There are people who are saying he is the best bind player specifically in the world. Now, of course, we had a little bit of jokes left and right at the last event about, you know, best initiator in the world, etc. You know, a couple of jabs here and there. But he seriously is
Gua
so
cukup yakin nih map
incredible.
3
Talk about playground for Optic on this. I really think this is the playground for Crash.
He's just playing great in general. You know, I mean, even look at the
Gua
last
yakin
series.
sih banyak
He
yang pilih
also,
Optic sih.
even though he was the guy that was left in a lot of situations as the last player left
Istimewa
alive,
ini nih, Beb.
hey, Crash has been having a pretty solid series so far, right?
Yeah, and it's kind of that play that you want to step up a little bit more. Like we've seen some good Silver overall, but with the
Putih warnanya
Silver
putih
next coming
pink.
in is a bit more of a lean in that direction.
Ada yang
But the
normal.
fact that he's able to
Normal aja yang
perform on
kecil.
Sky, and just this comp generally, having a chamber there, having a Sky, it's probably the most common composition I think for the teams that use this tournament. The other option is that fade, and well, just a fade in. You obviously can switch out the controllers, right? That's a bit of a personal preference, but the information, it wasn't really able to be
Boom kuat di
grabbed, I
fracture.
suppose, by Boom. And also,
Tapi
they used
Boom ini
both
menurut
their
gua
timeouts.
bermasalah
I
sih
mean,
sama
that's how bad
takernya
that
sih.
stat was for them. And so there wasn't really a way back in, despite finally picking up a pistol.
Yeah, that's the very thing I was exactly going to bring up. Is like they get that one pistol, things look good. Mind you, that pistol,
Ganti aja
they
kali ya.
go back. The fact that they read finesse, like no one reads finesse. Like I'm going to be honest, there was not a lot of people in the world that can perfectly read finesse, both in his calling for a team and in his self movement around the map. The fact that they knew he would be into that, I was like, that's incredible. So Boom's already into the heads of Optic. They just don't have necessarily the cohesion on bind to be able to execute what it is that they're knowing is coming, and they're not able to weather the storm.
Anyone, even if you're a Boom fan watching this, you know, back home, like you kind of had to just factor in, like, this is Optic's home map, and like, you know, this is like you're playing against I don't know, well, I was gonna make a baseball reference, but if
You're in Istanbul, it's where it's known.
Yeah, right.
Everyone in Istanbul is going to understand the
I
baseball
was gonna
reference.
say it's like you're playing the Cubs in Chicago, you're wrestling CM Punk in Chicago, but no, instead it's this completely goes over everyone's head here, and I continue to be alone. But now we move forward, and thank you to our producer Stefan, who said that he is with me. Thank you. But now we move on to French. And funny enough, both teams have had losing outings on this map most recently. But you know, when you look at who Optic has lost to versus who Boom's lost to, you kind of got to favor Optic a little bit more here.
Sure, I mean, you could ELO system it, but even if I did ELO system it and I looked at the losses, I spoke about Bind, them being undefeated in Copenhagen on it those 4 times that they played it. I look back at their last LAN appearance on this, they lost dominantly FX. They lost even more dominantly to PaperX. They lost even more dominantly to DRX. And then only on the first debut time they played Fracture, they won it against Loud to knock them out there. But that was like, that's their last 3 shows on this map. They barely strung together like 5, maybe not even half worth of rounds. Like that is not enough. Who's currently aware, very currently aware that they
juga
can
yakin
beat
kuat
the
gitu loh guys, mainnya mereka kuat.
I don't think there's enough in the mentality of this for Optic now that they need to turn around and be like, change it.
Si Famous kayak Langga ya guys.
I would look at it as well, where both teams run the same comps, or at least they have done in the past, which I think people refer to them as the Optic comp, right? The Victor Neon kind of stuff, being able to put the pressure in, so that's something that Boom have also been going for. I think this is the kind of map that Optic, they want to be as they don't want it to be like crazy even if it goes to overtime and they win it, just because they want this map to feel comfortable to them, that they want to go in and have a sort of 13-7 win, which they were on the opposite side of against when they played FPX, right? So it's those kind of moments where, like, this comp, I call the Optic comp because they were one of the first few teams to really start to run and find success. But it hasn't really been that great on an international stage. Can you beat an international debut?
Masih ada caranya buat ngapalin tuh ada arahnya tuh 240, 225
like, you know, we're getting a lot of these very similar
Ini setengah satu.
show the innovation that Optic Gaming have put
yan
forward
di bawah
for
kiri
the
yan.
broader global
Di atas mouse itu kelihatan musuh, misalnya you are spotted tuh.
Wow.
Iya.
They are leaning into it, to be fair.
Coba ya, lu maju aja dulu. Nanti gua lihat itu.
Brutal.
Bit brutal.
Di atasnya mouse.
If I talk, I'm in trouble. So I won't have any opinion on that. But what I will say, look, I'm going through all of my stats. I'm like, look, we're talking, you know, a little bit down on Optic. We're saying that maybe this is the Optic comp and whatnot. And I was like, all right, well, what does Boom do on this map? Like, if I just go back to their games, I know they had that 4-5 overtime against Onyx, you know, as their second last playing of this map. And I was like, how does Berserk do, for example? Like, obviously there was a very slow
mulai ya. Enggak loh, di sini ternyata teman-teman masih mendukung Boom banyak banget ya, masih 84% ya. Oke, Agent Pick. Gua kalau udah jam segini meriang deh guys, badan gue dingin cok.
Isolated he got, like if these executions like with Lian, so yeah, like this is so far looking as you'd expect when it comes to these comps, nothing too different from either side.
Yeah, well, here's your prime gaming.
Lian main game itulah pokoknya.
You're literally just gonna get a mirror comp.
Mirror ya.
Well, actually, yeah, you are. Sorry, my eyes, you know.
But
yeah, and this is kind of like what happened in map 1.
Mirror cok.
Running the same compositions, just Boom, you know, going to this. But yes, I am looking at Berserks because I want to see what he can do here, right?
I think it's a linchpin of this. Like,
kuat kalau nggak konsert. Prx bro, chill meh. Tapi abis ini makan dulu biar hangat guys. Indomie kuah kayak the best sih.
Like, you know, the master, the teacher, everything like that. You need to become like, you need to become the ultimate version of him. You need to outdo a Victor Neon. And I feel like that's really, really hard to do unless Victor's having a bad day at the office.
Penting makan abis ini guys.
Yeah, the Jedi Master.
Oh my goodness.
One of the things, real quick, that Boom struggled with when they were attacking, because they're attacking first, is any form of defensive aggression. Onyx just kept running at them, kept winning those fights.
Indomie pakai telur, wah.
Look at that comp.
Repot guys, kita makan Indomie
aja
di sini.
As much as it possibly can, and especially when they look to bind, they want that momentum to keep going onto this map.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be smart. They're gonna have to take space early against Optic. They can't. I think Brennan's head show was saying this about, like, you know, the respect, right? And at some point, Boom's just gonna have to disrespect their opponent.
Yes, they have.
You know what I mean? They just gotta cut them and punch them in the mouth, you know?
The funny thing is, Zersha was saying that tournament after tournament, they themselves weren't confident enough to take gunfights. They said a lot of new teams when they come in, or even teams from APAC where they're not used to
Oke, kita akan lihat
are feeling not
map
confident
terakhir, Fracture, map penentuan dengan Agent Pick yang mirror. Mungkin ini bakal adu aim, bakal ketat sih.
Final map to determine who moves on in this group. Let's find out which team is going to be taking their first steps towards the championship. We're going to be sending it back over to Brennan.
Paling nggak Indomie gitu gua tahu, yang anget-anget lah, Indomie kuah lagi.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Yep, map number 3 is what we're looking at here. Fracture for Optic versus Boom. It's all come down to this one. We kind of teed it up.
Paling nggak at least tuh anget-anget gitu.
Series as well. And it's an interesting one, honestly, because you're seeing a mirror competition like this is really Josh, and it's thing that Optic, they've kind of set the stage at this one. They've honestly, they've become known for playing these neon comps in themselves. But I think that comes with some weaknesses as well. It's been a while since Optic were the innovators. It's been a while since they were setting the
juga kayak minum air tawar anjing, bener juga.
The neon comps, they've been around for a while now. Weaknesses are known to a degree. It does give Boom a bit of an opening.
It gives both teams an opening, I think. I would expect Optic to have a pretty decent advantage.
Udah Boom attacker duluan lagi.
For what Jess was talking about, their most recent LAN performances have been fairly disastrous, but that's against
mulai cok, mulai.
Oh my.
Trying to collapse onto this whole plane.
Yeah, and they've just pinned them right into Halls here. The follow-up is there from Blaze King. That's a great trade.
3 lawan 2 bisa.
Was there?
That's a really nice play. Whenever you
so important for the
namanya Lian Qingwen.
No time wasted though. All of the ammunition just going straight in front.
Nice.
Pisoran menang. Let's go.
Enough bodies there to get a reload off and trade and swing through, even with the plant on top of it. But you're exactly right, Josh, what you're talking about in terms of just taking space aggressively, making sure that you're able to
udah minum
posture
ini.
the players, the defensive players.
Sekali minum 4, sehari minum 3 kali, berarti 12 sehari.
It's all about the reaction. And so as they're taking this fight, you know,
ini minum, tapi sebenarnya gue nggak tahu sih gue ini kompeten apa enggak. Cuma ngarahnya udah kayak kesana semua gitu nih, badan sakit, riang, pilek. Gak bisa ngerasain.
Will extend throughout multiple attacking rounds.
Oh lah, lihat lah ya. Mudah-mudahan sih. Kalau sakit cepat sembuh lah. Kayaknya ini demi kalian nih guys ya. Kita streaming nih, makanya like dulu cowok.
Stuns to rip across now. Tower needs to be cleared though. It's a flash to play into this one. Berserk's got to be careful. Bit of raw spam. Why not? Now, while all this was happening as well, Horse was being pushed out early on by Optic in this round. It's a double face from them. But are they going to have the discipline to clear this one through? Jump peeking in play. It does set up Ye nicely for the kill, but still working with very poor weaponry. However, manages to find himself an upgrade, a pretty good one at that. The Bulldog, can he do some damage with it?
Any economic damage here is useful, especially getting that Vandal out of the hands of Flipsider, who does hit the deck, but it's going to get recovered by the rest of his team. And boom,
Bulldog mahal cok, 2.000. Ambil.
Fairly cleanly.
Gue jadi pengen main ini cok, neon cok.
Sini Neng gua ajarin.
Decent weaponry. Bulldog, Vandal at least.
Yang penting temennya bagus Neng kalau main neon. Bukan kitanya bro.
It's all been very standard so far. I think the pistol round was a nice idea. I'd like to see more of. Usually you see those reactive pushes coming out from the team.
Ya, tetap sehat. Makasih ya kan.
Yeah, this is interesting, isn't it? A big molly lineup here to start.
Aduh, apa bentar batuk.
And this is part of a fast push. What a lovely lineup.
It's going to be punishing any player that just tries to hold on those steps, but that's a fragment nade. It's going to be used. Phone line! Crashy should not be favored there, but still. The singular shot that he needed. And a bit of a spray down, even while he's fully blind. Locking down the tower.
And he gets a third as well.
Wajar.
I mean, Crashy's caught dead to rights. He should have been caught dead to rights.
Mudah-mudahan ya.
Yeah, and Crashy's finds 3, Marv
gua nggak tahu sih kalau sakit rehat, kurang istirahat ada yang bikin indera perasa hilang sih.
First bullet. First bullet. And then full blind. He's stunned and he's full blind.
Yeah.
Precis nih gila,
The decision making I think is quite good there as well. He lays down the fragment nade when he expects to be pressured from behind there in tower.
Yeah.
Make sure that nobody can swing into him. Buys enough time for the rest of his team to rotate as well.
Yeah, it's smart play. Crashies has always been a LAN player too. You look at his online stats and you might be like, well, is this really a guy who's in the talking for best initiator player? But at LAN, he delivers so many crucial kills. So there's FNS tucked his way from an arcade push underneath.
Gonna be ready for this one. Oh my goodness, the orbital strike does split them up. It's only Berserk who's got themselves onto the site with the rolling thunder, but already the Optic players, they've lined up for it. Oh, so much damage being done. It's Waddle again who comes up with the kills. Lining up the kill feed, blazing with a slight off angle. And he's found his target. Victor just wandering right into the sight lines.
And this is a great post plan for Blaze King. Has the molly, orbital strike, huge duels to work with. But Ye knows where he is. And this flash is going to be for Ye to peek. Oh, doesn't even use it.
No.
And that's the molly down, that's the orbital strike gone.
All up to Berserk, taking the fight straight up now. Blinded straight into his eyes, but he avoids it just for but a moment. FNS wins it out. And
what a great retake.
Yeah, even if he went down, it's going to be Ye able to help him out immediately there with the swing.
Just fantastic identification from Optic on where the players would be, and therefore how to pick them apart and force 1v1s. And FNS using Ye as a piece on the chessboard there to go back into halls and just sends his most powerful piece to duel the player with post-plant
Lapalan tuh ya anjir.
As soon as Blaze King fell, it was kind of curtains for Berserks. And Optic, even though they looked very business-like on map 2, now you're seeing the smiles, the excitement start to come in.
Yeah.
And I think it's inversely proportional to their expectations. You know, when they think they're massively favored, it's just cool, calm, collected.
Yeah, another day in the office.
When they know they're going to get pushed
Yoi, Bayu.
as
Sama istirahat.
And that's why you don't do that peek. We saw Marv doing it on bind. Easily enough to get punished with just the jump peek. He had the smoke in his hand still. Crashies, this guy has been a nuisance.
He lives in Tower. He was born in Tower, molded by Tower. You will never get Crashies out of that Tower.
Apart from when he wants to wander himself.
Yeah, he can give you it, but you can't take it away from him.
Yeah, listen, the no command has popped off here. They should know he's pushed up here, but look at this place.
Nice banget, Blaze King.
All the way around the back.
Yeah, he's
okay, menang ronde.
Great lurk timing there. Up through the back as Crashies was focused on Tree. I spoke obviously far too soon.
I like this reposition though.
Yeah, Ye takes the ropes.
This is so fast. I don't think they're going to expect this.
Does he get an angle onto Blaze King?
I think the players are watching.
Aduh.
The timing.
It's absolutely everything, and somehow El Diablo still gets the better of it. Down to that 1v1, he's forced it into this situation.
He's given away with his positioning.
Sidestepped. Yep, that fault line is going to be revealing it. Flash through the box as well. It's dodged, but time running so low now, and it has to be played just a side angle, the shoulder peeking through, and it gives Ye every opportunity, all the information to make the right moves.
What a sick play from Ye. That is a nasty clutch.
Mahal banget anjing rondenya kalah begitu.
Yeah.
Putting Tavotel under so much pressure that he just decided to give away his position with the fault line. Instead, I mean, that's a great shot to start out. But remember that this was a thrifty round, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Boom should not have had too much of an opportunity in that one.
A bit of freedom, I think, to work with.
Itu blunder yang nggak perlu sih. Sayang banget gitu kayak Blaze King tadi tahan. Tahannya di situ jaga angle-nya.
Steady lead, precarious, isn't it? Just the one round.
Sayang banget. Hilang ronda 1 poinnya tuh, 1 rondanya mahal betul.
Being able to secure the final few kills, the clutches, the reasons.
Victor's starting to feel it now. Heat being applied to him as well. You can see the players have already dropped themselves down onto side from drop. Has to take a fight, and he's lucky to get the one, but it's Berserk finding these then straight through the smoke. Head found, head finesse taken out.
Nade being held, trying to deny the plan, but it's not a default. Berserk's falls, forced out of position. Marv snacks on Flipsider.
Optic not wasting any time with taking this space, but they realize that there is these post plans that are being played. The Orbital Strike held down, waiting for the movement. It does force them into the line of sight angle. That's going to be the rolling front again. Cuts across.
Miss. Molly lineup.
Misses the shot. Off onto the corner. The aftershock to push them away. It's on half, and the volley does miss. Blazekin doesn't realize he's still on it, but now with that spam, he's got the information and a tap. Blazekin, he has to make the play, but 3 bullets, not enough. Doesn't know he's there, running it around in circles. Marv eventually wins it out.
Aduh, kalahnya begitu lagi, anjoy.
Marv is still ice cold there in the clutch. Just playing around, putting the pressure onto Blaze King, making him think that he has to dash towards the spike after it already got halved. If Blaze King had a Molly lineup for that position, it could have been a completely different scenario. Maybe he thought he had one and it just missed, but I don't think from his angle on dish, there's a great one unless you have a big arcing lineup. And Boom,
Kenapa mainnya di atas?
they're getting things down to winnable situations, but they just can't close it. Oh, they are running down FNS though.
Yeah, you can see that overdrive going to be used now to try and get them deeper into the side damage though. Look at the stinger. Still collects the kill. Victor is in trouble though. He's been isolated. No one's really watching his angle. Okay. Gets away with a couple more right there. Flashes now to try and make a faster play into halls. Actually using the entire kitchen sink just being chucked to them into the back of the sites. It's Optic. We're making sure that they're no leftover players, no crumbs whatsoever.
And it feels like the constructor might be falling down a little bit here for Boom.
Mesti time out Boom ya.
Victor finds the first pick onto Berserk. And then
Tadi udah berantakan tadi.
Looking the exact opposite way without trying to clear it out. That to me indicates
time out sih pasti Boomnya harusnya.
Take a look at the replay here where he's just able to swing out and he just finds Devotal who's already set up for like a post position to stop other people coming through A-Link. Just a little bit of pressure. That body language says it all.
Mulai keras-kerasan tuh
diomelin sama Bani, Cok. Bani marah-marah, guys.
Iya-nya Bani ya?
Yeah, within 10 seconds you're seeing being made. Obviously the round just ending almost instantaneously.
Yeah,
they are really struggling to get rid of these side anchors. You think about one of the big execs where they had that long molly lineup, and yet Crashy's found 3, Marv found 2, and that was it, the round was over. In some of these other rounds, it's been so difficult to get Crashies out of tower. In that round there, Victor manages to get 2 while he's anchoring the site. You know, there's just so many situations where Boom, if they were
menadaptasi sih, kelihatan gitu. Mereka mainnya benar-benar gak bisa kompak. Berantakan banget mainnya, Boom. Tenang, reset. Ayo, telotop.
Kurang tenang tuh itu.
Iya.
Mereka ngerasa pasti menang, tapi kalah terus, akhirnya nyoba-nyoba terus. Gak tenang cok mainnya.
Gak ada chemistry-nya cok sama sekali mainnya.
Meanwhile, by the way, Yay back-to-back maps just absolutely pounding.
Yeah, dominating. I mean, the guy had a slower start to Copenhagen, if you remember, but he turned it around, certainly.
The playoffs were incredible from Yay.
Yeah, the guy was back in that old form, El Diablo, and this time, not missing a step, is he?
Gila, dilempar pisaunya dari tower anjing. Dari tower cuy dilemparnya cuy.
Victor though, jiggle people.
Line up model apa tahu?
Start to get this info fairly shortly.
Go.
Have to be concerned though if they know the weaponry situation. They're worried, I think, about op angles that are being held down. But look at this, the stuns are just being offloaded. Orbital strike as well. Maybe expecting there to be a player there, but it just delays.
So they trade the ultimate for all of that utility that was forced out from Boom.
And they're still trying to make the play though. Gliding across, that cuts up the angles and it allows for an instantaneous response. Boom are taking all the space in the world and they're winning every single fight.
It's over in an instant. Boom just decided to go for the execute even without all of that utility.
Yeah.
They'd used flashes, they'd used smokes, and the fast lane decided they didn't need any of it. It would be a better risk to commit to the hit instead of trying to go somewhere else on the map. And boy, were they right.
Yeah, and a bit of a difference maker being the fact that they weren't able to hold that tower control too easily, were they?
Well, also, Optic weren't expecting it. I mean, the re-hit happened so quickly that Optic's players were still hidden inside the smokes and had delayed responses.
Ada marah-marah sama Ye.
One player decided to swing and then the other one came out as well.
Si Ye CBC ya?
Attempt to stop.
Cuma bisa chamber, Jok.
It's a pretty good call, I think, on the side of Boom.
Yeah. A nice move again from Flipsider.
Yeah.
And if you want to focus on Flipsider a little bit here as well, this is the role that he used to play. Before Famous was brought into the team, Flipsider was the heavy hitter for the squad, who was playing more of the chamber, more of the classic sentinel roles as well. But he's a nasty player.
One enemy remaining.
I think you can tell in this round with that flick onto Crashies, who was putting some pressure from tower. And Flipsider's back in his comfort zone.
Playing a role a bit more comfortable, steadily gaining the advantages in the rounds, enough to potentially bring this one forwards. But this looks like presence being made now over towards the dish. Fight being taken, not enough to remove Ye from the angle though. He clicks that first kill, and look at this. While all this was going on, where's Victor got this operator from?
Yeah, Victor ran out arcade and into tunnel with an op. I thought he was going to be ulting, and he's just set up an op on that sight line towards tree.
You just don't expect that. You don't expect that. Especially when presence is being moved over towards A as well. Normally there's going to be a player who's late lurking over towards either arcade, which they already cleared out because they pushed it with two players, or B main through that tree area. And if you've got an op on that sight line, it makes it so early. Difficult. Yeah, it's so early. You don't expect it. The Neon is able to get on that sight line so fast. And he gets it again.
Yep. Victor's everywhere, all around the map right
Why not?
Whoa!
Goes for it again. Classic pulled out.
That's a lot of damage.
Not quite a kill. Dropping the gun. Okay, orbital strike to try and push them back. Berserk will eventually fall.
And Marv just seems
Kenapa Blaze King pakai ulti, Cok?
Unflustered, anchoring B. Blaze King doing what he can. Current top fragger for Boom.
Yeah, this guy has been...
But he's in a 1v4.
30 seconds left.
Quite a heavy hitter for his team in this map so far, hasn't he? But like you said, Josh, this particular scenario, now a 1v3. They know his position and 20 seconds remaining in the round. Not a lot of time to work with.
And he's already used that orbital strike that he had access to earlier. It's a big tool. And he could go for it. He's got the funds. He just doesn't see an opportunity that makes sense.
Yeah, just opting into the save here.
Yeah, and he's just going to save. And Optics start to take these rounds further and further onto the board. What a play.
Tembak.
Oh,
Satu kali lagi.
Just stay very still.
Kalau jadi ngebelain dia, Mon.
Just stay very still.
Ice cold.
Tanggung gitu loh, mati.
Tell you what though, the adaptations from Optic that we've seen in this series. Look, there's the operator being picked up, and he goes for it and sets up on this line. These adaptations are less to do with the compositions for Optic, and more to do with the micro of like what they're doing within the rounds. They're doing unexpected stuff. You remember Crashies was opping on Breeze, and now Victor's doing it here. Maybe the adaptation and innovation is going to be smaller.
Oh, but a big compositional changes, but another fight taking place. And again, no one's really looking down at one angle. It's a crossfire to spam through the wall. FNS, wallbang kills abound. Flip side though, he's eventually going to return. That's a nice trade. With FNS gone, they're not going to have that utility to push them back. Bit of noise being cut, and a push through the smoke with the flash to try and help it out.
Good trade from Ye, despite the fact he has an op in his hands. He's really feeling it. It's a confident peak. And Ye now is a little bit stuck.
Yeah, he's pushed back into the corner here.
Yeah, doesn't have his rendezvous whatsoever. Crashes with another command. Ye with a headshot, didn't even need to.
But he's guessing. Where's the positioning? The jump peak. Gives him all the info.
He's already got 3 on the round. And for Crashies, he can just play to contain. He just needs to take a look over towards tree and stop Blaze King from rotating.
In 1v2, 40 seconds.
Saya Blaze King-nya nengok kiri nih.
For Blaze King, but
cek corner.
The play,
and that's it.
It's been revealed.
That's the information that he needs, and that's the info that Ye can use.
I think Blaze King, well, in this situation, he's going to want to try and take every opportunity. Obviously, the 1v2 still winnable. Moving on to the site. He has been given a lot of free reign here because Crashes has been just avoiding it, but through main, positioning, still avoiding it. Short tags him. There it is, slowed down to a crawl, enough for Crashes to eventually catch up to it.
And Crashes is saying to the rest of his team, what's he doing planting there?
Yeah, it's like a horror game.
Yeah, I mean, Crashes was just around every corner.
Yeah.
And now Ye goes back for his operator. He had picked up a Vandal to try and help with the clutch. Smart play. And Crashies just dances around.
Today, I'm afraid.
Or rather, Ye dances around while Crashies goes on delivery duty for him.
Ini kalau kalah, Blo, map 3 nih.
That's a very well played 2v1.
Gue berasa PTR, Cok.
Never, Crashies was never at risk of actually being killed. And just played around with Blaze King the whole time.
He's very safe, always making sure.
Yang di PMPL kemarin, Blo.
He was setting him up for the 2v1.
Yeah.
It's so joyous.
It really is.
It's so joyous from the Optic players. Normally they're all just scowling.
That's a tough kid from Brooklyn.
Yeah, is that true?
You didn't watch the piece with Bala earlier?
Ada Ica, ada Boneng, ada Supernair, ada Montana, ada Opung.
Boom have a half bite with Spectres, Stingers, but it might still be good enough if they can set up a decent execute.
This forward position.
Push,
Marved. Over the ropes. How many players are going across? Pure silence. No!
No way!
No way! No way! I don't think we will ever witness anything like that
Dan gak ada yang mau nembak, coba.
ever again in VCT history.
Oh, I don't know what I've just seen, Brent. That was a slaughter.
Komennya apa ya? Lemau.
Oh, don't.
Oh, no.
One enemy.
I mean, look at Crush, he's smiling. He's smiling. He's just smiling. He's just smiling.
He's a psychopath. And boom, in that moment, know that they've just made VCT history for all the wrong reasons.
Wah, anjing dihina juga sama Caster,
But you gotta rally back. You gotta rally back. The match isn't over. The match isn't over, Josh. One more round and a half.
Ya, belum jadi story katanya, Cok.
You gotta rally back.
Bisa.
Okay. They got weapons, listen, they got weapons.
They're boomed esports.
No.
Wah, lu harus nonton sih. Gila tadi. Wah, itu malu banget matinya.
The problem here as well, though,
sampai mereka sendiri
seriously, is
ketawa, Cok.
Iya.
Boom going for the
Tani
classic
aja yang
B
dia
exec.
ketawa, Cok.
No command.
But Ye's in a great position to grab a kill.
Yeah, on top of Jenny, not really being cleared out here. Stunned up, and it's being watched for. In the smoke, FNS. 3 kills on top of it.
Ente sudah adik-adik ini.
King nih mental.
Infonya aja nggak masuk tuh, ada di atas nih.
All I ask as we go into the halftime, friend, is that the desk don't bring up.
Iya juga.
They can't show it. Yeah, they would.
Let's.
Dia mencet aja ambil ketawa-tawa anjing.
Would they?
I don't think they would.
They surely not. I mean, they're kind souls on the desk. I mean, let's send it down to them, right?
Hai.
Nggak bisa lepasin tali sih.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Nggak apa-apa guys, udah. Masih ada lower bracket. Ini kan biasa, spesialis lower bracket
Dia
bos.
absen satu-satu sampai nungguin di depan tahu.
Right? We're just gonna let me swipe this off the
You know what?
Just gonna move on from that.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so let's talk about Yay.
Yeah, that's it. That's always in the book, just in case fire emergency. Yay.
Possible sih, cuman
Enggak lah, lower lah, ini lower lah. Udah begini udah berat nih.
Masih bisa emang.
Bisa keluar bracket kan?
Tadi maksudnya.
tapi keluar bracket lawannya juga berat cok.
Lawannya siapa dia?
Di grupnya dia lumayan berat-berat lah, champion semua.
Ini lama-lama kelihatan kayak Jos.
Kalau mau
Zeta
juara
ya?
mah emang harus ngalahin semuanya, Mon.
Iya.
Iya.
Gak bisa kita bilang ini. Apa namanya?
Lawan Zeta bisa sih, lawan Zeta bisa menang sih.
Jadi targetnya tuh bertahan, Neng, kan buat juara.
Tapi Boom kan selalu lower bracket gak sih?
Iya. Selalu.
Gila, tarik aja ketawa, cok.
Sekarang orang mana yang gak ketawa?
Mati berlima di tali.
Nggak, bukan di spray juga, cowok, di tapping satu-satu. Pak. Temunya DG enggak. Boom ini kan segrupnya sama Optik, sama Zeta, sama Loud. Liquid yang ketemunya dua.
Sending clip this aja langsung diupload cok sama orang-orang cok di YouTube, di TikTok, udah viralin itu terus nih.
Well, ask and you shall receive, my compadre. Let's go ahead and send it over to Brandon Sideshow. Do you count? It's 10 and then 12.
Aduh, bronze moment
Anjing.
Kayak ngasih itu, Cok. Trainingan ke musuh, Cok.
That's where my fingers run out.
Yeah.
And I normally wear socks.
Oke, lower bracket bisa itu.
Ya, Cok. Spesialis lower bracket kan.
Well, because you end up getting to 13.
I've had to learn their numbers.
Belum lah.
Well, this is going to be an extraordinarily difficult comeback for Boom. I mean,
Again, event pertama mereka juga kan.
Hah?
Iya, di champion.
And it looks like they've got the
pertama
right read.
Indonesia ya?
Iya, wakil Indonesia pertama nih.
Mana aja, Neng? Baru tahu.
Oh iya, Prx
Ini map defender ini, Bro.
It is ready and waiting.
Betul.
The Boom players, they
Mana tapi pemainnya hilang tiba-tiba.
players exploding out onto the side, but how do you deal with FNS? Just wide swinging into him with the classic makes it look like a ghost.
Yeah, good headshot from FNS. Immediately puts the aim punch down.
Udah lang, mode Thailand dulu aku, tenangin pikiran dulu guys.
Okay, jump peek.
Baca banget, enggak juga sih. Gua Boom nih attack-nya emang apa ya? Ya gitu
kurang
lah.
rapi aja. Finishingnya, Cok, masuknya oke.
Again, the favorable
Oh,
fight.
Cok.
It's a wider swing
Kurang
from him, just the
tektokan,
balls,
Cok.
making sure that he's
11-3
covering the
Kurang
IGL
chemistry, Cok.
back.
And it has been somewhat of a brutal opening.
Anjing beli Vandal, Cok.
At the global stage. Bind was destructive, and this map seems to be going in the same direction. But I think, you know, if you take a big picture look at this, I think everyone would have expected it to be a 2-0. So the fact that they were even able to take Breeze is pretty massive for Boom.
Oh, dibilang tuh.
And
kata komentator ya,
anything that they
Boom
can
bisa
get
dapat
out
Breeze
of
aja
this
tuh
map,
udah
any
amazing,
little
Cok.
bit of experience they can get, stress testing their defensive side is also going to be useful.
We're looking forward to it. It's an attempt to try and shut down a dish
Bisa
aggression.
dapat satu
Once
map.
more, met with just Famous left alive, and guess what? Only a shorty in his hands. Not the weapon for the job.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Remember as well that this is probably the most difficult team in the group. The Boom are facing off the rip. You've got a Zeta division that looked like they were struggling a little bit this morning. And sure, Loud have been at the absolute heights of Valorant before, but they got grouped last time. These kind of things are not impossible.
Iya anjing.
So there are some positives to still take away from this experience.
Anjing cuk, nggak di respect cuk.
It's a long tournament, but for the moment.
Iya ngapain coba di situ anjing juga ya.
One after the other, the rounds are just piling up, aren't they? And just 2 more away until the series is carried away by Optic.
Famous down at the
Nggak
bottom.
malu-maluin sih, emang lawannya kerat bro.
Talking about how much
bekas juara cok.
Depth there was to this guy's agent pool. Playing the Raze as an entry,
Malu-maluin enggak sih?
sometimes as well.
Sementara Boom juga pertama kali masuk ke ginian.
Just depending on what map it is. But
jadi
something
menurut
just hasn't
gua
quite
so-so lah.
clicked for him on this map so far. With his job being to, get in there, support,
dua.
trade out. Berserks maybe just an
Ya
extremely
nggak bisa, emang kalah.
Flashing for the neon.
Nah yang malu-malu tadi yang di rob sih, ya itu malu-malu. Kalau lainnya enggak lah, menurut gua so-so lah.
Into the spawn, no information gathered, but a slight whiff there from Victor.
And he's mad enough to stop.
Komentatornya bilang dapat satu map udah GG weh. Nah ini gua langsung kalah Optic. Iya kan?
And the spike was making its way into the site.
And it is pure chaos. Pandemonium has been injected into this round. Damage is done with the shots that are being rattled off. A body shot there onto famous.
Kayaknya round 12 ya.
Low health indeed. Just no one really just keeping a mindful eye on tower control. Still being locked down by Marv the Molly. Pushed through. That's the bottle.
Nah kenapa nengok ke situ juga ya?
V2.
And for Crashies, he doesn't know where to put his crosshair right now. The bottle still with a stun, still with a flash, playing in tower.
One enemy
running around. A single bullet will do the job, and eventually the ball is going to be spectating the rest of them. The crossfire.
Rapi banget ya mainnya, iya.
Feels like just a bit of an easy one, even with all that chaos swirling around at the beginning of that.
Komentatornya sarkasin enggak, memang
realistis lah men.
Lawannya juara 1 ENA bro.
Realistis banget kok ini.
Menit nggak tahu menit berapa. Barusan aja sebelum.
Menanggung lower bracket kah?
For Fracture though,
lawannya kan juara 1 ENA cowok. Wajar lah.
To get another win on the board after, as Jess was talking about before this map kicked off. It's been shaky for them recently.
It has.
And I don't really think that they're doing anything spectacular.
Again, teriak tadi cowok di awal cowok.
Laganya habis ya.
Panas cowok Optiknya.
Ya anjing udah gua kasih 1 udah bagus tuh ya.
Heavy push up through into B main through tree. It's up to flip side and out. He's got the judge, but way too much discipline from the Optic guys. They know there's going to be that second player there, but a flash play. Crashes covers it, locking down Sand. 3v4.
Tapi caster nggak se.
They can hear where they're coming from. The flash play pops right into it. One singular player left
tapi kan dia ngomong jujur apa ada ya di atas
standing.
kertas. Wajar lah menurut gua. Oke dari N. Dari United States.
Time running so short.
If he gets another kill, he does actually have orbital strike online.
Smoke as well.
Oh, Blaze King's been nasty before.
Opens up the door. He does not know where these players are currently located. And time is running so low. You have to start to get a move on now if there's any shot, any chance whatsoever, but it's looking like just pure inevitability. The double face from Optic and the confidence is there. That will seal the deal. The series being won by Optic. It's what we expected at the end of the day.
Ente, Prx guys.
At least initially.
Yeah, I think
Matt gantiin Matt thumbnail.
Prx.
It's okay.
It was a slow start for boys. They had a slow start to begin the first map, and yet the second and third were crushing victories. And that's what you expect from a team with this pedigree. You were saying earlier, Brent, Optic,
ada Prx loh.
An excellent year so far with the win at Reykjavik as well. But they weren't able to get the back-to-back at Copenhagen.
Guys, kalau kalian lihat-lihat thumbnail gue keren-keren, video gue keren-keren. Nah itu yang update tuh Matthew Hartanto tuh ya. Wah, likes-nya baru 455, cok.
For the last year at least.
Ya Allah.
I have a feeling that won't be the last time we see it.
No, probably not.
It smiles all around. I mean, what can you do but smile about that?
I mean, at least they took it. At least they took it the right way.
Mereka aja ketawa anjir, ya udahlah.
Smiles all around.
It's over. Crashy's putting his shoes on.
Boom lawan Zeta bisa lah ya.
Before it even ended there, but he was right at the end of the
Kali
day, wasn't he?
That's a pretty dominant finish from Optic. I think there's been some big questions for this team as well coming in about, you know, are they going to be able to keep that innovation going? And Josh, you mentioned it.
Iya, tetap standing strong ya.
I think this fracture looked pretty good.
Precious dapat banyak momentum.
Variables to keep teams
Nah, Victor itu apa? Lengannya biru, Cok.
Yeah, that's definitely true. But I also think that some of their innovation won't have even had to be showcased in this match. One of the things, though, to pull away from this, Ye is having another fabulous performance, as you would expect from Ye. But he did have that slow start in the group stage at Copenhagen, so it's just nice to see that he, in particular, is not falling prey to the slow start by any means. Optic looking good, even without their coach in the building.
One step closer. That goated status that we were talking about, you know, they've already got the one title before them. They were denied the back-to-back, don't get me wrong, but listen, champs is where they can really get into their stride, you know, make the most of the entire tournament that's ahead of them.
Wah, ini
honestly.
seru nih sekarang nih.
And I think looking forward
Prx
as well, this is a team
Leviathan.
that's looking like a real contender.
Menang mana?
I'm worried, honestly, because they've been looking weaker on some of the maps that previously they were strong at.
Lu nggak mau ganti, Mon?
About fracture, but
You know,
Sejak kapan gue
you know
dukung
what this
tim
does
selain
as well. I
Prx,
mean, you can vote for the Intone MVP here. You got Ye,
Jangan
Crashies,
lu
Victor.
bercanda
I actually think I think there's some decent choices there, especially between Ye and Crashies.
Sudah satu berapa yang belum dikasih tahu?
But
Leviathan tim mana?
Latam apa sih? Latin Amerika.
Chile.
Kemarin ngalahin Liquid 2-0.
This classic
Iya.
rivalry that we've now got in the Americas. I'm very excited.
Tapi emang liquidnya juga yang kurang Yan.
Iya mau orang-orang South Africa, South America sana jago-jago juga sih. Beberapa.
Timnya Pablo Ica nih. Liquid kemarin.
Anjing kita tim lawak, tim lucu. Tim apa lagi guys dari kemarin guys? Tim lemah. Tim lower. Lupa ada dah. Gue masak Indomie dulu lah, Cok.
Lah, lo gak ada rasanya gak usah makan, Cok.
Lapar lagi.
Apalagi COVID ya.
Iya.
Kita COVID gak nafsu makan ya, Dut?
Gue juga gak nafsu makan.
Gue COVID tetap lapar anjing.
Cuma lapar.
Tegas lah bro, walaupun COVID bro.
Oke bro.
Perut nih deh, senggol dong.
Berarti Ica mau nggak mau harus live terus, Ca ya?
Live terus?
Wah, rajin
enggak sih,
enggak mesti full kok.
Itu bukan pernyataan dah. Pertanyaan barusan tuh.
Iya.
Terdengar seperti pertanyaan ya. Menarik.
Emang saya bilang apa tadi?
Berarti Ca harus live terus dong, Ca, gitu.
Iya kan itu benar.
Pertanyaan dong itu.
Enggak, kau jawabnya seperti pertanyaan balik.
Emang tadi coba apa?
Kita coba mengerti Opung aja. Kayak Opung ini gimana Bang? Terus
udahlah.
Bung
udah Bung.
Bergaul gua sama anak-anak ketro muda monyet.
Aduh, tapi males banget ya masak ya.
Gak harus nonton sampai akhir kan?
Enggak.
Enggak kan?
I don't think so.
Gak kuat.
Cemen banget.
Lagi kambuh sakit punggung.
Walah, punggung sih nyerah sih.
Mahal banget itu punggung itu.
Iya.
Tuh guys, makan itu aja kali ya. Koko keren saja deh, bentar ambil koko keren dulu.
Menit. 15 menit. Inilah ntar live ini apa Crypto Blades sambil nonton Prx lumayan 2 jam. Habis. Belum.
Besok seru sih.
Apa tuh?
Itu Fnatic 100 Thieves.
Oh alah. Ya nih fans Fnatic.
Gila kalah.
Apa ya?
Udah dapat 5 poin. Musuhnya nahan 1 poin. 20 menit gak jebol-jebol kalah, Cok.
Buset. Terus ini Ica masih live, Cak?
Enggak, udah enggak.
Oh, dong.
Hehe. Gue coba makan nih. Koko crunch pakai susu.
Oh, itu nggak ada corona ya, jarang ada rasa.
Coba ada rasa gak ya? Sabar ya.
Nggak ada corona ya, nggak ada rasa itu, manis dikit doang. Kalau nggak ada corona.
Bangsat, bangsat.
Si Jinping mom. Ikut.
Makasih. Masih bisa ngerokok, belum berarti nggak covid. Tapi ngerokok aja nggak ada rasa. Lihat deh. Tuh belum diucapin. Ucapin apa, Jangs? Oh, sama Izati ya? Ya, Jangs, kayaknya gua covid, Jangs.
Those are your Prime Gaming post-match highlights. At the start of it,
Anjing.
Optic were boomed, but then Optic boomed, and then in game 3, boom, boom.
Yeah.
And that's the story of that match.
Sabar, Jangs. Ini gua lagi.
I'm never gonna get asked to come back and do this again.
Ini kah rasanya?
I respect it.
Makan nih hambar nggak ada rasa. Anjing.
Lu naik apaan nih?
Naik kapal buat yang ke sana.
Oh, nggak kayak tadi kali.
Ombaknya.
Lu nggak berenang ya?
Enggak.
Nggak ada rasa.
Ini map yang sama yang sebelumnya tadi.
Sama map ini kayaknya.
Ini makan gini.
Tapi kalau diingat-ingat perang zaman dulu, anjing. Baru ngomong perang zaman dulu. Kayak lu belum nyampe bisa matian ya?
Iya, Cuk.
Lu belum perang aja bisa mati hidup lu tuh. Jadi berapa banyak korban jiwa anjing zaman dulu.
Aneh banget anjing rasanya. Udah PCR sih belum keluar tapi hasilnya, tapi kayaknya 99% lah ini.
Oh dear. Well, the best part about this though was the Crashy's cackle. That was the best part. After he gets it and then he's like
makan pedes. Udah cobain makan pedes tapi nggak ada rasa juga.
Lucu kau, Bang. Dan kalau main dengan dok ini kira banyak kali ya.
Ayolah.
It was the most crazy moment, I suppose. Yeah, not in the sense of like this guy is insane and crazy.
What do you mean? He just ate, that was the fastest ace in the world of Valorant history.
Kalau orang lari itu ada prediknya nggak ya?
It was crazy. It was.
Nggak ada manis sama sekali.
He put them on the ropes, wrestling style.
Oh, I like that, but it's more of a boxing reference.
Oh, is it? Okay, my bad. I tried to get there.
We let it pass, you know.
I'll get there eventually.
Good God, this is look, I'm
They need to rein us in.
They need to rein us in.
Udah pisah dia lagi di rumah mertua dia.
We have our in zone player of the match. We ask you guys to vote for who
Asli.
you thought.
Ya.
Tapi psycho anjir. Mesti kan hati-hatian.
As he should.
Victor, good God, people.
What? I mean, to be fair, Crashy had 14 multi-kills and there was not a single player
Kiri
on
lu
the
aneh
boom
banget
side
ya, clear gitu.
that killed him
Horror anjing.
more than he killed them. I know that sounds ridiculous, but like in the 1v1s against other players players on the Boom side.
Yeah.
No one could kill him more than he could kill them.
Pantas
which is pretty
Sofian.
damn good.
That's true. That's true. I mean, but Ye was just lights out. I mean, really, Ryan, when you look at it, and you look at what happened in Copenhagen, and you know, Ye's slow start, and everyone making that into such like a big deal. It's just great to see Ye come out.
Berapa lama ini anjing hilang rasa?
Things that we know he's capable of, and like a superstar while doing it.
It's just the way that he's integrating into the team, right? It's not just he like Ye go kill. It's always part of some strategy, and I think that was one of the.
Perang gini kali mana? Kalau lihat tank
banget, guys.
Iya
kali ya. Bang, misi bang. Oh iya bener ya. Cekin aja.
And then kind of like Sideshow said on the broadcast.
Wah.
Cuek kita kena ya.
That's kind of the direction.
Udah nggak di rumah mertua aja.
Similar to what it was in Copenhagen, like the Chairman.
Nama tim lo apa? GeForce Supernair.
But it is about adding some interesting things and different changes. Especially when you look at the fact that FPX like won Copenhagen. They're the team that do a lot of kooky stuff. It seems that Optic are building on what they were good at and added some really kooky stuff in them themselves.
Oh yeah.
Ada rasanya nih manis nih.
Build up and execute. You need a damn good IGL. Thankfully Optic have just that.
Berapa lama guys? Kalau kompet gini rata-rata guys hilang rasanya guys. Yang udah pernah kena tolong dong kasih tahu.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. That's right. I'm joined now by Finesse, the in-game leader of Optic. Hi, Finesse. Welcome back to the international stage. I just wanted to ask you
Kalau
because
semua
I know
kenal
you
seru
guys
kalian
don't
nih.
usually get to
Iya,
the
nanti.
race, but you did manage to
Makasih,
catch
Zanti.
a couple of weeks off just before this tournament. Talk me through how that went and how does it feel to be back competing?
Yeah, right after Copenhagen, we literally.
Seminggu yang bener anjir. Gue mau ke Bali, kalau ke Bali makan gak ada rasa bete banget anjing.
Some people played ranked here and there, but completely stopped scrimming.
Minggu ya rata-rata ya.
Obviously saw how we were in general, so kind of everyone took their own time with family, friends, girlfriends, whatever, and yeah, it was definitely necessary.
This is probably, I think, the first time I've managed to interview you at a group stage for your opening game because you guys have a bit of a curse. I think people like to call it that opening match curse.
Oh,
Did you see it that way? And were you a little bit
penting tuh
nervous
dihancurin
maybe
biar
after
nggak
map
spawn di
one
situ,
about
Cok.
it?
A little bit, for sure. I was just like,
dilawan, Cok.
I played so bad map 1, I was pretty disappointed.
Izati tuh pacarnya Jangs.
Obviously still a very, very close map in general, but yeah, I'm glad we pulled through.
Do you feel like there are any concerns after
Apaan
what
tuh?
happened on a breeze? Or do you feel like Boom,
nembak.
they kind of deserve that map?
Revive.
We just get on that stage. It's not even jitters. I just think we.
This is what friends are for.
It's not a team we played before. They came out very, very confident versus us, even though we ended up winning pistol. They won some key rounds, and we just weren't
Yang dari itu tergantung orang yang bisa lebih lama sebenarnya. Serius.
Could have gone either way, but yeah, I think if I was shooting my gun a little
Nyum bau bisa tapi berkurang banget sih.
We saw earlier, and I showed you as well, the Crashies rope round, which I feel like we're never gonna see that again. Like that was crazy. Talk me through, you know, what was
Aneh
happening.
banget anjing rasa makanannya apa ya?
We were about to execute what it was, and all of a sudden from the side of my eye I see rope on radar, and I'm like, and also start shooting.
Tapi ini tadi gue makan terus gimana gue mau kurus?
So I'm like, oh god, and then it's just all 5 of them. So I was like, wait, it might be all 5. And so I just saw kill after kill on the kill feed. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I know what's happening here. And then yeah, that's pretty funny. It's all laugh.
Yeah, and what was your reaction to actually seeing it from his paw?
I was
ini mempengaruhi ya, makin banyak kill makin ini ya.
That happens like that. I've never seen anything like that.
I honestly don't think we're gonna see that. Something like that.
Wah, aneh banget rasanya anjir.
But I do want to
wah, suaranya
you have Loud.
Orgasm,
This seems to be like the pillar of VCT international tournament at this point. It's another rematch.
Dia mantekin temen lu yang didapat.
And also facing up against
So we got a chance to watch their game right before we played. Obviously, an incredible team, very, very humble team as well. We're good friends with them. So, like I told you a story where like Sassy was like,
aneh banget sih, ini aneh banget sih.
Lama lu bang.
Obviously, we've played each other so many times. It's just unfortunate we end up in the same group again. But it'll be fun to play against them. I think anytime we play against them, we learn a lot. So, win or lose, it'll be a good game.
You mentioned that when it comes to teams you haven't played against before, like Boom, you take a while
Harusnya
to
gue bentar
adapt.
sih gue kuat
Is
tuh.
that what you guys tend to do in scrims? Do you want to scrim the teams you've never played before just to kind of prepare for the on-stage games?
For sure. I mean, it's nice to have some familiarity, for me especially as an IGL, to like kind of know. I know they did this in this match or this match, but to actually scrim against somebody and play a match is a completely different
Enak gitu makannya dari rasanya.
You don't actually know a team until you play them in a match.
Kayak makan gak enak semua kan dihambar gitu kan. Kayak rasa besi anjing.
Oh, diri pop langsung
In general, we have a very easy time.
Jam berapa? Ini lagi mas pasang gear.
And when it comes to teams you
15
are
menit lah.
familiar with, anti-stratting Loud again. I know it's so unfortunate you seem to be in the same group, but how different is that
15 menit.
approach versus a team that, like you said, you are familiar with?
similar to how we played last time. It was very similar storyline. We'd already played the previous, so we kind of knew it's going to be one of those, like, both teams are trying to ante each other's antis. So it's one of those things. There's going to be a mind game, but I think it's going to be a dogfight early on. I think both teams are going to try to be aggressive and
wow, nyesal dari Pablo pas itu.
3 kali apa 4 kali?
Dia menyesal itu mon
Anjing lah teman anjing nih.
They want to play against you, they want to face you. But what do you think about the general level of competition in this tournament compared to maybe even last champions?
I've always said this. I've said this since the first time we entered the
susah banget, Jangs.
in Valorant.
Aneh anjing.
You're playing NA, you're playing Asia, you're playing Europe, doesn't matter. No game is actually easy. And
yang penting gak ada Golden, Cok. Golden belum admin, Cok.
And you clearly saw that it could be, you know, troublesome sometimes. So yeah, I think everyone's talented now. I think the skill
enggak sih, sampai susah napas enggak sih.
Everyone's aim is really good.
Tuh tapi apa ya, tadi kan gue makan nih barusan nih.
Thank you.
Well, that's it for this game, but make
Enak
sure
banget
you
aja
stay
jadinya.
with us
Karena apa ya? Tadi gue makan nasi, pakai sosis, pakai nugget. Makan ada sosis, ada nugget, sama makan nasi, sama rasanya sama, Cok. Tuh gue makannya tadi nasi doang. Gue juga ada. Batuk ada, batuk. Tuh. Ada batuk, ada pilek, ada. Demam ada. Ingusan ada. Tapi gak tau gue udah vaksin berapa kali ya. Ya kali sih udah yang pasti.
Ada attachmentnya ya Kayan? Apa udah komplit terima beres?
Apa?
Komplit terima beres attachment kan?
Ada juga attachmentnya. Ini apa sih
Ya kali.
Baru,
makan cabai nggak berasa tuh enak. Aneh anjir, tadi gue makan cabai. Peduli lindungi. Peduli lindungi. Covid test 19 result. Gak ada. Gak ada, aman. Makan Regis level 5 kuat.
Senjata apa lagi?
Minum Jagger rasa aqua enggak? Kayaknya sih harusnya iya ya. Enak banget. Lebih ke arah
Omi man.
Atau ya kalau sakit-sakit ini nih kayak pilek, batuk itu, batuk kayak gini. Pusing, demam kayak menurut gue tuh ya biasa gitu. Gue juga udah pernah ngalamin. Ini yang gak ada rasa, ini yang agak anjir aneh banget, Cok. Terus sebenarnya kena Covid. Jadi kebetulan gue kemarin tuh cuma udah pergi MPL ya, hari Minggu. MPL.
Coba beredet ya.
Terus baru aja kemarin KIDN. Nah kalau yang kemarin KIDN nggak mungkin, berarti mungkin terkenanya di PMPL sih. Pertama kali.
Anjing.
Bukan yang gak ada rasa sering terjadi masalah.
2 orang lagi dia dapat ya?
Ada. Aduh, pertama kali. Nonton MU gak sih? Ini masih ada Prx 1 game lagi. Hai guys, kita daripada ini sambil nunggu 3 menit guys, kita lihat-lihat aja yang lain nih. Iklan anjoy. Tarik. Oh.
I consider the matter urgent. That of your succession, the Iron Throne.
Ntar kena copyright udah. Nggak jadi.
Hah? Dalam tanah? Bagaimana coba?
Tadi lu sempat keluar sih naik.
Kalau rokok lu rasa apa?
Enggak.
Apa ya?
Susah banget.
Ya gitu aja, yang penting berasap aja, Jangs. Ini gue bukain nih bagan ini, guys. Ini paper qualify, langsung masuk ke playoff sini, upper quarter final. Intinya dia udah secure lah kalau ini bisa menang nih. Nah, Boom ini sekarang di bawah, di lower. Kalau dia menang lawan Zeta, dia bakal ketemu antara Optic lawan Loud.
Oh, ada nembak dari kanan.
Yang which is berat juga lagi. Besok juga seru sih FPX lawan ini. Bro. Ya. Nah, tapi ini si Fanatic 100 Thieves juga ngeri sih ntar sih. Naik turun nih.
Anjing.
Lihat guys, lihat ini guys. 78482. Hello guys. Udah punya.
Lu harus ambil. Woi. Nungguin anjing.
Begitu enggak? Tapi kayak main ini emang harus begitu ya, Mon ya?
Iya. Kalau being agresif pasti ada aja cara buat matiin, ya.
Iya.
Wah, anjing. Tank lagi perang tuh sebelah.
Iya.
Wah.
Peter nggak sih ini orang? Ngeri amat.
Samperin lagi.
Kok nggak bisa?
Apa?
Samperin lagi.
Peter sih tuh kayaknya. Ye, mati deh.
Wah.
Nggak bisa guys.
Ini apa sih, Mon?
Nggak tahu apa itu.
M1941
Alah.
Johnson lah. Kayak main mole anjing.
Pakai mobil ya, udah ada.
Oh, nggak boleh huruf besar ya?
She knows. He knows.
Cewek, Cok. Terbiasa ini. Enakan dulu ya kan?
Nggak tahu lah.
Apa?
Bikin enak dulu kan? Pakai ini lagi.
Bisa.
Welcome back to Valorant Champions in Istanbul. I heard you guys are talking about boomers on the desk. So I invited myself, you know, to join because I'm a fellow boomer. I've got Jess and Ryan back here with me. We've had a long day already, but things are about to ramp up. I don't know if you guys are ready for this, but we're about to find out who the first team is going to be to move on to playoffs.
Iya, ini yang lolos.
Champions, it is between Levi
Makali qualified.
and Prx and Jess. I don't think many people thought this was going to be the outcome of the first team that was going to be moving through.
Like you heard me yesterday, maybe a little bit smug-like. I was looking at everyone else's pick and like Team Liquid, and I was like, look,
Prosesor dulu.
on Leviathan because I'm hearing the scrim bucks. There's a lot of good stonks going on for the side of Leviathan at the moment. And it came to fruition. Do I think now going up against the powerhouse like Prx? I don't know where we're headed now.
I mean, let's start with Leviathan because Ryan, again, they just keep showing up and proving people wrong.
Yeah, they got immediately into playoffs for Copenhagen. A lot of teams and people expecting them to maybe just bomb out instantly, but like even though they lose to the likes of DRX and then go up against Fnatic, It was a charming run, and they just added to it yesterday. Now they have their coach here, which is a big talking point, but overall this squad is built on what they showed at Copenhagen, and now they do look like a force to be reckoned with.
Let's talk about their coach
baru masuk. Wah ini.
There he is.
Tunisin show.
But he's not going to be in a few seconds. But we heard from the interview last night from Adverso that even he says that owner being here, Jess, is one of the reasons they've been able to play more disciplined.
Masa sih?
Having a coach like that here
Artinya laptop loh.
I mean, having a coach there with you, just to even spot the minutiae. A lot of it's like, oh, they're moving up defensively, really aggressive, hold back, you know, make sure you play this certain way. Having just small counters, yourself can't see in the moment, because the coach can see everyone's perspective. Also, just to give everyone a note, there's a second monitor where you can see the perspectives of the players' faces as well. That's really good for telling the emotions of the team and regulating that as well.
It's the mental side of it as well, right? Where Liquid, as we've seen from our EMEA, are so good at winning like 50s, winning clutches that they had no right winning. They weren't allowed a look in by Leviathan, and if they did pick up a round like a bonus or something like that, there was a good timer. Owner calms down the players, and it looked much more composed in Copenhagen just off Owner being here alone.
I love the fact that we can sit here and we can talk about a coach in such high standings. I mean, obviously there's IGLs. We had to finesse with you in the interview before. We've got coaches like Owner. We have players that are just popping off. There's so many different echelons and levels to Valorant. At this level, we're talking World Championships. You need to be
belum pernah lihat Prx, men. Serius tuh.
The playing level, everything. So
MU lawan City. City-nya Leicester City, bro.
They've got it. And speaking of they've got it, they've got a little bit of, you know, magic under their sails. They brought back the Stinger meta. Now, I don't know if you guys are familiar with there's certain, you know, people in EMEA.
I spoke to Lothar.
Yeah, there's certain people in EMEA that love, you know, the Stinger meta. But what they were able to do is win so many of their pistols. Not only were they able to win against Liquid, but they won almost every single one, 75% of their ecos as well as a result of
anjing, let's go Johnny Sin.
Incredible stuff from them throughout that series.
Even when you've got like Yampi being able to do crazy stuff on the chamber, there still wasn't really any shot. And we saw a little bit of Optic as well, picking up Stingers now and again. So I feel like it's going to be a gun that's starting to ramp up in popularity, but Leviathan could just seem to do something else with it in total.
Yeah, I know. We also like to talk about Takalia as one of the main players on that roster, but I want to steer away from that a little bit and talk about someone that we don't usually talk about. I think Shy had a fantastic series yesterday. He's so young, he's 17, and I just feel like he's not really in the conversation, Ryan, when it comes to talking about the best VIII players.
NK entry jadi.
Yeah, I think it's not from a lack of ability, it's sample size, right? We just need to see a little bit more of it. And when you're going up against a player like Soulcast on that agent and you're coming out on top,
Di balon udara sih.
Mechanical skill, but utility, the way it's played. VIII is an incredibly strong agent in this meta, the way that you can gain that information, fight through it. But the fact that Shy is performing this well on an international stage, they call him the Rhino back home, and he's charged through Liquid.
I mean, look, his name is very deceiving there. Not so Shy, so seamless, but I love the fact that he kicked off that map on Ascent with that pistol that we just showed there. I mean, that was something that Leviathan really needed to be able to back into things. And
ini Prx mesti menang sih. Prx kalau menang
well, they have a big
aman banget sih.
They got over one challenge yesterday, but today they have to go up against Prx. And of course, even Prx, Ryan, I felt like people maybe expected them to win out their game a little bit.
Let's go, ada Dafai.
Do you feel like that we should read into anything on what happened against EDG?
I mean, when we've just seen Optic lose on Breeze in that fashion to Boom, I don't think so. These LCQ teams can really run in on form, and EDG, Edward, a complete anomaly. It's hard to really gauge how they were going to do. And when you have maps like Pearl in the pool and stuff like that, yeah, like FPX have some work to do on that map pool because they don't have like a permaban right now.
Kenapa Jing selalu bawa koper?
It is like the nerves getting the best of them, but they are a team that do get better as the tournament goes on. So it's still, a win is still a good start overall.
Yeah, I think they didn't look like the most confident winning team, and it's always not the nicest thing to sit on the desk and talk negatively about a team that did win. Same as if Optic had sort of bombed out on, you know, both Bind and maybe the third map, we would have, you know, maybe talking ill about it. I do have to talk ill about the bottom left side of your screen there. Yesterday's game, even though they did win this series, I have to point out that they were -9 in their opening kills. So they did win, but it took, you know, the mid to late round of players having multi-kills for them to make up for that opening kill.
9 kali opening kill kalah. Walaupun rondanya mereka menang ya.
Going up against another operator-heavy lineup, another operator-heavy team, Taco going to be one of them. They don't know how to deal with these operators. They're dying to them in opening kills consistently. That's something that is really going to plague them today. So I had to point that out because it's going to play a factor in today's matchup.
For sure. I think as well, like the 4v5 guys being able to win those out. It's nice if you're a great team, if you can.
Sebenarnya enakan bawa koper sih kalau gue juga sih. Kalau bawa berat.
But you mentioned the operator. This is how well they performed in the rounds when they played up against Kung, either having the operator or the tour de force.
Gila ada kayak gini nih ya.
It costs a little bit more, so you see it a little bit less, and it's also used on 50 rounds, so the win rate of that isn't really all that strong. But against the operator,
bawa berat kali.
Couldn't really get a look in. But is that just been Kung being amazing on the agent, or is that just Chamber with an op as a whole?
I think it might be an EDG, small EDG asterisk. I think a lot of teams are playing against.
Ya, jadi nggak ngangkat-ngangkat gitu guys.
But I definitely think it's a point of concern. But I can throw two answers at you, and they're called Jing and Forsaken. Because Jess, you know, if they turn up, there's not many things that can stop them.
This is one of my favorite duos in the entire Valorant esports world. I don't care if it's international, LAN, you know, local. It doesn't matter. If I want to put two people on my screen to give the most exciting early to mid round, it's going to be these two guys. Jing, quite possibly one of the best Raze players in the world. His movement is incredible. I think about Bind. I don't know why it's just sailing in my head. And the likes of
Jing salah satu best player.
A namestay for everyone across the world at the moment now.
He's most likely the most aggressive player we have in Valorant. Like, it's just the way that he takes those fights at duels. So the fact that Jing can come in and sort of not only play second fiddle, but actually excel in the certain areas playing stuff like Raze says a lot about the innate talent. You've also got people like Mindfreak that say, like,
ini kayak apa? Kayak monster, cok. Ini sih bisa bunuh dari situ.
Team, but this double duo is terrifying.
I mean, that's the thing, right? If they are feeling it, they're feeling it. You just can't stop them. But do you guys feel like that is going to be a major win condition? Is that the way that they need to play this match today? Through them?
Yes and no. Yes, because I would like them to shut down operator players, which clearly they've shown is a struggle for them in this tournament thus far. So yes, the answer would have to be going forward. They will have to shut them down. How do they do it? They are going to have to separate the distance upon which they're going up against the likes of the operator. I'd like to see that more. I don't think King necessarily has had the same impact that other duelist players have had across, but I think there's a way for them to be able to maybe not even just avoid him. I remember avoid Ye strat. Maybe they do that a little bit with Taco, but or they shut him down together and get in there and, you know, reduce that distance.
Oh, I can't wait to get on the server. But before that, we have to reveal what maps we're going to be going to today. So let's take a look. Well, we saw Prx play already, and the last time we saw them play, they gave us a bit of a feast. We saw Pearl right off the bat. Ooh. Do you guys think that's coming up again today?
Oh, I'd love to. I'd love to see Leviathan. Like the teams that we saw do well at Copenhagen, like your FPXs, your Optics, what they've done between the time between Copenhagen and now on the new map.
Oh, Fracture.
I mean, this is their permaban for the most part. The question is now, Prx, because they don't have a set permaban, a map that they don't like, what do you take out? I'd have to imagine it'd be Ascent, considering how good Leviathan looks on it overall.
This is what Liquid should have done yesterday.
This is exactly what Ryan was saying for like hours. They should have gone, they should. I can understand, but Prx has the value of having a pretty wide map pool, so they get the luxury of doing it. Map number one, does it then just become that second map of Haven? There we go. The only maps that we discussed on the very desk yesterday, Ryan, we're sitting there going, it's the only maps that won internationally.
You hate this. You just want to see them play something else.
Something. Give me a definitive bit of evidence that you have a map pool beyond Ascent and Haven, and they will be forced at least in map 2 to show me that.
But also, this is going to be Bind, right? It's Prx. This has to be Bind.
Stop. Is it?
I mean, it's a good place to put them, but it's also we didn't see Leviathan play it all that much. The only time we saw it was against Fnatic, which had a lot of stuff going for it as well, right? It really came down to the wire. I think this is good though, considering that Prx, they don't play flashes on Haven, so they're going up against going on to Bind. Yeah, Prx, they have two options here. They could bring out the Chamber for Forsaken, or they could bring out that Yoru again. So this is going to be interesting to see what they want to do on this map, because they are a little bit more liberal with what they play compositionally.
You know, we were talking about Pearl still left up, floating now, literally on our screens, and I want to know whether or not that becomes the third, because I could viably see us going to a third, and I want to see Taco on the Chamber, holding an operator down B long. It sounds like I'm playing a game of Cluedo here, you know, Taco with the operator, you know, in halls. But that's exactly what I want to see. So now that we've got the first two maps, and it's a viable strategy for them to go to a third, Icebox off the board.
I mean, the good news is whenever we go to Jess, it's going to be a map that Leviathan haven't played yet.
So
you're going to get
so glad. You're so glad.
What they've not won on as well. Like
yes, that's most important.
Right? So Icebox, that was the map that we saw Edward beat Prx on yesterday. But yeah, Breeze is out. Pearl is that third map. I hope we go there, because these are two Like, I imagine both these teams are
ada
going to
pro
get out of
cowok.
these groups, to be fair.
Ketiga.
It's just how far they can realistically go.
You
and how
called it,
much
you
of an
predicted
advantage.
it.
Yeah, I think so, because
Makanya
Leviathan is
perlu
that
lagi.
dark horse.
Iya.
Prx, they are consistently improving. But I'd love
Tapi
to see
kayaknya nggak
what
nyampe
these
map
teams can
3
do
sih.
on that third map.
I put my money on Leviathan the moment that I put them in the
2-0
first
Prx,
match
bro.
to win that
Iya
one
kan,
and move
Lian.
forward. And I was like, I have to keep putting my money on Leviathan because I feel like there's enough there. At their best day, they are
Gue
better
liat-liat
than
tuh dia
anyone
mau
else.
tidur lo Bayu. Kenapa balik lagi lo?
I mean, the last time that we believed in a LATAM team, they gave us one of the best tournament runs we've ever seen.
Sure.
It was a champion.
Yeah, it was a champion.
Main fake nggak sopan ya?
Yeah, it's only fair. It's only fair.
Only fair.
God, I had to shoehorn that in.
Oh.
I shoehorned that in. I apologize. But we've seen the maps now. Do you guys feel like it particularly leans into one way or another?
Tapi Takolilai bisa
That's a
merubah
tricky one. I
permainan loh
think
kalau
getting
pakai
a
OP
sent
itu
out really
kadang-kadang.
does kneecap
Ya,
Leviathan.
dibantai,
If I'm
cowok.
being objective,
Dia
I'm
doang
not
tuh
using
yang
my
suka
Leviathan prediction
aneh-aneh tuh
bias
kata
here. and
Takolilai.
I wipe that out of my brain. I think Prx takes, sort of the
Cik,
lead
lu-
in the map veto.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you
Makan
guys one more
semuanya.
warning. This is your break to take, go to the toilet, get some drinks, get some snacks, because I'm telling you right now, you're not gonna want to leave your seat once this break is over. So we'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Watch in theater mode. Mana caranya? Ada siapa? Ada Rian, ada Opung, ada Montana, ada Ica. Tahu dah masih pada siapa aja yang bangun. Rian barusan nyaut, Montana nyaut.
Aduh.
Well, this is it, folks. We're about to have our first playoffs qualification match. It's time to bring on Leviathan and Prx.
Oh, entry. Entry guys. Jadi apakah bengkai? Jing lucu banget ya.
Shy. Forsaken.
Tebak Cok, bengkai jadi apa?
Levi.
Langsung ngomong gua, lagi story.
Oh, oke.
Adversary. Mind freak.
Aron Cok.
Lian. Benkai.
Lah. Jadi tukang bangunan, Cok. Anjing dia malah jadi tukang bangunan, Cok.
Alex.
Wah, ente dibagi palunya, Cok. Nah, dibalikin lagi. Anjay. Ngapain maksudnya apa, Cok? Oh, dia maksudnya Leviathan kerasnya mau dihancurin sama dia.
It's only day 2 of Champions and we've already been treated to one of the most exciting matchups we can get, especially out of this group. I love Takalia's impression of Chamber there. I've seen a lot of Sovas already. I think that was the Chamber. I want to make this a trend. Like, what agents do you guys want to see play as Pillow?
I want to see a builder agent in the game after Benkai now at this point.
This is not Fortnite, Ryan. Come on.
Love to see him cranking 90s, but yeah, I think it's one of those ones too where this is so good to watch. Like Prx, the most entertaining team in the world to watch versus Leviathan, that have so much to prove on an international stage and are doing it dominantly. They were the better team wholeheartedly against Team Liquid. There is a chance they could come into this series and be the better team here.
I am finally going to get an answer to my map pool question. I think people in the audience, and of course Ian's sick of hearing me say that I want to hear about the map pool.
You're right.
I am trying my best to give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't want to predict against them because I hope with all the scrims they boot camped for weeks that they have plugged the holes that were in their map pool.
Okay, Maverick.
So strong.
See you. Thank you.
Have only won on 2 maps on an international stage, one of which is not in his pool at all. Ascent was taken out by Prx. Haven is the only one versus Prx that literally play every single map, and have wanted to do that for the longest time. FPX, the map pool is so important for a team to do well. It really is a test of merit on whether Leviathan could do it. Not only win on this map, which is hard enough, but then go on to Bind and maybe even Pearl to try and do the same.
I know there's no audience here just yet, but I feel like, I don't know, you guys feel this energy between these two teams? Just like, think about the prospect of Ona just standing up with Benkai's just shooting Takalia's body on the floor after he wins the round. Like, I think it's just gonna happen.
I hope that we are sitting here
UltraGaming,
and
bos.
history of a nice rivalry.
Waduh, jamnya Alex mahal betul, Cok.
Like, we got the Loud, the Optic, for example. That's a rivalry I love. But don't tell me that these two teams are not going to rock up to many more future tournaments and go head-to-head again and have a chip on their shoulder as a result of another revenge tourney. I'm all about that. Let's kick it off here right now. That's what I want.
I'm with you, I'm with you. It's going to be great. And I also just want to quickly bring this back to our map 1 because we are going to go to Haven. We've seen both of these teams play Haven already. Ryan, was there a one that you felt like you preferred the performance of? Like, who do you think is taking this Haven?
I really preferred Leviathans for sure. Like, Liquid is a hard team when you have players like Scream and Yampy looking for jewels all over the map. But it was the composure, right? Like, they were so scared of Liquid when they had an eco buy. Like, they were sitting, like, Leviathan on their defense was sitting in their own spawn, just watching certain areas of the map, letting Liquid make the first move because they don't want to overstep. They don't want to give away an advantage, which is nice and clean. Prx, we sort of expect them to be super aggressive and punchy. But that was UltraGaming in that series yesterday, right? So there is an element of, like, Prx having to be kind of like FPX were, just a bit more composed, sit back, let the other team play aggressive.
Tinggal lu sendiri.
Just let them
ada Lian, ada Montana.
Find those wins and those
opung tapi nggak ngomong aja pada di Discord.
So Prx is still evolving as a team, despite the series yesterday looking a little bit more awkward.
Nggak enak bojok ngomong.
Yeah, I think awkward's a nice sort of descriptor.
Oke, 500 like bisa adik-adik. Ini 474 masa tinggal 26 lagi nggak bisa. Yang belum like, belum subscribe, tolong.
Like, if you have such aggressive and also a little bit of a selfish agent, I want you to be dominating the map way more than you did. So is that going to be a problem today? Do we see a change from Reina? I hope not personally, because when you combo them and you work well, and that dynamic duo we've already referenced, that's a
agent
scary prospect. But
iya, nggak ada yang ngomong mereka.
He's answered your question. We are into the Prime Gaming agent select here. We've completely ditched what we saw from Prx yesterday. There are 4 changes, so Mindfreak is the only person that is playing the same agent as yesterday.
That's the comp that they played at Copenhagen.
Correct.
So
lagi
it's no breach, which
is
sort of similar. Yeah, they're going back to it, but I'm a little bit worried. With no breach, there's no flashes on this comp at all against, for Prx. And you look at Takalia, he's going to be one
katanya 4 orangnya ganti nih agentnya.
Prx attacking first. They're going to be scared of that up being early, right? So there's a lot of pressure. Leviathan playing very typical, right, to what the meta is. Prx wants to do something a little bit different. The Sage
yang pakai sama cuma main pick doang.
For stall, but on the attack, this is going to be a
pakai Sage,
I prefer the Cypher.
Yes, no, I do agree with you partially there, but my big macro worry here
Semangat, thank you, Ripal.
And you've got Ona, big brain Ona behind you.
Ayo dikit lagi bro, 11 lagi bro, masa nggak bisa 500 aduh.
Then they would have seen this new composition
iya, tapi kemarin kan Jing kan. Cuma agak kurang shiny shimmering splendid gitu loh.
We've just re-prepped all of this, refreshed our memory with a brand new composition. Now we have to be prepared for the old composition that we're now not ready for again. That is such a mind trip to have to go through.
Yeah, I know we weren't ready for this composition, but I was ready for your classes for today. I can't wait to introduce them to you. 4 champions here in Turkey is Pansy and
dia harus ngewallin temen juga kadang atau mainin wall.
Thank you so much to the desk there for
kalau sekelas dia main Switch gampang juga nggak sih?
Ya sama aja. Lo harus mikirin lagi.
Ya tapi harus mikir ya.
Mikirin temen gitu. Kalau ini kan dia harus jadi carry aja udah.
Udah depan aja maju ya, mau ngapa juga yang terjadi ya.
Kayak Lian suruh main pakai bridge saya pasti agak mengganggu dikit, jadi gak fokus nembak.
Yeah.
So this almost feels like do they resort back to a brute force approach? Like this is going to be really interesting to see.
Yeah, I think considering the both matchups we saw, I think Prx being in this position wouldn't surprise too many. But the route they took to get here was a little bit trickier than most expected. And Leviathan, I think a lot of people thought Liquid would have potentially bested them to this spot. However, it is very improving.
Mereka nih kelihatannya mainnya kayak ngasal-ngasal gitu ya. Padahal enggak anjing.
Chemistry anjing itu.
Chemistry terukur banget mainnya ancoy.
Baru mereka kan mainnya fun banget, Cok. Kayak bocil-bocil yang main gitu, belum bocil main ketawa aja.
Bocil kumon Cok kata viewer gua, jing tuh.
On the defending side, and we get to see this composition in action as it ticks the boxes. And speaking of aggression, volatility, already taking so much space over towards A-Long.
Benkai.
About to look to reinforce behind this. Jing going to be revealed. I see a load of pressure coming through. Benkai is the one to open things up though.
Malah kena Benkai dia, Cok.
Eventually, kill returned onto Jing, so a 4v4 presented.
Seneng banget aku lihat skinnya anjing, skin ini yang dipakai Benkai.
Being closed on the other side of the map. C-Long now being
mampus.
Further and further. Now losing Adverso is a bit of a problem because King's on an island.
King ini. Lihat nih ya.
Kepik lagi kau pantai.
Clear through Long. Smoke going to be committed, but there's the contact. Taco not going to get what he wants, but King does. Fighting to his huge, but Taco caught on the point. How has Taco gotten away with that?
Menang gak main freak? Menang ini, lihat aja.
1v2, he's got himself a bit of room to play with.
To get through again, deal with the trap, but really a decent idea of where he's positioned. Pop and B and Melza.
Pintar ininya.
Stack up with Takalia because he's down to 22 HP. Leave the back door open to potentially find this plant on A for free.
Takolila.
30 seconds left.
Still a decent amount of time to work
Tortilla.
Dia jangan naik.
Dia geraknya barengan ya. Gak mau misah gitu kita satu buat
langsung refleks satu.
It will be. They're close enough that they can get towards it.
Sayang darah anjir.
Tapi ya pistol roll sih.
No steps heard just yet, but MyFreak has no idea where they are. Zero clue as it stands, so commits the utility as early as he can, gives himself a chance. But it's two players coming back in. They can trade Taco if they have to. Melza was the safest pair of hands for Leviathan in this map before. Watching back that Liquid series.
Ngepick bareng susah ini.
And well, MyFreak, it couldn't have gone worse. Melza and Taco clean things up. Diffuse going in. And speaking of volatile, I think that round was highly, I guess, telling of how the rest of this game may go.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things that's a big concern coming to
salahnya dua orang
is
mati
just
ya
how
Mas.
Leviathan's retake statistics are, right? So expect this to be the trend that's set very early, and for them to really enforce, I guess, emphasis on map control. We were talking about obviously how the first bloods in terms of favouring EDG the other day. This is something Paper keep in check very early.
Early on, we've got the buy back in. Mike, Stingers are out.
7, 6, 5.
This is death ball, this actually.
It looks like, I mean, they're eyeing up Garage, right? They're eyeing up maybe towards B. They've still got that Headhunter in there. Well, I say that.
Well,
one
in
bullet.
the chamber, yeah.
It ain't much to bring in, but maybe he'll do the job. So on the other side, potentially Melza to feel a lot of strain early on if they did spin through Garage, but it will be towards B. So Verso smokes on either side. He's very much alone, going to deal with the Prowler and push further forward. Now, there's two players already in the side, but he's been able to cut through that. Perfect play from Adverso, reading this well. But can he deal with the rest? Yes, apparently he can. And these Stingers aren't quite finding the value until now. But Jing down to 3 HP, and the spray's not going to do it. Now 3 stand for Leviathan. And MyFreak, well, that flash does feel as though you've been noted, but again, Spike not to hand. Does he get anything out of this? No, Shy smartly played right to the back. So there's a bit of damage. The rounds for Leviathan.
Wah, dua kali main, 2 kali di S anjing.
Maybe getting in 2 seconds earlier. Again, there's a slight chance for them to recover.
Kebuka ultinya.
Really well played from Everso. Actually repositioning perfectly here. Benkai, I don't even think fully aware of where divided.
Lawannya tim asal mana? Latam, Chile.
Verzo, what a start for confidence too.
Syukur dulu aku mismo ya.
Ih, jolisin Sanjim.
Could be huge if they do carry across some of these SMGs. They're around the head in terms of, you know, the expected timeline here with
Aduh anjing.
that forced purchase coming out from Prx, but
Sakit juga ya, nengok aja mahal ya.
Kena nih, mati nih. Ayo.
Wow.
Iya, itu gua bilang takulilannya ini.
3 bullets so quickly there as well.
Seems unreasonable, but again, it's the playing dangerous game for the economy, right? Playing on those force buys, going back in with the sheriffs here.
Anjing digeser tuh
They already passed that test the first time in my mind. Now I would say Prx are a different team to Liquid when they work around this, but still. For Leviathan, it's such a passing of the test this early on. So for what Prx have left, chip damage would have been fine, but again, it's only against the Spectres and odds and ends. It's really not much.
Agresif ya, Prx ya.
Able to do any damage against the grand scheme of things.
Belum biasa.
Ras lu, muntah berdarah lu.
I'll run the clock down just a little bit, but don't expect anybody from Leviathan to be scrambling to find these kills now.
Oh, the double stack on long is dirty. These angles almost impossible to play like this. Yeah, lovely double stack for Leviathan. Go back to it as well, Benkai. I mean, if he can get one, that'd be pretty much the best he can hope for here. Feels more like a formality, and it is 5 standing for Leviathan.
Here at a 3-0 scoreline, you think about it, again,
Waktunya
what they bring into this round
belanja.
is kind of irrelevant when you look at the ultimate progress.
Yeah.
Under here, Showstopper not too far away. Shy as well, 2 off. We're looking at potentially the next round, even if, God forbid, like Leviathan convert this as well. They're going to come into the next so well equipped.
But and in my mind right now, I want to see if Leviathan are able to. Any damage here is huge. And I also
they've been winning out in the early round. It's not really been close.
No, it's not. And for me, again, if they do lean towards that C-side, Melza was God's gift for Leviathan in their first debut here in the group stage. So Prx need to wake up and wake up now. Otherwise, that scoreline becomes a real issue. But of course, look at the purchase now. Heavy armor coming in, rifles coming out. So they do at least have the buy behind this now.
It's the same setup again towards C-Long. One tucked into Cubby here. Actually, Forsaken does find tackle Lian. This time around, Dubai will find out Melza and Cubby. Might come soon, actually. Desperate to try and slow things down.
Bingung nggak? Teriak-teriak. Kita ketawa doang. Ya elah, paling lu save. Enggak ya?
Keeping 5 alive would be obviously the
paling ngambil orb dia buat multi nih.
Maybe build back some finances in this. Work towards your own. Again, Jing not far off his, Forsaken, Divide, they're all building towards this as well. That first cycle is going to really look quite brutal here.
Dia mau tukar
Clean
senjata
round here
itu.
actually from Prx swings the pendulum back over when we talk about those ultimates. If anything, Shy maybe go through try
pakai bantal
full get
Kena
that
mental
whole
sini
orb
cok
online.
lebih tepatnya.
Saving itu.
For King,
Exit frag ya.
Exit frag nuker vandal.
Itu restnya.
Biasa gabut.
They're not going to be given an exit at all. Prx making their way back down long. Actually, Mind Freak will find
Tadi
King.
teriak-teriakin Prx. Blok.
Mati sama Spike.
Lu teriak-teriakin Prx. Lu
Nggak, emang mau dia mau mati sama Spike itu.
Biar gak dapat duit.
Nah, nggak dapat duit.
Just on that verge here. So many going to be hitting through pretty soon. Now, you noted it early, Verzo and King having the fantastic start of their ults coming through, and they are potentially round changing. Very influential ults as well on the other side. A couple not far away, so let's see if that comes into effect. But you couldn't ask for a better start for Leviathan, but again, same
Ini pertama kalinya lawan Latam.
Emang gak pernah ketemu ya, adik-adik mah mainnya di lower bracket.
They'll be happy with that. But now we get into the meat of things, right? Taco's got the op out. That's what we want to be seeing coming into play. How does this change things?
When we get to these buy rounds, that's when we're kind of more interested in what happens in the early round, right? How deep Leviathan want to dig for the opening engagement, and how much success they find as well. See Takalia actually tucking in pretty deep here. Adverso already preemptively rotating away. He spotted a barrel.
Yeah, and I'm just waiting to see how they plan to force him off angles.
Resek nih OP-OP
How do they
begini nih
try and
anjing.
force this man away? He's already quite an aggressive player. He's very confident in
dia doang
approach.
nih.
And normally rightly so.
Dangernya nih.
Yeah,
Masanya Prx 55-nya jago.
Iya, itu gue bilang makanya dia doang nih yang
has committed
berbahaya.
great deals of time towards this.
Sama
Now,
King
the rest
King harum banget lawan Liquid.
of the attacking side, still eyeing up the rest of the map. They've taken control towards B. They're holding for this potentially. And they're just isolating one. I mean, it is Forsaken. I don't blame you for trying to go for it. But it's Taco slipping the net just a touch. Benkai now down. You're going to have Forsaken left all alone.
The problem being they noted Forsaken's repositioning, so they can invest a little bit. They know they have a 2v1 advantage. Forsaken just charging up. Suez here.
How? How is he not flashed at all, Forsaken?
Itu kan nanti plus anjing nengok tadi.
Now Taco's going to push himself just a little bit deeper towards the site. And he's actually got here in time, right? Time enough to hold this down. They can't overcommit just yet. There's still that exploration towards middle from Mind Freak that could cause problems. They seem all too aware. The double stack towards the connector prepared. Shy, so hyper aware of that. Very smart play. Taco sitting deep on the site. This is beautiful work from Leviathan.
Seems like Paperwork scrambling for a response there. Benkai picked off not being aware of the potential Forsaken has been spotted. Takalia has such a deep angle, but
gimana ditakon
the intent is just picked apart by a couple of individuals from Leviathan. Again, great work. Yes, it seems a little weird to see the investment there, the Rolling Thunder, but they know that they've got the lighter side of the stack, right? They have the weaker end of that default. If they can flush Forsaken out.
Gue sebelnya sama dia dari kemarin nih. Paling kenceng cowok teriaknya anjing.
Oh man, it feels good. And again, this is
kemarin tuh ada dia lawannya Liquid.
Because that was the first, I guess, even challenge. Technically, right? They both had that buy coming in. And already they need to come up with something here. Plenty of ults for Leviathan 2 now rolling forward.
They swing through from a really
tadi gue dapet sejam ya bro ya?
Iya.
Iya ding sejam nih. Berarti tinggal dikit, tinggal 3 jam gua. 3 jaman lebih lah.
Feeling lu.
Gua 3 jam 49 menit. Berarti 230 menit. 230 dipotong 90.
That's a tough drawing.
They absolutely did.
For that to be, you know, their draw in Copenhagen, we don't really. And the first thing we always talk about is the international context of some of these map pools, some of the results regionally and whatnot. It was a pretty rough start, to be honest, but again, to come through here, be booming off the confidence actually of being Liquid, right? That has to be something they've got to be really happy with themselves there.
They do. Let's see what the adjustment is for Paperx. Off the back of that timeout, they still have a buy coming in here. One ult to play with on the back of Jing, and you know, if he gets activated, maybe it could be a big difference. Maybe not. King slots it down. The combo is gorgeous. And that's Aeon to Raps, and again, they're already exploring that. They're already taking that space away. There's no even moment of doubt in mind. It's perfect. Now the response in kind, not incorrect from Paperx to try and take B. Take somewhere on the map. Nightfall comes in, so audio now just dimmed down. So little to be heard. They've got to be cautious about this. Plant is going to come in though, but they can't hold this for now. Advert's already going to find Benkai.
Jump across Mel's at Verso. Going to find another one. Mind Freak now. The last man standing. The first
that's 5 standing!
So well handled.
Gimana?
Operator instantly gone, right? Forsaken out of it. Barely got a look into this round.
I feel like he must have just not heard the sound cue there of that income because he jumps into range of his TP immediately, but it's literally an insta-kill. An insta-kill.
Bagus banget itu. Yo, focus.
I mean, this is what I kind of talked about. It feels like the early round here.
Enggak, yang ngeselin Johnny Sins doang tuh di belakang.
They don't have anything to
map siapa tuh di kiri atas nih? Pilihan
force a defender off a deep angle or anything like that early on.
Now, a little bit of a switch up to an extent here for Paperx, but again, look at the purchase. It's still going to be Stingers and Sheriffs. It's far from pretty. Now, you've heard the ult come through, so Forsaken does get his name in the feed. That's the first to be found, which is Melzer. So C looks way more vulnerable. The timing could be devastating. Only going to get one though. Takes down one the quick trade out. Verso's still going to do damage, but this is good so far. This is a chance. Red's invested too. They are desperate for a round. Wall's still in place towards CT. Should buy time, and Forsaken just getting bodies. It's all on Shy now. 1v4, and there it is. They found the both of these rounds really coming from that CP snap.
Rakin,
opener, right? It's the first time Paperx have got away scot-free with finding this engagement. And a little pace shift on the back of it. But it's asking a lot. That's not something you can replicate time and time again here.
Ini sekali menang lagi Prx, timeout nih pasti lap.
For Paperx, Forsaken though, critical. kill in that round. Again, finding that every single time is going to be the hard part because, again, rolling my mind back to that Liquid series, Melzer was the safe pair of hands on that C side, and he was tested time and time again. So I wonder how he adjusts going forward. And speaking of adjustment, the pace change is there. Jin going to try and take a little bit of space at the very start. You're gonna hold it, sends it, does not get a thing.
I was going to say he's actually going to catch from across here, but
King's not back in though. He's still here. It's so precarious, so dangerous. And Jin, Sharks dives into the smoke. The Verzo still on the site though. Quick rotations, reaping quick rewards, and a 3v3. Spike now recovered, but they knew there was a little bit of attention towards the backline, so the correct amount of paranoia put towards it. We can see where Taco is. He's already got himself towards that A site. But where do Prx take this now?
Window of opportunity here to free access to either other side. But Prx is so paranoid now because of how versatile this aggression has been from Leviathan.
Dia gak mau lihat muka musuhnya,
No info, Mike.
I mean, with this amount of time now, they're left guessing if Takali is repositioned, finds himself back towards garage, back towards B site.
30 seconds left.
They might have the read though.
Absolutely right for now.
The ping coming through again. They're guessing that it's a hard clear through plat here, just in case anybody's playing very close contact.
Again, we know it. Actually, Benkai playing in front of that.
Benkai main apa di wall anjing itu ya?
As it stands,
window.
Some of those statistics coming in of these retakes being a potential problem, but let's see how they work out here because Verzo's got means.
Does Benkai have an out? I mean, on the minimap it's hard to tell, but no, I don't think he does. They're just going to set up. They're going to double stack here towards CT.
They're trying to get proactive and maybe just trying to get... didn't get ahead of this one. Benkai needs to deliver. Forsaken's got his back. We're going to find one, turns around, loses. Taco pins down Benkai, trying to bail out the boy. Forsaken, but he doesn't need help. 2 kills already and needs 3. A 1v1.
Back depute.
Taco to the site. Rifle to hand, but time starting to tick and Forsaken waits. A tap on the spike, draws him in! And Taco takes him down. The time is going to be close, Mike.
I don't think he's got it. Oh my god!
Nice lah, nggak dapet.
Right down to the wire though. Again, the rolling thunder, almost in a position where Benkai's getting. But look at the awareness to put this smoke up, just to negate any possibility there's any aggression coming back through that window. So heads up from Melzer.
No one else could do this.
A fraction earlier. Different scenes completely.
Serius mukanya.
5-3.
Ini Takolila kemarin dikasih sandwich sama Benkai.
Finding a little bit of room here, Prx.
That's
the start they need. Quelling Taco could be huge.
Oh my god.
Mampus lu Wave anjing.
They get away with that.
Itu rambut dari Kraken jadi lurus.
Not the case. And B is there.
Another pace change as well. Look at it. It's a minute and 20 left on the clock, and already they're wrapping back through.
Langsung kepala bantingannya, Wak.
This is really good adjustment from Prx. What a response.
Balik. Nge-save lu.
Kabur.
Gua dicari, Cok.
A bit of the gap here by
nyari pinjol dia kayaknya itu, bro.
But how much damage? Spike planted. Come on, man, do.
Main Freaky sering banget nge-flank sekarang.
Very late piece here, Melzer.
Smoker gitu, bro.
Not sure if he's heard a step.
Ya balik omannya.
Aware of the possibility. King will find Benkai down in sewers.
There's 2 on long. That'll be so difficult to get past.
Forsaken actually gave up the angle for a moment there. At this point, just looking to try and punish the economy a little bit. Melzer's position as well. And it gives you that impression. Well, Forsaken's missed this cross here. So he was holding it initially, but they got to come through. Melzer spotted elsewhere on the map.
Good. Really nice damage for King. He's going to be happy with this one.
Yeah.
Not bad at all. And actually, Melzer's found Mike Freak too.
Astaga.
Cleaned up.
Santai, ada duit.
I mean, it's still going to be able to buy, but like I said, all of these repurchases through, Leviathan actually going to call the timeout now.
Bener lu Neng, 2 kali menang. Time out.
Pasti. Biar gak naik temponya.
Once they're finding these first bloods, Prx are desperate to try and follow through on it.
Ngaruh gitu ya.
Create these openings, and actually Pretty unfortunate not to be rewarded with that flash mid, I gotta say.
Oh iya iya.
Sayang PUBG nggak ada timeout. Ya Neng.
Iya. Yang protes banyak tim bro.
Aduh.
Wow, what a start to this. Again, even just from a stylistic standpoint.
Aduh, 5-4 nih. Tadi kan bagus 5-0 bro. Ada Ava iya.
Ava iya.
Apaan tuh?
Apaan tuh man?
Adibing selamat.
Oh ya lah, temen tadi semangat sekali kok teriak-teriak ya. Sampai kan kena orang Indo pargo ya udah langsung ke VIII.
Tapi Leviathan masih oke nih, belum angkat ketek dia dok.
Bentar lagi rontok itu bro, lihat aja.
Belum ada gigit-gigit kuku. Masih kuat.
Dava ini loh cuy yang asik cuy di timnya Prx anjing.
Apa Dava ya?
Lucu orangnya.
Giving credit where it's due to Prx, this is just pedigree.
Jiwanya tim sih Dava sih menurut gua.
Lu lihat dia yang dikerjain sama Corsair tuh.
Coba taking a little bit of time, but bringing the scoreline back to a very respectable point now.
Yang lawan tim Jepang itu scary. She's so scary.
Dwindle at least a little offbeat here.
Masih bisa di-heal kah?
Try and find
bisa
that
dong.
Alam.
Come away from it though, but Nightfall invested. I don't actually think it catches anybody on sign. This one way could cause massive.
One way-nya bagus bro.
Like to follow up as well.
They are completely and utterly stuck in towards garage. How do you fight your way
Wah,
out?
anjir, bagus banget.
Who's gonna get you that?
Kamu kemana? Ada lagi.
Keluar lagi bang, keluar.
Mind freak, the positioning couldn't have even been better. Now King left in a 1v3. Now yes, chip damage achieved towards Divine from
Musuhnya dapat 5 duluan, Cok.
Okay, that's clean.
Kalem.
Utility, Divide goes in though. This now gets so tricky to work further forward on. One towards long, one towards sight. And Mind Freak, so much value in that one round. Mike, his entry work alone was very impressive.
Yeah, it's beautiful when you can create all this pressure with so many bodies stacked towards garage. And Mind Freak's the one to just pick up the slack, right? They're slowed down by the fault line, by the one way, and he absolutely bails them out here with these two kills.
Mental dong tiba-tiba.
I'm stuck in garage at this point. In my mind, I thought this round could have been cooked.
Kalau gua
they had rotations in. It was a lot of what the win conditions would have been.
Even though Versa was able to get
paksa
behind
beli
this setup where they
Prx.
put a little more focus to stop it.
Makanya dia tinggal lumayan banyak ronnya.
Alek reakin si Pamos sih.
Hitung-hitungannya jelek, Bung.
That's all tied up now.
Hah? Siapa ya?
Kalau ngomongin mental kan tiba-tiba hitung-hitungan.
Forsaken's taking so much damage in these opening engagements, it's crazy. I mean, once again, not falling here, we'll get the heal. Very bright once again. On the back of that, Prx, they flip the switch.
And Mind Freak all too aware of this, but there is still that potential danger. There's something lingering in the sewer, and it will be Taco. Now they've navigated around this, they will be aware that there is that chance of it. But again, how much danger can be made with these weapons? You've got a couple of stingers, 2 rifles.
Emang dibiarin dia stay di situ. Lo anjing. Gak dikasih keluar.
Backline is being watched. Mind Freak so cognizant of this now. Going to tuck himself in. Shy. First one to make the real test happen. This is a fight across the map. Keep in mind, actually Mind Freak's gone down. Shy's opened up space. Taco now makes his appearance. And say bye-bye. Taco finding space. Shy finding that opening chance towards long. Another ridiculous round here.
I mean, Shy being good for the first is great, but...
The second?
And then the whole time, Taco's just tucked into sewers. The Rat King himself comes through, backstabs this, opens up the retake.
Pas banget lagi si Takonya bisa di situ ya anjing. Pas round.
Kenapa ya dia nggak mau bersihin ya? Padahal dia punya banyak kesempatan.
Yeah, and finding this.
It's the awareness as well. It's how clear Shy is.
Benkai udah GG loh.
Benkai actually popping off there. What?
And you still lose right now.
Jadi Benkai bete tuh anjing udah bunuh 3 ya. Masa masih kalah bro.
Glad we got that POV. Appreciate that one. But coming back in, on the other side, couple of rounds coming in. Again, the purge for the final round of the first half here.
Gak niat ini emang.
Tapi kalau dia tahu nggak kebokong-bokong tadi.
I'm pretty sure.
Takonya nggak dapet 2 dong Mon. Kaget
nggak expect keluar ke situ dia.
The awareness here is.
Ya, berarti
dari sisinya udah keluar juga tadi, makanya nggak fokus ke short.
Iya.
Sound cues there now. No way. Shy's got beneath him. Oh,
Benkai got him this time. Okay, the stinger wins out. He takes all this space and will eventually send it.
Lumayan.
He's going to find Taco. That's unbelievable. Almost the over pushing, but good work for Info. King right back though. Gonna pop the ult and try and clear out the B side, but you can still see the pressure on the side itself. Really nice done. Calm and composed under pressure. These three players for Leviathan gotta get a wiggle on. They just can't find the players. Benkai chip down.
Kenapa Benkai anjir?
Device want to do it, and now two left alive. And Device wants in, gets denied, and Varsol's there 2v2 now. But time is ticking. He's got to get this to halfway, and there's nothing that can stop this. Surely the spray's coming in. He's not coming. Oh my god!
Untung aja. Oh,
saving him again.
Mind freak.
Right down to the wire.
Aaron anjing.
These rounds are so close.
Wah, hampir bro.
Sadis bro.
Ini si Jing sih. Dia dengar nge-step.
Detik terakhir ya nembak.
Maybe a slight overstep here to try and secure the second, but all the meanwhile, counter aggression coming back through ceiling. I mean, just another half second on that smoke.
That was terrifying to me. Seeing it how so close to this. What a perfect scoreline. 6-6. I could not ask for a better way to start this one.
Kemarin lawan EDG baru dia.
Oh, I could not either, Pansy. Thank you very much. I'm back here with Jess and Ryan, and thank God they stabilized Ryan, because for a second I was really worried for Prx.
Another bright start for Leviathan.
Aron memang gak sopan. Lebih hoki sih yang barusan sih guys. Apa bro? Oke yang barusan gila kena itu peluru terakhirnya. Headshot.
Bro, pro player bro.
Mon, lu lihat tadi dia nembak itu udah berantakan. Itu nggak ada yang kena. Pelot terakhir doang.
Ditembusin itu tadi.
Nggak kena.
Enggak, pas pertama nembak itu masih ada smoke.
Sama Pablo, Cok.
Iya.
Masih ada smoke, bro. Nggak bisa ditembak.
I love the fact that we can sit here at half
masih
time
main.
and be like, okay, this is a fair and square game. We expect
Milih dia.
You know what it's like with me. I have to put a little bit of a, an asterisk on that and say the defensive side of Leviathan,
banyak duitnya cok dibeli-beliin attachmentnya cok.
Label impressive size,
Beli kali 15-an.
Prx needs to be able to take the momentum of evening it up at the half, win pistol. Like I'm saying, they have to win the pistol out of a team that wins almost all their pistols so far at this event.
Kalau minum Panadol sekarang, 1 for second yang dapat, main freak yang dapat.
Ngasih loh.
Itu
Aaron yang bunuh.
Hopefully people are getting it into their heads now that this Leviathan team
is
the real business.
Apa nih?
Prx squad is still strong, they're still adapting and improving, but this is a hell of a series and a great start to this map.
Yang tadi loh.
These teams mean business here. Let's jump into the second half with Pansy and Hypok.
Oh ini apa cok?
Yeah, the scoreline for me is the perfect way to lean into this game, because I think the Death said it quite well there, that this is very much a clarifying moment for Leviathan of their capability, right? That they are proving once again they are a very diligent team. Copenhagen wasn't
Tuh yang dapat main Prx cok. Last Velor.
Here for Prx, they're being tested time and time again. These teams are just getting better and better.
This is the real test now for Leviathan though, because Prx have a phenomenal defense success rate in terms of round wins. This is going to be an absolute, but I expect the same thing once again, but Prx to dig even further. We've got a triple stack towards A site right now, and Leviathan as 5 are creeping this way.
Contacting, you better be ready. They're coming your way. That's one. Second, not going to happen. Benkai trying to keep the composure for now. Going to pop the wall up. Actually, Leviathan hit the brakes for a second here. Maybe readjust some consideration. Look closer towards Sewer, but no one's going to give him much play here.
Harus dapat nih. Oh nice.
Now player advantage. Yes.
Kena selepet doang itu tadi bro.
Actually, Leviathan with the correct.
Bocil kumon digerebek.
Wih anjing 777 bro dia tuh.
20 seconds or so until this wall.
Jackpot itu dah.
Have to deal with the reveal at least on long. Still show presence, but eyes drift towards Sakalian now. He's able to navigate his way through. There's a trap stopping him in garage at the time. Let's see if that pulls anything. On the back of this wall about to drop, and yeah, does just do so now. Completely unfazed so far though. Forsaken still just holding on to B site.
And look at this composure. He's seen 2. He's absolutely seen the second.
Wow.
He couldn't
Fantastic though.
get it onto show, which is kind of surprising. I thought he was dead to right, seeing both of those barrels, but not to be. Spike now going to go down, but it is a 2v3 still. A little bit of utility still in play for Melzer as well. Keep that in mind. And actually, Shai's going to use that as the springboard forward. And it's Melzer there, finding both. Now the HP's low, and Mind Freak was so clutch on the first half. He's going to need a little bit more of that now.
Concealment.
How much can you get done here? Just the tap on the spike.
Low HP semua tuh, Cok.
And he might need to check this. He wants at least one of these two players enough. The tap on the spike, and it's so tense. They're waiting for this one. He's got to fight the both. It's
Aduh, crosshairnya kepelanan, Cok.
With 1 HP is more than enough.
This paranoia is pixel perfect.
Dia nyebar, Cok.
Dia punya
doesn't actually catch Shy as well.
Iya, ketinggalan, Cok, kelihatan.
Deeper into A-Link. Beautiful synergy between the two players from Leviathan.
Seru banget, Cok.
Yeah, it's unfortunate as well. Mindfreak, ton of time here, but neither player biting on those first two baits of the tap. Another pistol converted.
Macho.
Itu kok pakai bantal sih?
Untuk dia.
Mana?
Itu siapa namanya?
Shy.
Tuh dia tuh, Shy.
Punggungnya sakit sama kayak lu.
Iya kayaknya.
Ica lagi mikirin punggung kau kayaknya. Boleh dicoba tuh.
From that 1-for-1 trade, like you get the first blood, it's traded, but they're able to reset, and that's key for the defensive side, right? They don't get overwhelmed. You know, Benkai is able to slow things down with that wall. So even considering that, it's the recovery factor from Leviathan is fantastic.
Gitu ya sebenarnya ya.
Such a dangerous team. I feel like
Udah hitam gede tengah.
Makanya kan, aneh kan? Kita pun penasaran.
Itu emang dari gamenya apa?
Bisa
disetting.
Oh, bisa diset.
Fine too much. It might spur on Prx going on a fact-finding mission here because you can see this.
Pada parkour kayak Mas Water.
Taking the time down to about 50 seconds now for Leviathan, just going across the board, trying to go through all those check marks, which not necessarily a bad idea, but the timing could be pretty brutal because they're just clearing through A, so they're going to be making this call over towards long. That well, Forsaken. You might have some people coming your way, and there it is. Already has to be forced away. Wants to do some damage here if he can. Oh, this one flying towards you. The flash comes in. He's so dead. Absolutely dead to right. Put into bed, but Taco's brought down on the back lines. Now, there are sheriffs here. They're also shooting. Devi has a sheriff still, so don't think it's over just yet. No, it's not. Devi still going to do damage. It's 3v3. But surely they don't get any more here. Look at a nice post plant, lovely crossfire in place. You play safe, right? You swing off contact. There should be no problems. There's the first bomb found, the second, and there it is. Shut down before it started. They keep the three standing. They get the second round.
Important as well. I mean, tackling a 40 classic that he gives up here, so makes it a little harder for Prx. I mean, they still find a follow-up on that, but
ini tukang nge-push, defender nge-push.
Well handled here from Leviathan. Jing just desperate with a short to get on side, get close to anybody. I'm just actually. Leviathan going to bring two Bulldogs and two Spectres. Obviously, tackle Lian. We'll have the Sheriff in the back pocket as well.
Jadi Aaron bisa menang
sebenarnya. It's only a Versa that's 6 below 2K as well. That's it.
Pinter nyebar gitu.
Shields on the side of
Musuhnya itu pinter.
Forsaken wants info.
Push beda arah, kiri kanan.
I mean, him being proactive does, I guess, allow Jing to push down middle. So this is not bad at all. Testing this default pretty early on. The flashes. He turns it so well, but he can't get away, and Forsaken commits to it and actually loses. So now you're going to have a 4v3 with the advantage sitting with Leviathan. And already, Taco taking a lot of space towards A. This could be their next route they want to explore.
Benkai just tucked in here. There's a chance he is overwhelmed though. As all four members of Leviathan stack up. Slowly.
Bonus, I guess you could say, is that Mindfreak's cleared. You've got the Prowler now sitting down, so he should be very aware of this, but taking no risks. They want to invest behind this. Benkai going to sit behind the wall. Prowler going to come his way no matter what. Horn comes in. His position's noted. There's no escaping that fact. But can he still do damage? He absolutely can! Back to the wall! Benkai still going to get two in this. And bring it down to a 2v2. Devi and Mindfreak surely have a big say in this matter. Devi going to find the first, taking down Adverso and Taco. This is not a comfy 1v2 at all. Using the wall for a little bit of comfort. Mindfreak isolated the second now. Devi looking so vulnerable. I mean, they make it across the line with one standing.
What a beautiful setup.
Mahal anjing ini ikut lagi.
Prx the slow orb down, able to isolate this first one. Actually, I mean, even there, falling at the point he did, he gets two, goes down swinging, and that makes it doable for Prx. Beautifully done here to find Shy and Melsa.
Such a good player, just finding value
so
in those
smart.
moments.
Napas guys, napas.
He put his own back to the wall because it was the best bet he had. So well done. And at 8-7 though, you need a couple of those moments for these boys. They need a couple of these players to find that next level. Up here, already towards the top of the board. Mind Freak, his first half performance was phenomenal. At Verzo, similar scenes, of course. In that ace, I think that was super early, but right back in we go. Judge out for Forsaken. That's going to be in play. Rifles galore on the other side.
Jing?
What?
I respect it. I do.
It's a little brave.
I do. Punished for it though. Early advantage created here for Leviathan, and expect them to reset back to this very deep default. What's
this? Such precision.
Double tap.
Gets both of them, and he was so vulnerable for a little while. They had to fall away, fall into sort of try and not be found, but to still bail him out with two. Prx,
Waduh, high.
Stars for some of this. Now, really
Masuk lo ke situ short.
so potentially telling
Dengeran judge ya udah.
Exactly, 2 weapons noted now at least. So see how Leviathan actually formulate a plan on the back of this wall. Now drop. No, actually. What the end plan is here for Prx, because they're giving up B site. I mean, this mid hold is going to be a little weaker just considering the numbers. Shy's got to stay alive in Garage though, and that's it. Mind Freak going to find him.
Okay, just two though. Taco and Melza diving in. Melza. It's all on Taco. A 1v3, so many angles to worry about. And he's revealed Forsaken. There is no sympathy in this. He just dives on in. Okay, so we have a game on our hands once again. It's going to be all tied up. 8 apiece here.
And an opportunity to watch Prx into this with an extremely scrappy purchase to make it work.
Masih pada semangat kan teman-teman? Ah, gua yang udah nggak enak badan.
Sering aja kayak gitu. I'll tell you is I absolutely meant it.
Kena headshotnya bareng soalnya, Cok.
Look at the damage it's done as well now. Leviathan down on those stingers on. Sheriff's coming in.
Ultinya lengkap nih.
So they're trying to get these through, but Prx, the last 2 rounds have started to, I guess, correct the ship a little.
Let's play.
Exchange of util towards a lobby here. It's actually 4 members, but actually on the other side of the map, Taco's found Mind Freak.
And there was no, it felt like there was almost no intent for that to be the end game plan, but you find value. You might lean towards this now. Can they punish its rotation? But look at what Prx are up to. They're pushing 3 down long. They're going on an exploration mission. And surely, if you're Leviathan, you're not even considering this timing yet. Surely there is 0 alarm bells ringing just yet. And he's seen one. He's got a glimpse. He pulled the trigger. He doesn't have the chip damage, but now he'll be sweating bullets on the other side of the side. It's He's so good in these rounds, though. We need him to go clutch again. How much time? How much value? Can he find? Nothing! King is there, dives on in. Think I can do nothing about it. Taco gonna catch Forsaken on the flank. And now Divine Ching. Oh dear, it's falling to pieces. Divine out the last one alive. This is ridiculous this round.
Anjing, trip
Device even going to be able to find one here. The hold on site. So well reinforced here. Actually tackle Lian making back through mid. Melza going to be one to clean things up, but
that pick.
Pulling something from nothing. And it's the timing of when it happens. It's just at the end of this exchange of utility towards a lobby. It just plants that seed of doubt. I mean, Benkai scrambles his rotation quick enough where...
Anjing, padahal dia jiggle loh.
It's almost just ahead of it, but you can see how overwhelmed he was. The timing of the TP to back side, thrown his way.
That was a bailout round from Taco, I've got to say.
Absolutely.
Well. That guy delivering in just such ridiculous ways. So much talent that man has. Cracking open. Opportunity. Now, similar scenes. Right back at it. Stingers out.
Orang sekarang udah pada Spectre pakai Stinger ya.
You don't expect the same level of aggression
here,
duitnya
dibiarin di atas 1.500 ya.
Maybe absorb this hit.
Itu Mind Freak 2100 tapi pakai Stinger.
Minimal harus 2000.
Harus
2000 Pung, minimal Pung.
Oh iya kah?
Ya harus
2000 udah paling aman.
Bukan karena Stinger lebih bagus kan?
Enggak. Lagian dia kan main jaga A gitu kali, corner-corner tipis aja gitu, jarak dekat. Lah.
Prx love doing this. Kind of wait it out for the first 30 seconds or so, and then scramble. Just gamble stack elsewhere.
Overthinking, bro.
Like I said, with King being that deep in sewers.
Here, but I mean, need to get ahead of Forsaken. I mean,
he's gonna be back. I guess the smoke's gonna be going up now. Yeah, okay. He had a split second to work with. It wasn't much. So the gamble stack doesn't particularly work out this time. So the spike will be planted. Can't really doubt Paperx doing it around like this, considering their purchase. It's worth it. As I said, it's a gamble stack. Maybe you get it right, maybe you don't. As it stands, though, the retake is going to be very difficult, considering, one, they'll be incredibly light on utility to make anything happen, and two, of course, the weapons are lacking. And with Leviathan's approach like this, they still have a little bit of util to play with. And here we go. First couple of attempts. Really going well for Paperx here. 3 back-to-back fall. Leviathan keeping 5 alive if Shy can make it out of this. My freak. He's gone. It's 5 standing. Leviathan going to make it towards double digits now with this Prime Gaming flawless round.
I feel like Paperx have to answer back now. Needs to be relatively clean as well.
Harus menang ini Paperx,
support it, but Leviathan again, so well handled in Santiago.
Ini mapnya left juga ini.
So this is something that Paperx do time and time again. They'll gamble stack early on, they'll flip to the other side, hope that...
Di PUBG PC ada namanya Scream.
Vamos chicos.
Scream juga.
So gua masih botak kenapa ya, guys?
This is a reach, yeah.
In my mind, though, that round to me is nothing to worry about. Now,
Prx kayak lemas nih.
Because this is when it could spiral terribly. They have ults to play. They've got everything in their arsenal that if they wanted to bring out, it has to be now, right? Like to stop the rot, it has to be now. They've got everything they could potentially dream of bringing into this. So
Neng.
They take it.
Oi.
Itu pemain Leviathan dari samping mirip kayak pemainnya Liquid CSGO siapa ya namanya?
They were fighting for either of these
yang ganteng tuh.
areas of the map.
Liquid CSGO, Twist.
I feel like they're in control
Twist.
of the pace of this half.
Ah iya Twist. Ah ini nih yang ini. Dari samping mirip Twist, Cok.
Itu mah lebih gendut ini kan?
Iya, lebih berisi ini. Twist lebih gendut. Mirip anjing.
4-2 on the half here.
Ya juga ya. Rambutnya sama kacamataan anjing.
Big boom.
Ambil kacamata.
Leviathan 4-1 on eco round since the start of the tournament. And again,
Gue udah tadi nyari namanya anjing.
It's how well they're able to, actually
get
through openers time and time again. It's the strength of numbers. They're always ready to collapse on the back of it.
There's incredible synergy with the Leviathan.
Itu Sentinel udah gak ada suaranya anjing sampai sekarang.
Individuals, kind of fighting as one pack.
Kayaknya masih 4 man dah dia. Elsis bukan balikin kali.
Bloody hell, Forsaken. Always terrifying watching this player. Always. Now, early contact made towards B, but again, noting instantly leaning away from this Leviathan.
Tahu ulti ininya di situ, chambernya dia langsung ke sana. Pindah ke A anjing. Ada OP di A.
Ya, tadi kagetin Benkai. Udah ada temannya. Udah ada Benkai bilang, woi. Smoke.
Though, the speed at which King just took towards the side. Benkai's deleted the fight. Left in no man's land. They're just trying to send it in. It's a 1-for-1 trade out. It ain't enough in the end because there's a 4-man pack of players standing. They're going to lean on him, though it's a 1-for-1 trade out. This is so wild. The spike still to hand, though, yet to be planted. Right now, Forsaken chomping in a bit. You could see the consideration. The Prowler goes right on him, though. He's revealed, he's noticed, he's depleted. Mind freak now needs another clutch. He's being closed in on, look at the timing. Mel's is there, Leviathan, it's 11. Paperx had everything they needed that round. And the pace in which they burst towards the site, Leviathan take it all.
Barely breaking a sweat. I mean, it was synonymous with one of the rounds in the first half where it was Paperx scrambling for some sort of direction mid-round. And here again, it's just desperation. King gets ahead of the curve. It's very unorthodox for him to come through here, but after that, it's just throwing bodies on the line to try and get back on site. They're desperate to try and prevent the spike from even being planted.
They know they've broken Paperx's money. This could be 12. This is such a telling round now. This is so much worry for Paperx. They have to be absolutely flawless in this. They have to somehow make something out of this because it looks like Leviathan now just striding into the game. Confidence sign of Brim. Already so much attention drawn. The amount of attention to detail towards just Mind Freak alone, but it's Forsaken. The Cyclones again, waving the Leviathan banner. The spike's going to go down.
Kasihan jadi Mind Freak anjing, layarnya penuh.
Maybe a little bit of chip damage, but you need Jing to have masses of
Benkai bisa revive, Cok.
Right now, there's 2 players facing him down. They're just going to spray in. They don't care for the Prowler. And Benkai just a sheriff. It's going to be 12 against them. Unless a miracle comes.
It'll be nothing short of a miracle. No wall, just the one slow.
Ambil senjata, Cok. Wih.
Okay. First unreturned.
Ini.
Not too
Sini
much
bro, absen bro.
Marked. Noted. Slow invested, and here's that late round utility, even worse for the post plant. What can Benkai do? Oh, he's being given. Oh, he's still finding it. He's trying, man. You can't say he's not trying. But Leviathan with two standing, make it to 12. One more round and it's theirs. Prx have a couple of goes to try and take themselves into a tied up scoreline once again.
It's got to be clean though. It has to be. And these rounds haven't been. Leviathan's ability to just isolate one, potentially two players sometimes. And like I said, it's the strength in numbers. They move as a unit.
Kalah.
Menang lah.
Not even giving Prx the opportunity for these individuals to pop
iya,
up.
MU. Leicester-nya kan depan.
We're talking about that was a return to a comfort pick, right?
Ya ampun. Apalah nih nembak. Aku Lian ini babi, Cok, sumpah.
Aku bilang, Bro.
Operatornya gak miss-miss, Cok.
This is key as well. Leviathan coming back in, knowing the res is online, they're going to pressure this position.
Bayar. This though, Forsaken needs to be good. I'd say 2 at this point. He's still got 1. Actually gets to keep his life. No trade. Takes the TP away, so bringing it back to this 4v4.
Good Melza though. Keep your eye on that mini map.
I love this readjust though from Forsaken here. This is super diligent work. One towards long. Shows nothing, so if anything, might make Forsaken more committed towards this angle. And they are clearing this. Devi.
Isinya kosong, udah masuk.
Look at C. It's wide open.
Mindfreak's just come back to pick up this.
Udah Mindfreak ya.
Chance here. Mindfreak needs this. Could change the timing. Okay, it's still not over yet. It's not looking good. Melza's absolutely done it.
Kalah di Keker doang. Kalau Keker kan tembaknya lama.
It won't be there in time to deny any of these plants. And look
bacanya momennya di garage. Pro player.
Punish this rotation away. And he can't actually use his TP though, so he has to stand and fight.
Oh, they have no idea. Bullet to the back. Gonna find Forsaken.
Tarik satu doang dia.
And they're ready for this fight. Look at these two players. Shy's already jump spawning towards this. He's got his ult, he's got his horn, he's got plenty to work with, but they're gonna funnel him towards Garage. What do they have to try and negate any of this presence? Okay, you're gonna use this to clear the site. There's nothing there, nothing towards CT. They need to get a move on. They gotta do it now. It's right on back through Jing, gonna be taken down low. Does get out before the nade hits, but he's gonna have to pressure this. Melza finds Jing. It's a 3v2. Make it just one. Benkai, how much can one man do? It's not enough. 13 to 8. Leviathan pick up map 1.
Masih kritik ternyata guys ya.
The level of comfort they're able to demonstrate here versus
Ente adik-adik ya guys ya. Hati-hati teman-teman ketika berharap inilah yang terjadi.
Some of these results regionally here, this is a huge victory for Leviathan.
I think this will mean the world to them as well, because again, you could talk down maybe the liquid win to an extent, right? You could look at that and maybe you could talk your way around it, fair enough. Taking this map against Prx is massive. This is them now on the stage.
Ini lagi kuat. Apa sih?
Komen nice try di sini, Cok.
Ini live.
Oh, yang kemarin juara ini ya?
Yang juara Optik kan kemarin.
They look like they want playoffs locked in as soon.
Kemarin yang juara?
Let's bear in mind as well, this
Spec.
is a curveball from Prx.
Spec kan master.
Previously, but you come into this, you see the VIII.
Yang championnya Optik ini dah kalau nggak sering juara.
Iya.
Asen.
Gue nggak tahu.
Prx coming back to comfort zones. This didn't look like that. There was a couple of rounds where we saw.
Ya, Asen bekas Optik kan. Asen jadi Optik kan.
Leviathan handled them so
Kurang
well.
tahu.
And their ability to really mitigate these early engagements in terms of not just trading back effectively, but retaking space and having absolute map control is what really impressed me.
I'm really enjoying watching them play with confidence against the big boys.
Absolutely.
As much as we were talking about Leviathan doing very well, of course, in Copenhagen, you can't then ignore Prx doing just substantially better.
The Last of Us remake tuh bagus cuk.
Into their place, because their paces this early is terrifying to me. But if anything, I guess it does make me excited for the rest of the map pool, because I feel as though we actually might be able to see the full 3. We might see Pearl. I genuinely was like, probably not gonna be on cards, but
Bukan, Cuk.
Again, to come back to that. You look, hey,
Oh, ini sampai jam berapa, Anjoy? Kalau itu jam 4 ya?
Iya, lama anjing 3 map. Lama banget loh.
Man, what
Jadi gimana? Floor bracket aja.
Jangan juga sih.
Janganlah.
Ini dia ke lower dia bisa ketemu EDG lagi, susah lagi ntar.
Mendingan ini dia lolos menang nih langsung lolos, Cok. Ke group stage.
Kok group stage?
Bukan lawan optik ya?
Ke playoff. Gak lolos. Nih. Lu lihat share screen gua kan?
Kemarin doang dia live. Oh.
Ya. Mana? Oh iya.
Lolos dia. Ya? Kalau kalah turun lawan Edward, lawan Liquid lagi.
Pasti menang Liquid.
Belum tentu. Kalau ngeliat kemarin sih bisa menang Edward anjir.
Serem ya?
Lumayan.
Serem Edward.
Ini kemarin lawan Prx nih.
Wah, meta kanan kiri kanan kayak ini yang menang.
Bagusan KD-nya ini, Cok. Edward, Cok. Totally daripada Prx. Tuh.
Edward ini yang Taiwan itu bukan sih?
Ya, Cina. 13-11, 13-5, 13-8. Anjing. Yang seru ini juga sih Fanatic 100 Thieves nih.
Mana? Oh ada 100 Thieves?
Ada nih.
Besok.
Besok.
Master di mana itunya?
Apa?
Master di mana itu?
Mau nonton kaca ke Turki.
Iya.
Berangkat lah.
Lagi turun itu.
Ini juga seru nih.
Istanbul. Nanti
ada Asuna berarti, Cuk.
Masih main.
Akhirnya Asuna lolos ya, kasihan, Cuk.
Ya ini juga kalah, Cuk, abis ini.
Lawannya Fnatic. Hai.
Tapi ini bosan banget sih mainnya pasti.
Diganti, Cuk. Itu sage andalanku, Cuk.
Siapa?
Di Fnatic udah gak ada, Cuk.
Ini Bain ya?
Bain
mapnya itu.
Yoru dong.
Kali.
Iya.
All of their performances and everyone's going to hate me for this. I do keep predicting them, so I believe in them. It's still Haven, it's still one of the maps that we know they can perform on. But I will give them an extra echelon. They have beaten the expectations upon which I know them to behave on Haven already. So that was really clean, it was clinical, they had everything down, they peaked together, they traded almost every single round. They planted 9 of the rounds, they won both egos, they won both pistols. They did everything they could to really leech out that win. So I'm telling you, yes, they're great. There is still more maps for me to be seen.
I'm on the train.
Okay,
sure. You want to get on the train, Ryan? Are you on the train?
The problem is like Leviathan outside of Haven have not won another map in this pool. They got to buy next.
We are still trying to find something wrong with them.
They 2-0 Liquid.
Yep.
They're 13-8 Paper X, and you guys are like.
They win next map, sure.
You raised a good point yesterday, though. This is the first time that we've seen Paper X in groups.
Yeah.
When they immediately got to playoffs, a bit more time to watch people. They're in the mud with everybody else, and these are tough teams to be fighting and going up against. It's the fact that the Leviathan, again, looked like the better team. When they found advantages, they doubled down on them. If they were down a player, they'd go take those fights, take those spaces, and do a little bit of magic. Don't get me wrong, there were some really chaotic rounds, but Leviathan's protocols are so tight.
Yep.
This is a team that knows exactly what it's doing.
I am so happy, though, that Paper X came into play today. It was a little bit awkward, as you said before, Ryan, yesterday's game, but they came in and they played a much better game. Their first kill, first death we spoke about at halftime was so much better. G and Forsaken were actually putting up the numbers that are expected. They could have been way better in the end, of course, in that second half, but that's what it came down to, shutting them down and being really clean with it. That's what Leviathan is able to do and gives them the edge. I think, however, these two men on your screen were the ones that were able to capitalize and catapult off that.
Yeah, the head-to-head is also the two different agents on the squad, right? Like the main agents that dictate what a comp's meant to do. At first on the Breach, you see a lot of Breach on Haven overall, had a really good showing, had an ace in the second round. Benkai on the Sage, it wasn't bad, there's a lot of merit to it, but it's all about, certainly on the defense, trying to stop those executes. But every single attacking round we saw from Leviathan, they got the plant in. There were some defuses, some retakes, but the fact that there was no stall, there was no like anti-plant perspective, made it very difficult, I think, for Prx to make their stamp on their defense.
Do you think as a result, maybe I love his walls? Like, let's not get it wrong. Maybe they're a little
gimmicky udah lemes
at
banget
times,
nih,
you know what I mean? You can read into the fact that he might wall, a little bit TikToky
Kenapa lo?
walls that we've seen from him.
Ya kan lagi sakit ya.
That sage into the future,
Lah,
maybe
lu
play breach
sakit.
because I
Kita
feel
belum.
like the breach on that
Eh
map is
lu,
so
gue sumpahin lu.
Maybe
Mudah-mudahan sama gua lu Mon.
this extra.
Oke, kita main nyumpahin nih. Lo yang lagi sakit gue sumpahin mati lu ya. Sampai gue sakit tuh.
Weh, ini mulai gak sehat ini. Pengen tidur ini.
Masa temennya baik-baik aja disumpahin.
Enggak, lagi kan dia tahu ya gue sakit apa ya. Di grup udah ngomong ya.
Disumpahin sakit, Cok. Disumpahin mati lu. Lebih.
Udah.
Kode gue gak sehat nih, Cok.
Udah, hubungan temennya gak sehat, Cok. Aduh.
Sampai habis kayaknya, sampai habis. Tanggung guys, kalian beresin aja ini.
I'm such a believer that curse. But before we dive into map 2, let's take a look at Benkai here in the AIM Lab shoot around.
Benkai AIM Lab.
I know that he was wearing some headsets with a feeling.
Anjing apaan ini?
I love his little
It's adorable.
Kecil banget anjing.
And if you guys want his crosshair, of course you can scan that code as well.
Punya spam anjing, dia punya USB.
Why are we zooming so
I
far
think
in?
he's touching the screen.
His nose is physically
Can they go side, like to the side so I
Soalnya
can
dia biasa mainnya mid, jarak mid sama jauh kali ya.
I need him and Boris to have an AIM Lab off.
Guys, aku pamit duluan deh.
Lah, Neng. Ye, tai, Neng.
Gue doain juga lu, Neng.
Iya lu, Neng.
Ngantuk banget gue sumpah.
Segame lagi, segame sama play sama.
Kuat gue nunggu info dari Kak Esport teman aja.
Gue juga Neng, gue nyalain.
Kalau mau tidur, Neng, kamu mau lihat hasilnya nunggu dari IG KW Esport teman aja, Neng ya. Kalau mau tidur sekarang
terlalu, bro.
Neng, gue udah facecam nih biar lu gak bosen.
Anjing bro.
Maybe that's how we take down Leviathan, but let's talk about
ada
the next
pilihan
round
lain,
because if we had any
Lihat tuh,
concerns
mata
of
gue nih.
Prx, I feel like just
Anjing.
Bind is where they ease those concerns.
That should be alleviated at that point. You should
Kenceng banget, Cok.
if we've seen Bind from, you know, Prx. That's
Gitu
why
ada
it
orang
is their
bilang
pick.
gue
It's
mirip sama
also a
Pablo,
map
anjing.
Finally outside the known realms of Leviathan.
Mata panda, Cok.
Ini lagi sakitnya, Neng. Kalau enggak banget.
Lu begadang mulu, bro.
Lah enggak, ini kan lagi sakit ya. Obat gue udah banyak banget nih.
I feel
Lu
like
belum
we
ke
can look
dokter.
at that map as multiple
Iya, Cok.
maps.
Udah fix ini tinggal nunggu hasil covid aja.
They have a lot of rep, technically.
Yes, technically they have a lot of rep against a good team on a LAN environment in an international environment as well. So yes, they are well versed, and technically a lot of people might say that wasn't really.
Gue udah pakai bantal juga tuh ikutin.
Because, you know, it was a mere stick
Enak,
and
Cok.
Enzo kind of diffused.
Ternyata.
Otherwise, things would
Bikin
have gone
lurus aja
elsewhere.
badan.
So
Iya
that's the
gini,
close
jadi
one,
gak
but
terlalu
mixed bad
keras.
results before that for them. So I hope that sort of boot camp has cleared up those issues.
We get to see what Leviathan might do up against the Euro as well. If there are two
Sebat, Neng, sebat, Neng.
Prx play, one's with the Chamber, one is with the Euro for Forsaken, but recently it's not
Covid yang
been
pertama
great.
ini
I think
gua.
they beat them,
Kalau kena.
Copenhagen, and then FPX beats
Belum
them
pernah lu.
in the
Belum.
grand finals of Copenhagen.
Jadi ngerokok ya.
We say for
Kayak asap aja doang gitu.
Fnatic beat Leviathan, and then we did see
Kan rokok gue filter ya. Manis ya.
Prx, the other X team, actually beating Fnatic.
Lemes,
So
Cok.
it's kind of like a bit of a loop hit.
My head hurts.
Yeah, and
That
there's
was a
only
lot of
X
X's.
teams. You got Xerxure as well are in this one as well. So
Stream semalam aman gak kena copyright. Aman sih semalam.
Pagi mon, pagi ga.
This is things that, you know, players have said in previous tournaments. How do you prep? How do you force a team in a script? The other team.
Kayak dari kemarin kita dibohongin dah guys.
You can't. There's not something you can ask another team to
Kena
do.
terus.
Like, hey,
Oh, ini
give
nggak
me
kena.
yours so we can prepare for it. I mean, that's the kind of thing that you would have to find specific.
Pablo kemarin off, gue nonton.
Even then, they have their own.
Sama viewer gimana ya? Waktu itu kemarin gue nonton Crypto Blades, mereka cuma dengar doang di gua.
Gak apa-apa, Cok. Kan ngobar. Udah sering gua buat kayak gitu, Bon.
Aduh.
Iya kan?
Iya sih gua ini karena saking cinta Crypto Blades aja nih gua.
Dulu di Nemo gitu doang. Beli harum-haruman hidung.
We got the Yoru. But we do get the Yoru.
Udah mulai, Cok.
Okay, Taco?
Yes.
Taco?
Yes.
No.
Tekolila gak?
Yes.
No,
Gak pakai camber.
No.
This is happening.
No.
Ya.
Yes and no. Part of me is like, is he trying
to do
like Crashy's impressions on Bind? He's like, I can do it better. Or is there a talk around that composition not being the key composition that is going to, provide a playstyle that goes against a very heavy attack?
I think the reason
Oh, feeling gua kalah 2-0 sih.
Like, where's it gonna be? What are they gonna do?
Kayak Yoro udah kepredik gitu ya, Bro ya.
Iya, feeling gua ya.
You have another initiator to find that space.
Mudah-mudahan salah guys ya.
It certainly lends itself in that direction, right? But yeah, it's
tidur udah kebolak nih. Iya bener.
When Prx have been struggling against top raters so far this tournament, but Bind is a little bit different in regards to how it plays overall. It's going to be high-paced, I think, overall, and Forsaken, I think, really needs to make the Euro work this time.
Maybe that composition is, you're right, fight fire with fire, whose fire shines brighter, whose burns better. I don't know. Prx have gone up against teams that have tried to do that against them on this map and failed, so I want to see what this is going to do here.
Well, Leviathan managed to surprise us in the server with Forsaken as locked in the Yoru. Pansy and Hypark, can't wait to see what you think of this one.
Ini udah banyak yang ketiduran dah.
The compositions are
absen guys, absen.
What is going on? We just saw Taco having an absolute belter of a game. Goes bit of sky for me, I think.
It's like to try and curveball the curveball, and then we got the Yoru back out as well. I mean, this is going to be chaotic, which is the expectation. We're talking about stylistically. These are both teams that thrive in that scenario. You got to chill.
Oh man,
we've got another 2 maps to go. At least that's the way it's looking, right? For sure.
Absen makanya absen, bangun.
Iya, 2 map lagi loh. Ah, lu yakin? Iya nih. Anjay.
Tuh gua kalau 2 map.
Lu nyerah Bro ya, istirahat lah Bro. Dan dipaksa.
Nah, sebenarnya gua masih seger banget gitu, Mon. Cuma kayak badannya yang udah sumeng gitu loh. Kalian gua tuh lagi nunggu hasil ngebit gua sebenarnya sih itu.
Oke.
Wah, anjir sih. Agresifnya ngacu, Cok.
It's going to be pacey, boys. We've got Crossfire set on the B site, right? What the dog doing? Finding the players. Okay, look, this map has just been divided into a quarter.
They're literally all huddled into long.
Yeah, and it's a pop flash. It doesn't particularly find much. Look at these players positioning over towards Hugo. This is madness. Adverso's still here. King's still here. They have no idea, surely, there's this many players close by. They're going to at least know 1 now, because surely it's a bit weird that we've taken B site with 0 fight back, but this retake is going to be starting so quick.
Anjing dilempar masuk ya.
Still Mind Freak tucked in the corner. It's been gutted.
Tapi
3 remain. Forsaken, Divine, Jing. Where are they? And this is the most backwards round I've ever seen. On the spike, and I don't think many people can stop him here. Jing needs to put his life on the line. He's going to try and get in there. Taco takes it to half. Forsaken takes out his burst with a jump around Taco. And now it's Divine Forsaken. And there's only one of them standing. It's down to Forsaken, who's doing everything he can to keep this one moving. Shy denies. Diffuse comes in. Leviathan. This is the most unorthodox start to a game I have ever seen.
The crazy thing, I feel like you come away from that. That's rehearsed.
Surely.
It's rehearsed.
Surely.
And then the way that they sit deep and they completely mitigate all of this presence from Prx and force them to be the ones to try and initiate an engagement, which is not comfortable at all. What a wacky pistol round. Another pistol round, by the way.
Add it to the tally.
Nggak pernah menang ya pistol roundnya. Prx ya.
Okay.
Prx toying with the idea.
Kenapa bayinya bener-bener buy armor?
That is weird investment, to say the least.
Let's see what they do with it. Going to commit towards Shower's control, double stack towards it, 1 towards kind of back sight. That's going to be Shy. Now Sight is under the Prx banner. They've taken a little bit of control, but Forsaken got found and now gets challenged. Still comes out
dipotong rapi banget coy, lihatannya mainnya nggak sih? Crossfire-nya semua.
Tapi udah dapat ngeplan, dapat duit lah.
Ya lah, at least ya.
The Prx here, and it just ain't. It's clean 4 standing for the Leviathan.
What's crazy is where you talk about getting sight
Kan
control,
tidur lagi dia.
Prx still, they have to dig so deep to try and find a kill.
I mean, look back towards even the round 1, the first.
Ini harus ditaunting-taunting nih biar nih semangat cok.
Kosong aja. Everything else was just shut down towards it. This is. It's only the start, right? It's only the start. Let's get our sanity back in the build.
Anjing Shy-nya udah kebuka ultinya.
These first 2 rounds have been absolutely chaos, but rifle buy coming in.
Does this pace continue? Like, I mean,
apalin tuh.
Surely that's what you expect, right? With this comp, they have to do what they're known for, which is just chaotic. Expect Forsaken to be making the same play we've seen in the previous year, just TPing on amid the fray. The Leviathan look as if they're happy to dig again.
They're just pushing their own smoke. Benkai has no idea about this, by the way.
There's nobody on the other side.
No.
Now, well, there's 4 on showers.
Yeah, Forsaken does turn, so there must have been enough.
Okay.
Kept in mind that weird smoke may have been a bit of a giveaway, but regardless, well controlled in the end by Prx to keep this very much in mind. Site control once again theirs, and look at what remains. Again, this is the Spectres, 2, 1 for Adverso, 1 for Shy, and then Taco. So Forsaken, the sheriff of this round, keeping this one in check. Not letting anything go straight
Aceh.
over towards that. Shy there.
Aduh.
So, see if that rifle does get filtered back through towards Shy. Does seem as though he is gone. Hit, but only for
Attacker though, we're going to do some damage still. Jing will fall. He's going to be given another opportunity though. This smoke going to slow things down in heaven. No flash to work with.
Mati sama granatnya, mati sama spike aja spike.
Position a mind freak as well, but unconscious at this point. Let's give away any further progress. So we'll just give it up to the spike.
Okay. 3 rifles through.
Pelit anjing.
But I still think
Nggak mau ngasih 200 ya?
If Leviathan can keep that sort of aggression up, that sort of willingness to go for these very unorthodox plays, which I love to see. Especially in rounds like that, you're on your bonus, why not try something a little out there? Now, as it stands though, we do have the purchase coming back in for Leviathan, and ult-wise though, same Prx building towards us quite nicely here.
Lemes banget ya si Forsaken.
There's online already. Concern on the other side, King, 2 off the showstopper, and
Wah,
this comes
belum nge-skill, Cok.
the clean purchase.
Yeah, dia biasa kayak gitu, ntar 05 dulu.
So no gaps I can see actually on the Prx side in terms of util, so you get away with this with full shields as well. Again though, no secrets about this on the way.
Nice banget.
Actually forces his way in.
Kelihatan.
Stands his ground.
Yeah, drops down and just loses life. Now look at the chaos ensue. Forsaken to take the space and actually probably take Taco's life. Tries to back
timingnya
pedal, no way. Forsaken's got it and he's got the sight to boot. Now King's a mile away.
Lo.
Get some damage work
Chill meh, chill. Aduh, map 3 ini bro.
It was almost blunt force going in towards that. There's nothing too, I guess, delicate about it. There's no nuance to it, but it worked perfectly. Maybe they need a little bit of that to come through. Maybe they need a little bit of that magic to start hitting in. Some of those confidence.
Ambil block guling enak kali ya.
Well, this already first 4
Ambil
rounds
block guling.
looks in terms of like commitment
Mending
behind
tidur, bro.
10.
Saran gua nih mah.
We were talking about, you know,
Tapi
sometimes
jangan sih nanti
lost for
lu
answers
bingung mau
or
nonton mana.
lost for direction in the mid round.
Man.
This already here.
Nonton di official lah.
They want to get on, they want to overwhelm, they want to smother one or
Ini
two
juga ya nonton sisa berapa nih? 400. 300 orang tidur dah.
Yan, kalau offline gini delay berapa lama ya nih? Sama live streamnya. Biasanya.
This is the point now.
Lu biasa 5 menit.
5 menit.
Oh, lumayan ya?
Pernah lu 10 menit ya.
Ayo.
This is
aman guys, aman. Tenang aja, gue temenin. Like-nya 500, Cok. Like-nya belum 600. Absen dulu, absen, coba absen. Ini kelihatan ya di mana viewer yang sayang sama viewer yang mau menyakiti streamernya, Cok. Absen dulu, absen.
Beli kayaknya, banyak duit
ya.
DM-nya
01. Oh gitu, oke. Ini masih 50 orang lah.
But I feel like Prx are aware of this. They absolutely are, but King does win the fight this time around, so a little bit of a change-up.
Only Mind Freak there, though. On the other side. Jing.
Oh no!
Shy won the fight against Jing. That's not the way it should have gone. Now Forsaken's going to try and keep this one in his hands. Defi's going to spot Adverso on the drive-by, but Forsaken's going to again try and keep this round safe. If he has to do it himself, he bloody well will, and he's still doing it. 3.
Oh my God!
Oh, Jing! Hampir keren. Hampir keren, Cok.
He actually committed to the TP. Just Tackleia left now. Benkai and
posisi
Divine to
badannya
try
udah
and hold this
gege
down.
lagi ya, anjing.
Should be in the back end, but Tackleia finds the first.
Did the Flash give him the concept, the device close enough by. I don't think he's going to be fully committed.
Devi, you gotta
come in!
Oh, anjing! Dia ngitung loh. Dia ngitung anjing.
The final second he checked that.
Dia ngitung nggak sih?
Nerves of steel.
Berapa detik sih?
To sit and wait on that to come all the way through.
Casternya aja tanah apa, Cok?
Try and look at the minimap in some of these rounds. Again, where Leviathan are able to get to within the first 15 to 20 seconds, not necessarily on the back. The fact that he sticks that TP, by the way.
Just.
Dia cool banget anjing, tenang. Kayaknya dia ngitung nggak sih?
We go back in, and I feel like these rounds can be divided into. It feels like a feature-length movie at times. It's unbelievable, but the pace again. A test of aggression everywhere. Shy gonna be.
Whoa.
Not yet, but to catch Jing. Melzer's still here, not gonna fall foul for any of the trickery that Forsaken would want to be getting up to. Forsaken does get towards the site, and now there's problems. Flash will confirm it. He should be aware. Lovely work between each other, and the guys delivering. Paperx not having the entries they wanted, not finding the entries off the back. And now Benkai in a 1v4. Does have the spike at least, but
Masa iya nggak mungkin sih kayaknya sih.
Just noted King's position here.
Kenapa ya?
So nobody from Leviathan even needs to have to
Iya
step
bagus
back
banget ya.
here.
Tapi betul, tapi benul.
To a peak, but
Bener-bener nggak ada yang mau pick, Cok.
trying to give himself a chance.
Oh, Euro kaget lalu.
Orbital on. Sorry. King on the showstopper as well.
Keren.
Ini kalau kita spektator orang ngechat kita bisa baca ya. Mereka nggak ada apa yang iseng gitu ngechat hi gitu.
Try and create some of this pressure as well. And actually, the Flash really put Forsaken in a position to backstab that double hooker setup. Leviathan stands strong, tie things up 3 apiece.
Okay, first one back after the 3 on the trot for Paperx. Seeing the shorty come from Forsaken. And King is.
Oh no!
King's just.
Untung aja anjing.
Fine margins here, Forsaken. How much of a nuisance can this man cause? Shorty,
Lah, Verso yang bunuh anjing.
Down the trades go down. This is chaos personified. Shy now goes in for the battle. He's got 2 for himself. Finally falls to Devi, but look at what remains. It's just Devi. These battles happen in the blink of an eye.
Look at the clock.
Yep.
There's still a minute left here.
Bring them down.
And Devi's found himself in a 1v2. He's quick about it. Should be able to get the clean plant here as.
So much utility as well, Mike.
Yeah. And the ultimate.
Jalan CT lah, bro. Gas lah.
Obviously, we know Melzer and Adverso are towards being there, making good progress trying to clear back this way. But with this much time, there's actually options for Devi here. He can clear a little close. He could potentially.
Wih, gak sama, Cok.
All the way back around if he's feeling real out of character, but as it stands.
Oh, dia bobo kayak TP ya?
Meticulous,
Enggak.
cautious.
Winnable, Cok. Ini winnable, Cok. Dapat ini. Kang Bakso nih, Bos.
Gak ada skillnya aja santai.
So much to play.
Rame sih skill aja. Cuma musuhnya juga gak bego anjing. Musuhnya jalan berdua, main berdua.
No possibility of him being locked out with that. Doesn't want to show his hand though. He's got to take contact before he uses any of this huge.
Ah, udah ding padahal anjing.
Just gets a little curious.
I can't blame him for he
didn't know, but dari set jalan terus.
I mean, half a second later, if they both drift towards V4, there's a chance, but
sayang banget.
just one of those things. Leviathan find their 4th.
Ente.
Themselves ahead of Paperx once again, and Forsaken desperate to try and find something with the sword there, but you notice it, it's such a chaotic exchange. And the key thing being, Leviathan come out on top of it. Because as uncomfortable as it is to watch sometimes, in a lot of series you could say, this is Paperx's win condition, right? To be able to just make an opponent
producer pada ngeri-ngeri.
In every aspect of the game, you're absolutely right. Now we're going to see the Viper split going early. Takes over a whole lot of space, but Devi, considering investing the ult right back into this, could force him out of position. But again, let's look at what they do here, because we've seen Leviathan so aggressive, so commanding and taking space, but this time a different look to it.
Jing bengkai serem banget, Cok.
It's only King to support Adverso here. That's 5.
Mus banget Prx mainnya
way
ini.
through showers. They're trying to set up, at least for the ultimate or a flash to come through somewhere. Feel should give away King's position.
Well, it does just about, but he's going to at least make it in towards the Viper's pit. Well, he thought about it, but the timing by King. Stunned, dazed, and confused. Still going to find Benkai. But the site's now under contest. Spike's now down, Shy's on the site. A quick rotation, but not fast enough. Melzer and Taco still standing up against 3. Jing's down low, 15 HP. And
Jing! Wah, kena anjing sakit.
Just gnawed away at
Let's go! Nice!
Makes up for that previous
Ang
round,
Maxon ni
shows him
Boss.
exactly what he's made of.
Closes things out for the Red Bull clutch.
Nggak peluru itu deh, Cok. Jumping pelurunya, Cok.
MU unggul. Iya, tahu. Nonton nih.
You see the desperation as well, getting ahead of this rolling thunder, even catching the stun.
Gila, chaos banget waktu semua udah mulai ya.
Quick Leviathan are to just dial up pressure right back onto Prx. They want to fight to the death for some of these sites, sorry.
Yeah.
Dia keringetan, orang lain kedinginan, dia keringetan kayak sudah apa.
Wah, dipus anjing.
Time to think this Jing's got out of there somehow.
Nice,
This is madness.
Nice banget.
Mampus kau.
They quell this aggression.
Jing kena mulu aja.
Iko dia soalnya.
They're unrelenting in this. They want to double down on it, Jing.
Aduh, King nih ngehe.
Punishing Taco. Now King is.
Nah, kena madap, kena Jing.
He's gonna hit Jing. I'm gonna take him down. That does give away the game, but it doesn't get the right foot. There's layers to this. Devi was actually behind him. Turns around. King keeps his head. Until Benkai through the
Mampus
smoke
anjing
headset.
Aseo.
And a 1v3 for Melzer.
Mampus Aseo.
Halo Bang Monalo Fasa.
Surely not, right?
Surely
Nih, jago gue tadi nih pas pakai omen anjing.
Overfrag dia nggak sih nih, Melzer?
Got the fault line back up, got a couple of flashes.
Kata dia paling gede cuy, 3,3 Pak.
Very difficult. I'm finding a little
Omen tadi ya?
450, 600, 900 credits on the side of Prx players that are still up. Could be worthwhile with where this scoreline is.
Anjing.
Langsung pecah.
Closes this one out. Prx on 5 now. And again, was questioning what around 3 or 4 whether or not this pace would continue. It absolutely does.
Nah, Prx time
In a lot of these scenarios, though,
kencing
really digging their heels in. I got to say, it's so overwhelming to play against a Prx when they're attacking like this, particularly with some of these setups they have, and even setups they just create on the fly. Leviathan handling them pretty well, I got to say it.
And if you're looking at this as an even perspective, if Leviathan have either a close game or they potentially win this game, it was never going to be a clean scoreline, right? Like in this map, you'd never have a clean matchup against Prx. It's always going to be this very close, very chaotic, very in-your-face sort of game style. So to already see it still at 4-5, and we know Leviathan are good for pistols, generally converting them through. This I still feel is going to be a very close game. If I'm Prx, I need to keep consistent throughout this and somehow keep our tempo up as well, because the second you let off the gas, you know Leviathan are right there.
Absolutely. I think the game plan for Prx from the get-go on this map in particular is always to just invest massively towards finding that first blood, because I mean it sits around 74% they find first bloods, and it's actually around 80% that they convert first bloods into round wins regardless of side. So that's the reason we expect this pace from Prx, but that's why I'm surprised to see Leviathan put up as good a fight as they are. Like I said, their window of opportunity becomes when Prx actually have to plant, right? After that kind of, I don't want to say the lull in some of these rounds, but just after that initial barrage, there's a second or two where Leviathan are trying to find that kill and maybe find a little bit of damage back onto site.
That's
such a key moment in the round as well.
We'll keep our eyes towards that going back in. Timeout came through, I believe, for one of the 2 teams.
Leviathan.
It was Leviathan. Thank you very much. Oof, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell who's on the attacking side when they're both going at it like this. But as it stands, Prx. Stay slow. The pace is 130. The round's barely started. It's died yet, which is quite surprising. So far, okay, 1 player noted.
We found one. Did it spot tackle? I don't think it did actually.
No, it was I just believe Verso. So right back at him. And again, I don't think it's going to reveal a great deal of information, but relatively telling in itself. They're actually going to go back towards the A site, but look who's going exploring in the meantime, Mike. Already, Melzer going walkabouts, going to try and clear outside. Forsaken going to lead the way, clear the space, get it back to hand, but Melzer.
Aduh, Melzer.
He's here, so
oh, nice banget, Davai.
Brilliant intuition to even check towards this early on. And they've got the plant.
Actually going to reset a little deeper than what you're expecting. The one to come forward, try and pressure this, going to force Adverso away. The aftershock there to secure it as well. VIII might just give it
saving mereka.
Yeah. Well, saying save. Look who's going hunting. Devi is looking for these weapons. He wants them gone. He's going to have a good chance, at least one fight here shy. None the wiser. Now there's danger. You want to keep these rifles as best you can. But Prx turning the screws now. I like this. Look
They're
at
all coming through.
I like this. No. They want the weapons gone. They want them to be toothless in the next couple of rounds, but King's desperate to keep hold of his.
Okay.
And now still willing to commit Divide. Not going to be able to do it. Let's see what the money gets left at here. How much did they just commit? I'm actually interested to see what they get left on. So I don't mind the hunt of maybe one or two of the players there, but let's see. That's the thing.
I mean, the purchase comes through regardless, yes, but
absen sama dia.
Absen bro. Tapi ini Davai penting banget sih dapetin ini.
We look back whether or not that's giving King the showstopper.
Mana cowok?
In that situation.
Anjing gua kesel banget liat si botak cowok, sumpah dah.
What we were just talking about. Prx able to
iya anjing, pamos. Udah kayak petinju anjing. Ngehe betul. Mampus lo pegangin pala lu sekarang lo botak anjing.
Kiri. Just holding his breath, just so he wouldn't be noted. Forsaken goes down. Didn't want to make a peep of sound in towards Shower, but pretty indicative of the intention coming out now from Prx. They maintain Shower control and they look back towards the site. Prx have already started to work their way through, and Adverso caught in no man's land, trying to maybe dip back towards site himself, but gets caught on it. Now King with rifle. Far more of a threat than he was before. There's that ult coming through, and they actually pull the plant for a second.
Looking to get inside these smokes. We'll hear the TP. Mind Freak is revealed.
Oh, that's huge for King. Again, that's 3 this round in Melzer. They've heard the TP. They know at least one person has taken this TP. He can sit in this position and be such a
Melzer ni anjing, cok.
There is still Haunt and Prowler for Divine. That's still in play, but the flash has been so telling, and they decide not to use it. Melzer just sat there waiting patiently. Now Benkai calling for some greatness from you right now, Benkai. If you want this round, 2 positions coming in from the VIII that are pretty rough to handle.
Anjing.
And that's about it. King on one side, he can't get away from it. King with a perfect round for himself. That first fight teed it all up.
Perfect round is heated up the last few as well.
Sayang Forsaken ya tadi ya.
On the round here. Showstopper used in this one.
Kingnya harum banget cok di sini cok.
Now you look at the money. Think about that previous where they had to repurchase to come back in. And it's going to be a little awkward here. That's such a weird engagement. King getting behind that buy.
That buy was pretty rubbish, if I'm honest, coming in for Leviathan in that round. It was far from pretty. I think that was the recovered weapon off the back of finding Forsaken. Again, this is so much damage being done, and Leviathan just scrappy. Well, the fact they've kept this game this close.
Speaking of scrappy, the byproduct of that previous round we were talking about, 2 Bulldogs, a Spectre, some light armors coming through. Couple of gaps in utility.
Wah ini bahaya miskin juga nih. Tapi last deh. Ya Allah, Forsaken.
That was not the intention. There's no way it was. They're still going to try and commit behind this potential. You see the ult going to come through and Jing's going to find Melzer. So it's not over just yet. And Mind Freak picks up the mantle. Going to take over control and open up a chance towards the site. A 4v3 favorable towards Prx. But can they get the plant here? Can King do any damage? Does anything deny it? Seeks are going to come through, Dog as well. They're going to try and really double up here. Verzo, the first man to step forward, try and take those brave couple of steps into this. Smoke dividing this site up perfectly for Divide. Hot flash not good enough. He's going to dip back into the smoke. That's so well played. And he's going to just get...
Wah, anjing Davai, untung banget.
But it works out in the end. Taco now, a 1v3. Finds the first. Tap on the spike and he quickly gets into the smoke. That's so sick. He's ahead of this. He's still fighting. And Jing's not perfect in this.
Oh my god.
Taco! Unbelievable!
orang, Cok.
What a clutch! And what a way to tie it up to 6 apiece.
Gue bilang ya dari awal takut lila doang.
Will not relent.
That was absolute madness. Played to perfection by
Dip into
Tackleia.
the smoke was just so good.
But then catch device or just throws the nightfall through. Isolating that 1v1, knowing their split. Absolute magic.
Dreamy stuff between King stepping up massively for the fight and Taco with the clutch coming out and Paperx bringing out their A game. Like this is Paperx. Hot to trot looking good, right? Devi's been on it. Forsaken's been looking pretty solid. But still, this has been an explosive first half. Let's pitch it back to the desk to wrap this one up.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypok. I feel like I'm watching like a grand final, like a semi-final or something's going on, Jess.
I can't believe
Ganti tontonan dulu, Cok.
I had to watch
Kalian.
that. I feel sorry for the observers right now because that was an unreal half that they were able to keep up with. I do have to give a shout out to
Lagi break kan? Nah, nontonin dulu kalian.
I still think this leans towards Paperx, even though it looks like with recency bias, Taco clutch and everything, that looks great. But overall, my man Devi, how many rounds?
Apakah pelawak merah muncul lagi?
I will put that out there, but there was those clutches that really kept this round count in check for Paperx.
Kartu kuning anjoy.
We speak about good faith players across the world. This man is injecting himself into the top 4.
Tackle. Emang kena? Kayaknya nggak kena.
Apaan?
Ini?
Manu.
Anjing gak diapa-apain, Cok. Kena kaki sendiri anjing. Babi memang. Menang sih, menang kayaknya map 3 sih guys, kayaknya. Kali. Ini ada Anda ya?
Lah dari tadi anjing udah sejam.
Hah? Lah ada banyak Anda, Cok.
Mana ada anjing?
Dari tadi sejam gua.
Mana ada tai, dari tadi gak ada suara.
Sumpah nge-mute gua.
Join anjing.
Lu lagi masuk agak ngoceh. Betul sih tukang ngoceh anjing.
Hai.
Seakan-akan lu sekate-kate lu, Mai.
Jangan lu ya, Mai ya. Lu belajar bohong sama siapa lu?
Seru banget tapi nih.
Itu kok bisa nge-kelas gitu?
Wah anjing kena tiang bangsat.
Game like this in a long time. You know, we see it obviously quite one-sided.
Tapi kalau logika orang biasa kayak gue sih, ini harusnya Map City ya.
But we go
apa?
back in 6
Map
to
City.
6. This is to make
Map City.
Iya, Defender.
Oh.
Sat in that playoff bracket. That's
Defender harusnya lebih kuat kali.
And already
anjing bantingannya ya.
Mati tapi habis itu.
Ya udah lumayan lah.
It's going to be contested pretty early here.
Wah anjing. Apaan itu?
Game sense itu, bro.
I don't get it anymore. I feel like we've seen different kinds of Valorant today that we've never seen before.
Ini gitu banget main dia,
berbicara, bro.
They figured out our secret to this, our method to the madness. Melsa, oh no, it's getting shaky. Okay, Leviathan and pistols. I should have never done.
Mental ini, bro.
It's just insane to see success time and time again in these pistol rounds.
So fired up as well.
That's with Jing initially finding value. Right, he can't retreat away from that, but
Jing udah ngelawan.
That's outrageous.
Right.
Kolilani lah apa, Cok?
Dia ngebiarin dia kena itunya ya.
And the interesting thing to say is something that I credited Leviathan so much on Haven was being
Right click
equipped to
anjing
deal with
sambil
some of
lari.
this aggression, right? Paperx, whether or not they're even going to try it here, I gotta say it's
getting a little nervous, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, you do that.
To kind of be bold, be brave when you're now, you know, that map down feels like a bit of a bigger problem. But still, we digress because it's still Forsaken, right? Still Jing. Surely they don't get nervous. Surely they won't change things up.
As well.
Yeah, they are trying to hunt this down. Melza is on a platter right now. Does get out of it with actually nothing at all down to. And that's weapons recovered. Okay, so King's now suddenly getting a little device right here. What on
Let's go!
earth is going on? This is...
Nice.
I don't
Forsaken lagi bau banget dah.
Still a minute left to work with.
Brilliant, of course there is.
Spike, not yet committed. So there's flank coming through though.
Winnable nih, 50 round.
Jing slowly making his way towards market. 3 players of Paper X stacked
Dudunya
up.
sekarat lagi.
It's like Adverso. Might get a little curious here.
Haven't you learned from the past? That right click in the classic. Oh, and as long as he doesn't see him, they don't exist. But Mind Freak is on the case. The flash is good, though. Buy some time. The slow as well comes in. The utility work is good, but Jing's there. The timing's
nice.
Paper X. Answer right back into
Soron kalah mulu, Tripti menang mulu. Anjing emang Prx-nya apa ya, Cuk?
And that's key in terms of Leviathan's
baru tau Crypto Blade sekarang backsoundnya VCT ya. Ini bukan Valorant, Cok. Ini PMBA, Cok.
Paper X showing very early on. I mean, the first looked awkward. The second, actually, just a solo engagement from Benkai. Again, can't fault for King.
Banting
You
aja
know,
itu
in a situation like this, trying to dig a little deeper towards spawn, but just caught off guard. The Campbell stack from Paper X.
Mental breakdown.
Bacot nih. Gue suka nih kalau kayak
Gini nih, gini nih.
Keeps it close, at least here, 7-7 to start the second half off.
Viton aren't really going to be sitting
Ayo kau,
this,
sini kau.
For Paper X,
Meledak kau di. Kau.
Lovely work. You can see Divine now happy to fill that gap too. Going to try and hold them. Okay, not too bad. Right.
Let's go.
All okay. Full standing Paper X.
Oh ya.
Get a step in the right direction.
Enggak breakdown
Key for Jing as well. I think actually he's up at 14 and 13 now.
Jing loncatin sih ke depan sih sumpah.
Again, this is all like in my mind it's all context.
Bacotin sih. Ai.
Ih, si botak tuh mesti kalah, Cok, sumpah. Anjing kali lihat muka dia tuh. Nah, ini keselnya sampai OC, Cok.
Couldn't be better. Oh, that's dreamy for him. This tests Leviathan, right? We said they were scrappy. You're never going to get a clean win against Paper X on this map. If you do get one, it will always be close, but let's see what they can do now. If Jing does start to activate, if this aggression does start to show, try and be like us all you want. We were the first, we were the originals. Paper X made this their brand, their play style. This was them to a T. And it's Forsaken to be challenged. Flashes exchange. Perfect. Beautiful. He's got two. Oh,
lumayan banget.
Dapat tuh yang kedua.
Robek kau.
And now a man advantage for Paper X. Massive in this.
Kau apa? Ya ampun. Ih, keluar semua loncat begitu. Ya Allah.
Mental breakdown, bro.
Selep. Kena selepet ini lihat ya, kena selepet.
Neng, kasih tahu lah Neng, kebiasaan Neng gue gamein Neng.
Iya, double flash just to catch him off guard.
It's great to watch, isn't it? I think we've just seen a really quite
Jing bisa kena sini. Oh, lihat tahu dia Jing ada di mana dia. Enggak lihat ya? Oh, enggak dapat.
So hard to handle.
Exactly that. You had one round, Jing being the problem. This round, okay, Forsaken's done it. It can be anyone from this roster. Those two, obviously, the main proponents, I would say, of it.
Iya kan, semuanya juga gitu, Cok. Emosinya masih botak, anjir.
For now, do you see the save coming through?
Tapi emang lu di tim butuh orang yang kayak si botak itu tau.
Buat upin mental ya.
To do for the rest of this game as well.
An opportunity here for Paper X to go hunting actually with where their finances sit, but
10 seconds left.
Looks like Jing's happy to try and do that. Maybe about 5 seconds and he finds a fight. The jump not ideal. So
Apa mesti ngejam sih Jing?
not gonna happen. As game time does run out.
Jing lah.
Be 3 standing for Paper X and 2
Jing.
for Leviathan. But again, Paper X now starting to command a little bit of the respect we know that they deserve in these sort of aspects, right? The diligence here again. Flash just
with the last bullet before falling as well.
Kalau dia nggak kena saya
Casemiro masuk, Cok.
It could have gone either way, but again, 2 of the big names starting to find impact now. This is where I'm going to really start eyeing up Leviathan's depth here. How much of a threat can they cause? How much of that chaos can they sow in this matchup?
Cuma satu tim yang mainin Yoru di turnamen. Karena Yoru dimainin sampai Prx, jadi semua agent udah pernah dimainin di VIII.
How much can that really show here now?
Well, the big test for me was
karena Prx nggak ada yang mainin Yoru di VIII. Fuck.
Here, I mean, we talk about Paper X not really having the benefit of the finances to back up what they wanted to achieve in that second half of Haven, right? And Leviathan, on the flip side of that, being in total control in terms of the economy, in terms of the pacing of most of those rounds, shutting down a lot of early round aggression. Here, Paper X flipping that round.
Kalau Leviathan yang time out,
actually completely strips away one of the big.
Ini kayak
Paper X boleh ngomong nggak?
Boleh.
Kayak si
nggak boleh.
Botak ini mesinnya sama kayak botak-botak yang di situ. Kayak blok.
Tunisians kan?
PW botak-botak yang di PW malu gitu. Lu anjing.
Mirip ya?
Iya. Istanbul. Bum udah main belum?
Mai, ibu kata Istanbul apa Mai? Ibu kata Turki apa Mai?
Istanbul.
Kelihatan.
Goblok.
Siapa yang goblok, Mai?
Ankara.
Lu, Mai. Ibu kota Istanbul, ibu kota Turki, Ankara.
Goblok lu Mai.
Iya.
Gua nggak tahu.
Kemarin gua gituin anak-anak tuh gak ada yang tahu tuh.
Nice.
Two back-to-backs. Forsaken still gonna hold his ground. He's fine. Gets himself in a dangerous
What the
spot.
fuck?
Any sort of threat, and he's left it to the boys to deal with. It's just Shy now up against him in a 1v2. It's certainly not out of
Aduh bahaya,
danger.
Cok.
Ini serem juga, Cok, 2 lawan 1.
Shy. He does.
Anjing.
He's got mind freak. Hold on. That's opened up huge opportunity.
Bentar dulu biar dulu guys.
Forsaken earlier, but he could be anywhere.
Shows the ultimate back. Still has a Prowler as well. Maybe just waiting for this reveal, but Forsaken might actually get himself into a position.
Kayaknya kalah Forsaken, bro.
Enggak, Cok. Gila lu.
He's read this
setengah.
correctly so far.
Sama-sama wanit ini udah pro player, Mai.
Far enough away from Forsaken to make noise here.
Dia nge-step dari situ, Cok.
They might just miss each other though. Yeah, out of audible range now.
And this is all mind games. This is all trying to
30 seconds
make
left.
a educated guess. Now Forsaken's trying to clear, right? He's just going to ensure that no one's back showers. He's just checking.
Wah, kalau masang sini bisa jadi menang anjing.
Iya, masang
This
nih.
will give window of chance now for Shy. He should be able to get a plant down. Obviously, he's none the wiser that he's got a great deal of time here. Now, this is when the alarm bells will ring for Forsaken, especially now. I'm going to go towards CT just to make sure Shy is safe for that plant in. Let's see who decides to go for this post plant as well.
No flash, no decoy, no TP here. Forsaken's just got to brute force this one.
Kayaknya
HP advantage for Shy as well.
Menang.
49 HP for Forsaken working.
But both only
Ini poin penting banget.
Iya lagi
It's
anjing.
relatively even. Not exactly. That Prowler could be a difference maker, but I wonder if Forsaken even gives him the chance for it. Steps will be heard. A tap on the spike is now made. Forsaken looking up towards the window ledge, and the step out from Shy. It's good. And the answer right back on in. I thought PaperX had that round wrapped up, but Shy finding room.
Shy-nya nge-pick tadi gitu anjing.
It's a miracle that actually Leviathan come out on top of that showers exchange. How it looks
Itu doang
initially,
anjing lah.
you're not sure if we'll see it here in the replay package.
Yeah.
I mean, how they come through and find 3 kills. It's a 3 for 2 outside. Shy just spots Mindfreak as that smoke drops and actually punishes it. Beautiful cleanup. 4 on the round
Si
for
botak
Shy.
nih. Lu si kalah lu anjing lu sumpah lu.
Frustration showing on one side of
Kalau
things.
kalah,
That was with the 2 save rifles, right? Wow. Okay, pulling that off is actually massive. Getting that round. Big boon to the confidence. Loving that.
Boon to the economy as well. Look at the ultimates. Look at what's missing.
Dia
King
kayak
and Mel's
nggak
are just
punya
one
coach
away
kan.
as well.
Itu
Forsaken, not far from his device, but it's pretty even between these two. Forsaken trying to bait him out here, being a little bit more proactive early on. Making them invest that utility just a little earlier in these rounds, and actually a pace change coming out this time. And you said we could look out for this, the pace change, the trying to command the tempo
orang
of
yang
this
ngancurin
game.
mental lawan anjing, dia teriak-teriak aja tuh.
Spread a little thin, which is different to what we saw on Haven as well. So at least confirmation for Divide.
Wah,
King is just going to completely decapitate Divide on the way in. They actually drift away from this first blood. Try and navigate their way back towards their side.
Dia
Orangnya plenty of ults to play with. It's
When Kibi and Benkai have the rolling thunder here. Coming down to the last 30 seconds, that could be disastrous for Leviathan.
absolutely good. TP just was taken by Forsaken, so he's now going to be in the back lines. Do not forget about that man. He is always a danger. There's the ult coming in, but Shy's got his number this time. It's now bigger advantage. See with Leviathan. Can anything deny it? Benkai tries to, but the decay's kicked in, and he's an easy target. TP taken. They're away. Shing just going to post it and hope for the best. Send your regards. As that plant's going to come in, and well, Mindfreak can't really stop it now.
Spike planted. Last player
Nice.
Sama Icue Mindfreak Jing.
Masih kaya.
Huntsman standing here, and
this is 9-9.
It is, and
Tapi
Leviathan needed this
dengan
to round
saving
out,
sih.
basically boom the economy so that they have the full deck here. It's the prime gaming floors. I gotta come back to just talking about that setup here.
Yeah.
Rolling Thunder available, Paint Shell still available. I'm not sure why Jing sends it into the Viper's pit. I'm not.
Udah cok pakai shotgun aja cok sumpah.
I'm not sold at all. They just need to buy time. The Rolling Thunder's gonna do it for you.
Yeah. And the emergency brakes have been hit now from PaperX. They've just pumped the brakes for the timeout they needed to. And rightly so. Money's going to start dwindling at this point as well. You're going to see that kind of economy ebb and flow back in far more favor to Leviathan, who still have most to play with.
We saw a few rounds on A when I was talking about the Kraken.
Kayaknya juara ini pasti dapat memperebutkan franchise juga nggak sih?
Sure.
That one
Emang kapan sih?
Apa?
Franchise gitu.
Tahun depan kayaknya.
2023.
Jadi udah nggak ada lagi nih yang regen-regen gini ya?
Ya 3 bulan katanya di Korea.
Wah, seru berarti cuk.
Yang NE udah diumumin kalau nggak salah.
Masa?
Udah apa belum ya? Apa challenge ya? Nomine gitu kayaknya. Lupa gua.
I think a lot of us saw this as being a close game. I don't think many people would have put potentially even Leviathan in this matchup. I know a lot of the Liquid fans would have put Liquid here, of course. Yeah. And Leviathan every single time.
Lemas ini 9 sama cok. Enggak. 3 cok.
Every single time. If they can close this out, I mean, they brought it back to 9-9. So once again, I cannot keep considering them underdogs almost. They are so
Terus main pearl lagi abisnya. Aduh, kalau dia menang pun berat
banget. An absolute blinder for himself. Shy not far off either. Taco with a couple of key moments. It's been
kalau Prx menang bisa menang pearl juga, cok. Mental lagi naik soalnya.
Jing having a fair game. It's not, you know, one of his standouts, but we go back in at 9
Tapi Leviathan punya botak itu, Neng, masalahnya.
Side, but enough to fashion a purchase here.
Forsaken and Divide. Both ultimates available.
Dan mereka turunin tempo anjing.
2 off the orbital strike, so in that regard, you kind of give the advantage over to Leviathan. Sure. This is the one that really starts raising questions towards the finances for PaperX. And we're on the brink of double digits. Crucial point of the game. I mean, concede this is maybe Leviathan stretching towards 11 as well.
Cuk, sayangnya 6.000
As if we see a force purchase coming out.
Yeah, they are testing the nerves of PaperX right now as well. One revealed nothing.
Kalah-kalahnya boleh.
And the TP being faked out for now. So they should know that B is not the desired end goal for now. They need to hit these rotations and fast. There's the Horn. There's going to be the Nightfall as well. And here comes the rest of the team. Taco decimates Forsaken, and the site is open. It's theirs. We already noted earlier on how deep they were sitting towards the back of A. This is already looking pretty good for Leviathan, but can they keep this safe? Can they lock down this post plant?
Jing's already here so early, but Melzer actually just comes into the smoke. Icue gonna have to back off from the paint shell as well. Benkai's found a kill.
They found room, they found a way back in, and Benkai helping this way. Nice Freaks there, and it's all shot again. 92 though. It's
Oh my god, anjing.
Take a breath to play, still alive, and PaperX gonna be the first
gua cok, gak napas cok barusan anjing.
Etched on the board. Again, this is so close between these two.
Ron pentingnya
barely anything separating Divide from the victory there. Divide landing a crucial shot.
Udah banyak terus dia.
Purchase gonna come back through, but you
pas ini jaga side.
Kalau nggak kalau run krusial kayak gini.
Any more HP, God forbid, right?
Iya, Benkai, Davai.
Benkai, Davai tuh.
Yang kelas di stage 2 kemarin tuh Copenhagen tuh gila tuh Benkai 3.
Di Heaven. Nightfall's coming in either way. Had a couple of bits and pieces now. You've got the orbital strike coming back on for both.
Problem for me though being Jing now on the brink of the showstopper, which is crucial. Where PaperX are kind of walking a nice edge in terms of the money here. That is something that could turn the tides.
They've held this default long enough to maybe find out this flank that's been happening, where they've been sending Forsaken through, and he's actually bested Shy this time. Massive win, and the double down device caught Melzer as well. Yeah, the spike is just left in no man's land. Yeah, you can take it. We don't care. We basically got. I don't know if they noted the spike. Did they push?
No, they didn't. No, but Leviathan have to send the body back.
Yeah.
And the problem being now is
emang
three make Rex towards CT.
So it's on.
Dia udah ready semua anjing di situ.
To try and keep this safe, to allow safe passage for that spike in Adverso's hands to come back in. First player now noted, but there is one more push closer. That's going to be King. Feels like a one and done spot. How much can one man do? Versus going to get the point. Try not to get Benkai down, so trade out of life here. Advantage, of course, with Prx. So a lot of this falls towards this man, King. He's got to go huge in this, and look at the utility still in play. Position now noted. Adverso found Jing. Hold on, it's not over yet.
Nice, nice, clean.
That's 11, and Pink trying to keep composure. 11 coming in.
11.
Masih bisa beli, masih bisa beli. Nah, ini 9-12 langsung win, cok, sumpah.
Prx winning a crucial round here.
Dodo main, oh iya Dodo main.
See how it lies here. Actually, yeah, I mean, there's only 2 members under 4K, so these light shields will be able to support some of this utility. More early aggression from Paper, and this time it feels like, you know, when you compare to Haven, Leviathan are being caught off guard. This default is way more sparse. There's not enough reinforcement behind, you know, one key area of the map, where on Haven it was, you know, 2 or 3 people towards that lobby, one person on kind of, you know, crowd control elsewhere in the map.
Oh enggak, dia masih
punya duit. 3 players towards the A side now. Maybe a read into Leviathan's answer to seeing that early rotation from Forsaken coming in, right? That could be a really nice counter read. And actually, Shy to find Mindfreak, and Jing now just wants to unleash. Try and do some damage while he can, but is Shy still holding on? Jing is there, takes down King, and it's a 3v3. Jing still firing.
Aduh, masih dapat nice lah.
But it's haunted back Shy.
Astaga.
Every single time, Shy will not let this map go yet. He is still holding on. And there's one more body to drop, but it's Benkai.
Tapi Benkai bisa nih, Benkai juga bisa, cok. Kalau nggak Shy-nya S, cok.
Saya udah 4 kill.
4.
He's got to know they're still around. Yes, there's a chance they could have potentially gone towards B, but he's clearing this. And keep your eyes towards the minimap. Wait to see if they even consider checking showers again. Because right now that is not on their priority list, not yet.
I mean, if they have time to clear sight, eventually the penny will drop. I think
that's
they're going to make
realized. Now, hopefully for Benkai, you can get at least an upgraded rifle. No, there's nothing left.
They're all outside showers.
Yeah.
He's conscious of the sound cue.
Oh, they're coming back. They're coming back.
Balik.
Coming back towards us, and Benkai's turn.
Benkai TP nih.
Oh my god, they have no idea. They are just seconds away from each other. The steps have been heard, but the Prowler didn't find him, and Benkai still stands. Can this one man keep him in the round? No, it's all Shy! 5 kills at a critical juncture. This is incredible work from Leviathan.
Nolak turu anjing ini Leviathan, cok.
Shy.
Leviathan itu high sih, serem banget, cok.
How has he got 5 there?
Yeah. I mean, look at the knock-on effect. Forsaken has shown up 2 business days late to this crunch outside showers. I'm not entirely sure why. At this point, the exchange has already happened.
Bingung Forsaken-nya ya.
There, you see it. I'm really confused.
Oh, Jason!
I think you hear it there in the coach clip. Now, unfortunately, Prx bring into this.
Wah, miskin, cok.
Odds and ends.
They've opened up a window of chance. That's my worry.
Now Leviathan can slip back into this game style.
Because I thought Prx had wraps on this, if I'm completely honest. The way they've been really mobile on the map, taking over that B control. They've given them an inch. And maybe that's all it takes for Leviathan to truly bring this game back all even. They found the first, Forsaken removed. Now there's 4 to locate. Plenty of utility to play with. They shouldn't fall foul of a stack, and I know probably 2 players here, so they should be on red alert now towards that B side.
Jing looking to at least act as a deterrent, and he's done just that. It's going to draw the rotation nice and early. At least showing presence here has pushed Leviathan back towards A site.
Ini sebelah sama sih.
Levi's going to be here.
I've got your trail.
Back up Benkai. The Vault Line slow things down pretty effectively as well.
This is relatively scrappy so far, but again, only Forsaken the one to fall. Plants now come in and Averso ready to play at the back of the flash, and he actually needs so much of it, but his teammates are there, so it's fine. They control the swing, and now Mindfreak and Benkai. I guess Benkai's got the Bulldog, that's something, but it really ain't much. You're clutching at straws here. Leviathan 5 strong, 4 now. It's Mindfreak. Just a stinger. And it's a double face. Chip damage is there, but it's all tied, all even, 11 apiece. There is now a chance. This is a 2-0.
Leviathannya rapi, cok, kalau udah post plan.
I mean, I'm going to look here where there's going to be nothing
show me what we got.
left in the tank for Prx.
Yeah.
Literally nothing. I mean, it'll come down to the ultimates, but a couple missing here. At least Divine and Benkai the Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder available. Leviathan nothing on that
Wah,
side, but
kalau Leviathan
have the
menang,
upper hand here in terms
bye
of
ini.
being back in control of the pace.
Kalah. Must win round ini.
Do they go searching once again?
Wah, Pak.
This is unbelievable. And Mills is there for two. Forsaken and Mind Freak made to look silly in this. Charging to their doom.
Wah, Forsakennya si
Jing, Devi, and Benkai, what do you do now? Staring down the barrel of the gun, King. Maintains composure and the default holds this time.
It is. This is, so again, we kind of criticized this early on in the half now, but the pressure's dialed up. PaperX have to find these engagements. Divide traded out now. It's down to Benkai. Last man standing here for PaperX. It was a must win for them. In terms of the finances here,
Forsaken ngapain tadi ya?
Is presented with a 1v4.
Ya kan namanya juga UltraGaming, bro.
He's so far away from all of this still. Leviathan. Again, Melza ult now.
Leviathannya benar-benar default terus main tiap game anjing.
It's all hidden in. If the odds couldn't be.
Ini menurutku mereka udah baca cuk mainnya PRX aja. Mereka mainnya selalu bareng soalnya.
Kalah nggak apa-apa tapi reflect terus ya.
Iya. Lihat aja cuk.
Diduain terus.
Wherewithal within this Leviathan side to bring it back to this point.
Ngepus kan.
I can't believe that we've seen this come out on Bind so far. The fact that they are about to get to 12, and no matter what Benkai may want to do or the potential he could have done.
The weapon.
Yeah, just can he at least go undetected for now? That would be the dream. Because they ain't gonna have much left for this final potential round. Oh lord. Just keep it.
Kiri.
Not even sure there. Shot.
Fuck.
Just let him pass.
Fuck dah.
A little bit of a fumble, but.
Well, I mean, can he at least get a rifle?
Shotgun, please.
Well, I mean, you can get the Bulldog, but Bulldog or it's a Bulldog or a Guardian.
Ini ngapain dia maju gini? Maksudnya mau pura-pura jadi bayangan kali ya?
I mean, a couple times Forsaken's
maybe showers,
hoped a little. Well, towards short, I mean, specifically. But again, he's had that get out of jail free card. This was
pura-pura jadi bayangan guys kalau dilihat dari cara larinya guys.
And like I said, that feels a little more like a desperation round once again for PaperX.
And
Let's throw it out, see what sticks.
I still feel as though we saw that PaperX for quite some time had the answer. 11. Timeout comes in. This is pressure. This is the moment to try and rekindle some of that confidence that you've been known for that suits you so well for PaperX.
OT nggak sih OT?
Yes.
Kencing dulu, kencing.
12 to 11. I can't believe we are in this.
Shy on this map has been ridiculous.
Second to none.
He's 28 and 14 here, but it's the impact in some of the rounds he's able to have.
Pure aces.
Yeah.
Straight up 5 kills a couple of times now, pulling through.
How chill
you know exactly that feeling.
How chill he is right now.
He's got the money on their side, confidence on their side, ults hitting at the right time, and Verso and Melsa both with theirs. Now, of course, there's always threat to PaperX. There's never a moment where you're fully out of the woods, right? But as it stands, Leviathan on the verge of causing a pretty big upset here.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Again, some would have written them off versus Liquid. This one for me was leaning towards PaperX. Leviathan demonstrating just huge levels of versatility. And it's their grasp of the game and exactly how PaperX want to play that's impressed me the most. Early on here, no exchange. Leviathan tucked in once again.
Yep. And they wait. And every step of patience, every second they get toyed with and tested in this, they have to hold their nerve. They wait. And on the other side, of course, PaperX. Curiosity.
Jing can't go down here.
He can't. This has to be just a shoulder he can back away. That's it. Can't outstay his welcome. Tries to stake around for the paint shell, and he actually double dips. A little bit frustrated, maybe trying to get ahead of himself. And here comes the crunch, but the flash is good. And here comes the orbital strike. This is actually happening. It's Mind Freak and Devi. I cannot believe what we have just seen, as Devi is now in a 1v5 30 seconds to try and hold on to this. And it looks like Leviathan are destined for greatness. 13-11. Fire, passion, they got it all.
It's the pack mentality of Leviathan. It is so beautiful to watch as well. To see them actually employ that versus Prx and to look so comfortable in some of these rounds where
Tim pertama yang masuk ke group stage, Cok.
Ya gitu ente alasan.
Anjing lu botak.
Alter some of these rounds and completely change the
Salah kali gua coba deh, Cok. Anjing gua ya.
Gua suka sama dia. Now locked in for them. That is huge. This isn't just another group stage
Massive
game.
statement.
That is playoffs. And they had two big opponents. Team Liquid the first one. Second one, Prx. Tell me that
emosi tapi Yan.
They made it easier, but they had him. They had him throughout this game. That one was theirs.
Buat tim itu ya.
They just 2-0'd Prx.
Rasanya tauntingnya bukan ke Prx sama lu, ke gua berasanya Yan.
It's the play style which we've seen here. Prx coming through doing what we expected them to do. Leviathan.
Sebat dulu, Neng. Ayo, Neng.
Udah. Thank you, Jo.
Ini sebat nih bareng.
Semuanya, thank you. Mohon maaf.
Ayo.
Take control of some of the early rounds. Leviathan were there, ready to greet them. Open arms.
I just want to watch some of these moments back. Like, excuse me for being a fan in these moments because you don't often see the likes of Jing, Forsaken.
Gantian kali gue yang crypto blade ya sambil nemenin lu pada BF ya.
In their own playstyle. That's the thing I have to highlight here is, you know, you'd see FPX play up against Prx, right? The complete polar opposites of playstyle. But then you don't see
lumayan, Cok, nyicil ya kan?
pushing Prx in their own kingdom, in their own world, in their own
Daripada
domain.
gua ntar sore baru crypto blade.
Gua foto ini bentar. And took up the distance. This is a team to be terrified of.
Especially with this form now.
Pulang belum sih, tapi dia akan ketemu Liquid ataupun ketemu sama ini.
Even start off in the opening two series. We talk about a rough draw previously. What was it? DRX, then XZ.
Edward Gaming lagi.
You come into this, and you feel even worse about it.
Yeah, you do. This spirals to like such a bigger degree if you start talking outside of just the game we witnessed.
Kamu nonton ke Montana tuh, guys.
Man, it feels like such an honor to be back here at Champions. Can you just see this quality, man? Like Leviathan just finding this form.
Masalahnya crypto blade gue semua stamina-nya 0 mon.
Udah ngobrol aja sini, Evga ngobrol kita.
Iya ya.
Gua aja gitu tadi karena.
Of gameplay, and this is group stage. Like, can we just like highlight this is group stage? Yeah, they know what they've done. They know exactly what they've done. Heads held high. They took down two massive teams in their group.
Yeah, and again, a lot of the other teams got to be watching this and sweating. Like I said, because the level that Leviathan have demonstrated here today is definitely, there's going to be a target on the back now.
It has to be, but how do you deal with it, man?
Semangat kali mereka nih.
It's the five fingers on one fist. It's
Ya,
so hard to just like.
ente lah guys. Emang ini juga juara Latam juga kan? Gue kasih lihat.
Oh man, what a treat! Like I think a lot of us kind of really enjoyed watching Leviathan play during their first kind of big look towards things at Copenhagen, seeing that fire there, the flare.
Opener on ascent, right?
Yeah, and we're like, oh, okay, these guys are kind of good. They're pretty tasty at this. But seeing the evolution already from then till now is just unbelievable.
Yeah, and you come back to some of those early questions, at least one we raised before this series, right? The real test is giving visibility to, you know, the regional rumors, some of those map records and some of the performances. This, for me, a huge positive to come out clean once again in the series.
Yeah, I think you're on the money. I think I can say it better is it adds validity.
Yeah.
And this is what really we.
Itu, tapi emang juara satu Latam juga sih. Udah lah ya. Emang udah champion, Cok.
That means that's really hard to extrapolate anything from.
What's the question with DRX? And it has been, right? When are they going to do this at an international, right?
Yeah, it's man, I'm loving it. Anyway, we need the MVP from you guys at home, so head down below, QR code, scan it up, get it through to us. We love to hear from you, obviously. We are a fan of the people. I'm lying at this point, I'm just really excited. Yeah, it's actually just been so good to see Leviathan show up. And for Prx,
Bukannya dari tadi Blo, tau nggak Blo?
The hardest times against
AFK tadi Blo.
Right, you've had
nggak turun,
and surprised a lot of people with how good they were.
Beda,
and we still don't know really how dangerous they are, right? Because we've only seen them in top 5.
Udah gue off dulu lah, sebentar lumayan lah sampai nunggu jam 5 kali ya.
Iya barengin kita aja, ngobrol-ngobrol sini, bro, slow.
Iya, kalau gue apa tidur ya? Udah nggak usah lah, sambil ini nonton. Sambil ini Crypto Blade cuk. Ntar gue off stream dulu. Oke guys, GGNT lah buat.
Tapi gue belum mengerti nih gimana caranya
buat boom sama Prx ya hari ini agak little bit set ya guys ya. Kenapa? Karena ya dua jagoan kita kalah bos.
Kira nggak lanjut lagi.
Iya kan?
Lanjut.
Dua jagoan kita kalah bos. Abis ini mau kriptoan aja nih guys. Kalian yang mau numpang tidur bisa di kriptoan gua ya. Bantuin temenin ya guys ya. Alright. Itu aja dulu lah guys. Terima kasih teman-teman atas waktunya. Kita jumpa lagi besok ya guys ya. Kita nonton valorant, entah kita main, entah kita ngapain. Alright. Terima kasih guys. Terima kasih teman-teman. Gue sambil nunggu hasil COVID gue guys. PR soalnya, jadi udahlah sembari. Ya selamat istirahat teman-teman semuanya. Thank you yang tetap udah semangat berjuang menemani sampai jam 4 pagi loh. Guys, aman. Go Pablo, sign out bro. Bye gengs.